So Inspired, I think, made a very clear point that I agree with.
Can Inspired really shut them down if you know that Beishwan is the newest factor there that could possibly be the factor that you can disrupt?
That's why I'm just going to start by saying, look, I just think BLG is going to take it. I have it being close. I think even you could already see the emotions. I put some emoticons in there.
Yeah, that's right. Boo.
Hey, I'm sad too, guys. It is what it is. I'm just being real.
Heart says FlyQuest. My brain says BLG.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
Ridiculous.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely ridiculous.
It's just in time?
You know what?
Just in time.
I've got a bone to pick.
Okay.
People just
Hi,
don't
Bobby.
take
Hello.
predictions
Good
seriously
morning.
these
What's
days.
up? Good morning.
They don't even care about
9
being
a.m.
right anymore.
sir.
Some people
9
just
a.m.
predict their favorite team.
아침
They don't even think
9시다요.
about the matchups.
다들 good
They don't
morning.
think about the teams. It's despicable. Getting a prediction wrong couldn't be me. Never
America!
heard of them. Some people are
Canada!
just pandering to the fans, trying to get a few more followers. The only thing I'm getting with my predictions is more dubs. Some people even predict a team just because of the region that they're from or the nationality of their players. The only region I care about, Shurima, because a first pick this year would go hard as hell here. So keep your 4 fun predictions and your ridiculous theatrics to yourself. I'm gonna give you the only
Maple
prediction that
syrup!
matters.
Maple syrup! Maple syrup!
FlyQuest win, baby! Let's go! Let's go, Vancouver! Let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go!
Testify!
Yes, sir!
They've got to be
Holy diabetes.
FlyQuest versus
Holy
BLG starts right
cinema.
now.
Maple syrup? We do that every morning? Is that what you do, Nathan, in Canada? So damn. True LTS supporter. 이거서요. 렛츠고. 커즈 응원하시나요? 그러네. BLG는 한국 선수가 없네. BLG에서는. Hi all, what's up? Hi, Savvy. What's up? We're so back.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Canada.
welcome back to lovely Vancouver,
Canada.
Canada. Here for the next installment of MSI
Bin Elk
2025
Night on.
action. It is another elimination day here in the lower bracket, and today's competitors, FlyQuest and
Called
BLG.
Busio. Got you for
Neither
Busio
one
today.
wants to be the one going home. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Vedius for this one. I'm hoping we get a full 5.
I certainly hope so as well, Flowers. This stadium full of fans that want to see some good League of
Poutine
Legends.
and maple syrup.
I have a
Okay.
slight feeling that a lot
Write
of
it down,
them
write it
will
down.
want to see some FlyQuest wins.
Write it down.
Well, we're gonna not waste any time. We're gonna
We
be
were
jumping
loading
straight into
already.
the draft
One
round
sec.
by Omen and
잠시만요.
HyperX, and already the Yone and the Twisted Fate gonna be taken off the board. The
뭔지.
Pantheon on the side of BLG. Kobe, we were just talking about it. Talia likely gonna be high on the priority.
시작!
Will
갑니다!
continue to make its way onto the ban
Starting.
table when these 2 top laners are in play.
Yeah, let's
Damn.
get down to it.
Banning
Jungle
Twisted
follows
Fate.
up here, so the Talia is to me
Twisted
the
Fate
biggest
hasn't
one
won a
hanging.
League of Legends game yet.
Very, very potent
At
champion at
MSI,
the
that
moment.
is.
And FlyQuest and
가보자,
Quad, I feel like would
가보자,
not hesitate
가보자.
to first pick if
가자.
BLG leave it up.
V4 교수님, 그러니까
Right,
V4
let's see what that last ban here is.
설마
Not
오늘
surprising at all
가렌
to see
하시나요?
FlyQuest
가렌
opening
이미
with
가렌
2 big
하셨거든.
bans targeting Knight on BLG.
How's it sound, guys?
Targeting
By the way,
star
guys, is
player
it too
that
loud?
they're going to have to find solutions for throughout this match. Renekton will be the final ban in the first half here for BLG.
오늘 소리
Plenty of
어떤가요,
options
여러분?
open for Fly.
소리가
And I
좀
actually
큰 것
do
같기도 하고.
respect that. I think that's a smart ban versus FlyQuest.
아재를
because
럼블 풀렸다고요.
FlyQuest are on blue side here, and so Bwipo is
First pick
probably
Kai'Sa?
going to have to
That's
blind pick
crazy.
something. And Renekton to me is his very
It's
best
good? Okay,
blind
sounds
pick.
good. Okay.
He can of course
Okay,
still
okay,
play
okay.
Scion or any number of other things.
대형이랑
I
제
really
목소리랑
feel
막
like he's
너무
had so much
비슷하면은
success on that champion.
듣는
So
사람이 잘
that's why we're talking about though. If the Talia is
안
up and
좋아하더라.
hanging, that is going to be a first pick for sure.
탈리아야.
Yeah, we've
No
been
Azir?
seeing these globals,
Azir?
these semi-globals be very effective throughout the tournament. Talia
We'll
open,
check.
Talia first picked.
This is one of the biggest
Knight
things
Azure?
I was looking at as well. This is an 11-0 Nico for On. He is undefeated on this champion.
On
in
has
his
never lost
career.
a Nico
This is a
before.
huge,
소리
huge
좋다고요?
pick for
예,
the bottom lane,
감사합니다.
'cause Vedius, that means your bottom
소리
lane,
좋다.
assuming
오케이,
it goes
오케이.
into On's
더
hands,
백도
is going to be
멋있어요.
very
좋아요.
aggressive and can get pushing power.
혜민님 목소리가 약간 더 큰. 아, 그게 더 좋아요. 그러니까 제 목소리가 조금 더 커야 돼요. 배경이 크면은 예, 사운드가 겹치기 때문에 뭔지 알지? 둘 다 안 들리는 매직이 나오거든.
On that carry position, he has been a fantastic standout player for FlyQuest. And
이상
we've seen
없습니다.
some scary
오케이.
Ezreals at
들어가자.
this tournament. We'll see if
Ezreal
Magic
Karma
Magic
into
Lucio
Nico.
is
That's
gonna be pairing
crazy.
alongside it with the Karma.
카르마 좀 뭔가
even
아,
if it is
요즘
Flex
좀
Nico
구려진
staring down
느낌이
that pick, they're
있습니다.
like, we are going to get some poke for our lane.
Seems.
We are
Okay,
gonna get
yo,
some
is there any
pushing
mods in
power.
the chat?
Of
Can
course,
start
it
the prediction?
definitely
Thank you,
means
chat.
that Bubbo, is
Thank you,
probably
mods.
going to get some sort of frontline
Start
hard engage for
prediction.
the team to
Who's
round it
gonna
out,
win?
and
BLG
the AD
or
fighter jungle feel
FlyQuest?
inspired, so FlyQuest kind of locked in the
We'll
direction
check.
that they're going.
Yep, definitely hoping to see some engage potential here from the remaining two picks for FlyQuest, since right now they've got a lot of range. They've got
MF
plenty of
Nico,
poke and damage,
the old
but just
wombo
not really any of
combo.
that front line like you're talking about. Final pick for BLG before the second half of the bans roll in will be the misfortune. So we're going to see the mid laner plus bot duo for FlyQuest, the jungler plus AD carry, and again, Vedius, like you were talking
이포가
about, the
확실히
flex
근데
potential
궁연계가
of the Nico.
불가하면
Do they
너무
take it
구리긴
against the
하더라.
Talia? Are they going to run at bottom? We'll only be able to tell here, of course.
Yeah,
once
thank
we
you for
get
the
past these
prediction.
next set of
Thank you,
bans,
Dayo.
as Trundle
Thank
will
you.
be the next ban from
I've never had
BLG.
to be on an EU copium before, but now we saw.
See a Trundle ban, your expectations are that a tank champion is going to be coming
You,
out in the near future, but still very good matchup into
They've,
the Zin. They wanna
EU's been
respect
kind of
that
struggling the
possibility.
past 2 years,
BLG,
actually.
I'm expecting them to continue
To be fair, G2 had a
pinch
pretty
that
bad
jungle
group
pool.
last year,
The
but
question is, what direction
Worlds,
are they
last year
thinking of
Worlds.
moving?
And maybe Vedius, like you're saying,
G2 had to
if
play
they're
against
banning
like
Trundle here,
T1,
then
Hanwha,
maybe
like
they want
BLG,
to
like
blind pick the Scion for Bin and save
It was pretty rough for
their,
G2.
you know, mid lane slash flex
페어
pick there.
스타워킹을
I'm
준비하는
still red
플라이퀘스트.
five.
일단 플라이퀘스트가 오늘 한 경기는 그래도 한 세트는 가져오지
But
않을까.
what's super interesting to me is
BLG has a
FlyQuest
fly.
themselves are continuing to pinch that top side pool. They recognize
Are we
that in
talking
the
about
hands
that
of Bin,
fly?
this Gwen can be very scary.
Let's go fly.
For
Yeah.
FlyQuest, they're likely
I think
gonna
we're gonna
have
be
to
cheering for
blind pick
FlyQuest
something
today.
safe, potentially a Scion for themselves.
오늘은 플라이퀘스트
A Scion
응원하도록
table, so a
하겠습니다.
possibility, something that
예,
can
이제
give them a little bit
팬분들한테는
more,
좀
well, of a
죄송하지만.
front line on the top side of the map, because as you were saying,
FlyQuest,
Flowers, both sides
FlyQuest,
neither really with that
FlyQuest.
true tank as of yet.
Yup, double topside bans from FlyQuest in the second half of the draft. Double jungle
Good morning,
bans
Fabius,
from
AJ. Hi.
BLG, Gwen and
불쾌,
Ambessa
이겨라.
both kept away
불쾌,
from Bin's
이겨라.
reach here in the
불쾌,
first game with the Wukong
이겨라.
band alongside that Trundle. Now for BLG,
Koreans are
what
cheering for
do we
FlyQuest
wanna
as well.
see here? Do you want to give
You have
away
all the
if
luck
that
from
Nico is a flex pick or not?
Korea
Or do you
as
wanna give
well.
the potential for
Good luck,
counterpick in
NA.
top lane over to Bwipo? They're sitting on this one for a while, and it looks like
Oh, it's
BLG
over, guys.
is going to swap
They get
at
the
the
Scion.
last second
Good night.
and
They do
lock
it.
the Scion.
All
Broken
right,
champion.
So the Trundle band opening it up here to steal away what clearly.
Why is my rooms, like, so
FlyQuest wanted.
hot?
FlyQuest, you know, with their
Sion is
banning
broken
away
champion,
the
by the way.
Gwen and everything.
그대로.
This might throw them through a loop
사이언으로
a
틀었다.
little bit, but Bwipo has
사이언이
a
근데
very,
진짜
very
체급이
deep
진짜
set
좋아가지고
of counterpick champions. Let's see how.
더
much
내게 뿌려 돈이 더 내게 감사합니다. 내게 뿌려 감사.
Dude, that's
Oh, thank
legit.
you.
Okay, so how have you felt about the
Thank you, Tom.
Aatrox's answers? Because to me, yes,
Holy
the
Lord.
Aatrox did get the extra healing and can, you know.
Vayne! Wait. Is that actual? Is that real?
Big value out of, you know, Aatrox into tank
Okay.
lanes. where you wanna come in
I was
as
gonna
big
say,
juggernaut. Maybe
Vayne,
with the Karma on
not
this
really
team,
sure about
it
that.
gets
Like
more likely
Aatrox
there.
jungle, Vayne top, or
We'll see
Talia
about the
jungle,
value, though. I
Vayne.
feel like Scion is just always
Oh
so
my.
good.
Okay.
Because you are a massive
Sejuani
frontline
makes more
tank for your
sense,
team
guys.
and
Sejuani
provide
makes
this
more sense.
huge engage potential.
아니, 베인 나오면 진짜 개꿀잼이긴 한데 솔직히 라인전에서만 꿀 보지 않을까? I don't even think Vayne can beat Sion right now. That's how
I
crazy
very much
Sion
agree
is.
in that Aatrox, I think, just gets kind of like a free laning phase to scale up into the Scion. And the
Tyler,
big
we
impact
have to
in
go
team
Vayne.
fights, and that's what I will be keeping my eyes on.
Yeah,
Bwipo.
so say
We've seen him
hi.
have monstrous team fight impact before. In game one, can he look to do the same
Okay,
thing?
what do you think, guys?
quote-unquote
Who has the better
immobile
draft
carry
here?
in the form of
I mean,
Misfortune that
Aatrox does
plants
counter
herself down
Zion.
when she throws
But
that
Whippo's gonna
ultimate.
show us the
Could
matchup.
be fantastic for an Aatrox.
럭트록스가
Getting
근데
easy access onto the
사연
back
카운터긴
line and do some
해서
serious
사연
damage.
상대로
Paired up with the
잘하거든요.
Sejuani that rounded out the draft for FlyQuest means you've got a pretty strong top side that you can actually look to play through if
Sejuani
FlyQuest
probably has to
want
play like
But
both
they've
sides though.
gone for a
Ezreal
very
Karma.
traditional
I don't think you want to
front-to-back
play
comp. They've
weak
got a lot
side
of
Ezreal
both
Karma.
the Talia, the Ezreal, and the Karma on their
야,
side.
이게
As
세전이가
BLG
바텀 동선을
gone
타서
for a
바텀에서 플레이해야 되긴
style,
합니다.
a little bit wombo
탑은
combo,
알아서 1대1 하던가 말던가.
Exactly. We've got the Sejuani to finish up, be that front line, the meatball the
네,
engage for
봤습니다.
FlyQuest.
탑의
And on the
감독
other side, it is now
인터뷰하는
confirmed
거
with
클립
Aurora
봤죠?
in the mid lane. It will be
Oh,
on
Exit361, thank you so much for the
11-0
soul follow. Me bummer,
career
joining me
Nico
bummer.
down here in
Appreciate
the
it very
bottom
much.
lane. All
Muchas
picks
gracias
are
por
locked
Spelunky
in,
House.
gentlemen. How are we feeling about how
And
the
check out
draft compares?
I gotta be honest, I'm a bit nervous for FlyQuest here. The engage potential on this BLG side just looks so scary. They have so many opportunities for flanks with the
Silence so
invisibility
OP.
of Aurora as well as Nico. Those two champions
Look what you did, Bossy.
in unison with a
Look what
Sion
Bossy did.
feels like it is going to be very scary for Quad's positioning. That being said,
Oh,
though,
easier!
I have full faith.
Ezreal!
Let's go, FlyQuest.
Just so that we're all clear, are you doubting them or are you?
Let's hope T1 is perma tilted.
Never. Okay. I will say that for BLG, they're a team
True.
that will fight you.
BLG did look
Individual
very
capabilities
tilted
of
against
this
T1.
roster
Not
is
gonna
something
lie.
that is hard to predict,
BLG가
but we know
근데
that
T1
that
상대로
ceiling is
굉장히
exceptionally high.
그
If you get down in the
무력하게
mud with
졌기
them,
때문에
that is when
오늘
they
또
love
모르는
to
거예요.
brawl.
진짜
Patience,
플라이카스가 일낼 수 있긴 해.
control,
근데.
and discipline is what we need to
Like
see from
FlyQuest is happy. They
so that
just
don't
won
play
their last
BLG's
series.
game.
I 100%
They made it through.
agree, Vedius, and the numbers
You know?
really do back it up. When
They
you
beat
look
up
at the
EU.
kills and assists early on for BLG, the combined kills per minute
But
in their
BLG
game,
just got
they
destroyed by
like
T1
to fight
0-3.
early and
T1
often.
did a bit
And so
down.
the best response a lot of times, and a response that we have
So,
seen FlyQuest
let's
utilize
see how it goes.
versus other
So one is
aggressive
on
teams is to do
win streak, one
cross-map
is on a
plays
loss
and to
streak.
choose your moment wisely
Five punch,
when
yeah.
you do actually want to take the fight.
All right, we're on to the Rift. Game number 1 here. Let's see how we started off, as it looks like both junglers going to be happy
No
just to
spellbook
sit around their
Sanch.
own sides of the
Yeah,
top
they're trying to
half
win
of
lane.
the Rift. You can see FlyQuest did get down.
Airy
that very
and Comet
standard
going
chicken ward
through for both
on
supports.
Beishwan's Raptor camp, and you can see them also placing down a defensive ward on their own.
Okay. Prost and
Bottom
Gort.
lane though, with the
10원
Ezreal
추가.
Karma, the power of the range and the poke, but
앵글.
also MF and Nico, no slouches.
이제 승률
And look
때문에
how
걱정돼. 아 근데
Blue's
어저께
moving up
도고
here between the minion
이즈리얼
line to, try and
퍼드라킬
weave some through
이즈리얼
as they
아주
fight
재밌게
for the early
봤고요.
push.
Kobe, something you were saying just a moment ago was that BLG like to fight. They're one of the most aggressive teams that we've seen so far here.
BLG
at
고점
MSI,
있는
and
팀이라
we have
무섭긴
some of the
해서
stats to
맞아
support
맞아.
that. When we kind of look
100%.
at the team fight KD
BLG
and how often this team actually
People are
gets involved
considering
in
like
the
3-1
bloodiness,
BLG win
we'll see
today,
that
but
it's the second highest throughout the entirety of the MSI. When they were going up against T1, these two teams were tied at the top. But the combined kills per minute, second place. Kills at 14, second place. Deaths at 14, fifth. They do die a lot, but they're getting a lot of kills in exchange.
And notice that FlyQuest went much more controlled
Help.
in the early 14 minutes,
Doggo Ezreal.
not dying nearly as often. So anyways,
Okay,
we'll take
Reaper?
a look at the jungle paths as both of them
Don't
are
get
headed
solo
down
bowled.
towards that bottom lane that we have been hyping
we
up.
both have to get solo bowled by
Inspired here on the
Bin.
Sejuani is slightly ahead.
Yeah.
Nico, of course, all the extra vision tools always available with this champion. That is why Nico is so prevalent still down here. Even
아
after
저
some of the
너프 좀
damage
하라니까요,
that they're picking up.
라이언.
Yeah, the
Ryan
Nico
needs
clone
to
just
nerf
becomes an
that
absolute
sh- oh
menace
my
as
gosh.
the game goes
Nico
on. With a
support
little bit of
W
ability
is so
haste, it just
cringe.
feels like you're firing those out constantly to look for vision, give your team that extra little bit of an edge. Both junglers now finishing up on their clears. You can see Beishwan a little bit slower compared to Inspired, as he's still putting the work in, getting that last little
저거
bit of
니코
that blue
W
quadrant
오래 가는 거
completed. Checking in
버그래요.
on the mid lane for FlyQuest, I think you're expecting a lot of damage
Okay.
control from Quad, trying to make sure that Knight can't have the pop-off performance.
Oh,
that
if only that
BLG
W
wants him
from
to
Ezreal,
have.
he could have
And I
E4'd.
like the fact that you mentioned
Knight didn't have
FlyQuest
E.
having a more controlled early
Copy.
game, Kobe, because I think while in general that's true, Whippo likes
그걸 아직도 안 고친. 그러니까요. 그거 안 고쳐가지고 지금 니코 서폿이 계속 나오는 거야.
is still plenty healthy.
Yeah, I seem to remember a
Oh my gosh, wait,
Mordekaiser
Reaper might be that
counterpick
here.
into a certain York that got very dangerous.
Just
but
kidding.
Inspired is here.
Haha.
Inspired's here, and
Coron
Whippo's
Ambulance,
got the passive
not
heal,
for
goes
me,
to the Q,
but for
Q, a little
you.
bit more damage is all they need. The stun is there. Q3 first blood for Whippo.
obviously Bane was looking for the solo queue angle.
Expected to see based on what we saw in the draft. By rounding out
아니
with the
감사합니다
Sejuani to
치즈.
passive
땡큐다요.
synergizes nicely with the Aatrox, and getting this Aatrox ahead is much needed in the
그러니까
matchup.
일종의 기술로 여기는데 너무 사기니까 이게 Oh my gosh 대각선의 법칙. 나이스 플래시 날 부시오. He's leaving. He's leaving. 아이고 저런. No. No.
A little bit of protection from On as he tries to make sure that his jungler is able to get away. The Mystic
제발 큐. 아! Wait, he stopped this recall. 아니 집 가는 거였는데 지금 집을 안 갔어. 레전드. They're doing it, guys. FlyQuest is doing it. Oh my gosh, Masu does have flash, but they have
completely out of mana. There's no more Mystic shots.
That was
아, 베이트론 is trolling by the way. 방금 왜 집을 왜 끊었지? 근데 그냥 집 가는 거 되는 거 아니었어? Because Ezreal Q didn't connect, so he could have just kept recalling.
Actually did a top down to
Cinema.
bottom clear. He then, without basing, had walked all the way up. So that's why it really did surprise Bin a bit on that timing. And now Inspired goes back for a bit of a reverse clear here to his
God bless
respawn
America.
raptors.
Hey,
So
and
we
Canada
expected
too.
FlyQuest to
And
play a more
Canada.
measured early game, and here they are starting off game one with a
We're just
two-kill
auto-attacking
lead.
Sion, yeah. You
5
should just
minutes
build
in,
Gwynsies
a
at this
small
point.
advantage to their name.
On
Look
hit,
back
on
at
hit
the bot side play.
Aatrox.
Lucio plays this about as well as he
Have you guys
can.
ever
Gets
played on hit
cancelled by
Aatrox
Beishwan.
before?
The
Look how
flash
much damage
knockup
Moss
comes
is
through
doing
from
here.
Beishwan, but then the shield at the last second comes through from
He
Lucio.
could have E4'd and
Beishwan
killed
saying,
both,
I'm
no?
not letting you get away with
But he
that.
ran out of mana.
I'm securing this kill for sure.
방금 이즈리얼
Commits
앞비전
to the base.
탔으면
The
진짜
key
다
for
죽었다.
Masu doesn't
W
quite
맞춘
connect,
다음에.
but then Inspired using the W is able to spot
와,
out the jungler and turns
저거
it into 2-1.
앞비전에서 진짜
Alright,
미포드
so
죽였을
as
듯?
we can
스태킹
already get
중이라서.
very excited here, but as we get back to live, another leash and the root does land.
Yeah, the
Massive! Oh my gosh, Elk has no flash. 와, 이지를, 와! Imagine getting solo bolo by Massive Busio. Two North American talent, by the way. North American talent.
The fact that summoners were
아니
used
진짜 오늘
earlier
진짜
on to commit to those
플라이커스
kills, the
일
FlyQuest
내나요,
duo
진짜로.
commit to a fight, and they
여기서
secured
BLG
themselves that beautiful
지면은
3 kills.
Yeah, just running them down after the summoner
LPL
spell worked well in the
초비상인데요?
previous exchange down there, using that root, chasing them down, and even
No
with
fucking
On
way, man.
blocking there,
People
they
were not
find the
believing on the
kill
Ezreal,
him
but
instead,
Ezreal early
and
game
that
is
is
so
more
much stronger than
meaningful
MF.
money,
Like,
than of course the little extra kills that
이즈리얼이
Inspired
진짜
got onto the
스태킹하면서
Sejuani,
때리기
but
시작하면
now the Ezreal
미포는
here also
한 명만
going to be
때릴 때는 막
accelerated.
딜이
On
부족하거든.
reset, though,
근데
for
이즈리얼은 막
BLG,
평타 속도가 겁나
after those
빨라집니다.
kills, they will
Ezreal
get their
auto attack
consolation
speed is
prize
so
of the
fast.
dragon.
So it's actually Ezreal oftentimes end up with a solo bolo into MF. Because MF is opposite of MF, opposite of Ezreal. Like if you do sustained damage on one player, you don't actually do that much damage.
There is a lot of blue. Busio, not really in any danger, uses the shield to mitigate the double up coming through from Elk. But in terms of gold, it seems very even across the
Inspired
board.
just waiting out the
Inspired's looking to
wards.
change that level 6 on the
Ward
Sejuani.
vision.
Exactly, the Glacial Prison is ready to fire as long as it's not blocked by a Nico play.
On is that again?
On is already down, and the prison
On was 11-0, Nico. He's about to go 11-1, guys. 11 wins, 0 losses on Nico.
FlyQuest 4-1 lead.
This focus on the bottom lane is paying off so heavily for FlyQuest.
아니,
And
전체적
we should take a
감사합니다.
moment
Thank
to
you.
talk about that bottom lane because these young North American
On
stars
is off.
here
No,
really
to
have
be
been
fair,
such
he's-
a hopeful story in the
I don't even know if
LCA.
he's playing
Both
bad. Like,
Busio
is he
and
playing bad?
Masu
I don't even
coming
think so.
through the tier 2 league through academy.
뭔가 신짜오 때문에
winning the
망했어요,
most
솔직히.
valuable prospect
That
when they
신짜오
were
gang
there,
bot lane?
and then still finding success when they make the big transition
You know?
into tier 1.
Yeah, you killed the
is-
Karma,
is
but you
a very rare
fucked up
thing,
the
and
lane.
Masu even
Bot
winning
lane.
the Rookie of the Year in his first year
갱호응하려고
previously
하다가
as well.
망한 거거든.
And so a lot of people so
그러니까 이게
hyped up
진짜
for that duo.
정글분들이 바텀 갱을 왔을 때 오히려 바텀이 더 망하는 경우가 있어. I mean, am I blaming just Baitron? I don't even think Elkanon played anything bad though. Like it started going bad when like they try to like do something, right? It's like, oh, my jungle's here. We gotta fight. We gotta do something. The wave is super bad and everything. Right. Angry on! Angry on! Angry Nico! 화났다. Oh, I think they're fine though. They're fine. Oh, they're not fine. They're not fine. They're not fine.
kills for BLG.
I'm sorry, BLG, for making you angry. I made BLG angry, guys.
And this is right with grubs available,
Okay.
so they're also going to get the grubs.
Seismic Sub, House Hitty.
Nice play from BLG.
Angry BLG, a little bit scary, I
That
think.
this team wants to contest these neutral objectives. A nice interrupt is going to come. Oh, I stand corrected. Doesn't quite connect. But a base has to come through from Elk.
작년에 그 월드의 BLG?
But his team is securing these neutrals.
요즘 BLG가 힘들다고는 들었는데 바텀이 이렇게 막 이대이가 왔다 갔다 할 줄이야.
So Inspired couldn't dive in, but here is how BLG found their picks on FlyQuest in the river.
Yeah, early vision control
Ooh,
on that
Baytron
and
is
getting to the
angry.
play quicker. Big props there.
Angry
for
on,
Baytron
angry Baytron.
and on finding it.
확실히
And after
BLG는
that first kill,
BLG다.
since we already looked at the rotation from
부진은
90
있어도
to
몰락은
Aurora on the
없다.
minimap, they
강팀은
already
항상
knew
그런
that
얘기를
they could
하거든요.
push for more on FlyQuest here. And
Or
Knight,
if only
using his
Bucio used
ultimate,
Mantra
able to get the
E,
burst damage.
perhaps he had a
Videos,
chance
we
to
have
live.
seen Auroras, especially this tournament,
IQ
get
말고
so bad
RE
so
했으면은
quickly
살았을까?
and put a lot
그래도
of
죽었을
threat
Look at
on
this
the
clone!
board.
This is the thing that Knight does so
Oh
well,
my
regardless
gosh.
of how his laning phase goes. The moment that he's allowed to leave it, he's
세지가
very
벌써
good at
가져간다?
finding those advantages and sitting on a kill right now. Has a
운이
gold lead
슌이랑
over
합정을
Quad.
잘했었는데
It's going to be a problem, regardless of what game he is in. BLG keeping the game even, but the dragon spawning in a minute 30. We imagine
I mean,
that BLG will
is
be
it
setting
like-
their sights on that objective.
And that's what a lot of BLG's game plan is going to look like.
I
You know,
mean,
the
it's a-
Eco and the Aurora that we mentioned in Champ Select.
Both
having so much
teams don't really
playmaking
have a big
ability,
enough goal lead to
them
say like
looking for
anything,
flanks,
but
looking to lock people down. And here we go. Rotation over to the bottom
100
side.
international
Plenty of
games
control work set up
played
through the river as
from
well.
Elk. Mr.
100
Elk.
international games played for Elk. Congratulations there. I heard some cheers
Congrats,
in the
Elk, yeah.
crowd as well.
A veteran now for BLG.
100 games
Long-standing
played.
player that's recognized internationally as one of the top 80 carries in the world. We'll see if he can continue BLG's MSI run.
Angry Elk.
FlyQuest have been doing a really good job in the bot lane 2 versus 2. Now that bot lane has made their way mid to fight over this wave. It's Fly that gets priority over the lane for now. Beishwan isolated in the river.
92%
Nice
presence
quick
this
wave
MSI,
there on the bot
Nico,
side of
yeah.
that. Beishwan is hovering.
And guess what?
Inspired also
Where it's gonna
down here
nerf
in the
Barn.
bottom lane,
I
both
bet
junglers
they're gonna nerf
wanting
Barn
to
instead
hang
of
around
Nico.
this area, covering for their mid laners as they try to get
Because
the
obviously,
lanes pushed
Barn
out.
is the
This
broken.
game is very
Barn
close
is
in
the
terms
broken.
of gold, a slight edge for FlyQuest overall. But remember that BLG have achieved
Okay,
both
also
neutral
running out of
objectives here
mana
in the
by
early
missing
game with the
everything?
first Drake
No way.
And all 3 grubs. Elk gonna make
Bucio
sure he gets
missing
out of the
fall.
maximum range.
근데
there of
이렇게
the marker
되면은
Q from
또
Bucio. There's only 15 seconds left on the Drake spawn.
나쁘지
Nice little
않은
chunk
것
of
같은데,
damage there onto
미포도?
Elk from Masu. But Masu's very low on mana going into this fight. BLG, they recognize that, and they've already sent the squad here into the river. Knight and Beishwan and On all together. I almost said Knight.
Yo,
and
Boss
Knight
is
because
just
Nico.
out of mana. Like he
Now
has
we'll
to
see if
stop.
BLG can maintain
Bro,
enough control
no mana
to secure
Ezreal
this
for the
objective,
dragon
where
fight
FlyQuest
is
will be able
really
to walk up and
bad.
try to challenge. Bucio
Maybe
inspired
Weepo is
Quad,
gonna
all
come over
walking
here.
Masu still in
Weepo's like
mid,
walking
but
over.
the Ezreal is almost completely
He
out
doesn't
of
have to
mana.
be.
There's very, very little that he can try to contribute to this. As now On's going to use the Pop Blossom, lock up Inspired, but it's a
On?
one-man Nico.
On is dead. I think On is gonna die.
Inspired, throwing the Glacial Prison backwards. Beishwan's about to drop, and he falls instead of his own ultimate.
Inspired! 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 He got out! What is Nico doing? He's solo pop blossom one person, Sejuani. Take Sejuani with Heartsteel, you're solo over the fucking Sejuani? Oh my gosh. Oh, this Nico is not it, man. 아니, 니코가 어떻게 궁을 세주안이 잘 큰 세주안이한테 솔로로 쓰냐고요, 한 달에. 아, 진짜 거짓말 안 하고 방금은 니코가 궁 쓰고 막 앞플래시 박아가지고 본진을 노리고 막 그렇게 해야 그나마 괜찮은데. They're position, they're literally going on Sejuani, guys. What is going on? Look. 아니, 뭐 세주안이 1대3을 하려고 하고 있어. 그리고 미포는 저기 아예 그냥 가까이 와서 평타도 안 때렸네. Elk didn't even do any damage here. Oh my gosh, Arrow!
That brush is just so critical to all of these objective fights. Getting there early, and as you say, quad
Arrow
all the
선생님.
rocks into the enemy jungler. As we reset back out onto the map as well, we get some early pushing here from FlyQuest. Again, trying to push in all
That
three
engage
lanes
was
to
so
keep that
bad from
pressure
on.
up.
Yeah, like the Kiri,
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. Like, what is he trying to,
stacks on
what is he
Masu's
trying to
tier,
do?
so
Like,
about halfway
1v1,
towards getting that one all the way done.
the
Does have his
3k
Trinity
HP
Force power
Sejuani.
spike now as well, so this Ezreal, very, very strong. Bloodthirster completed for the Misfortune.
No,
but
to
generally,
gauge, like,
Trinity
MF
Force
wasn't
is
even in
considered that
place.
big
Like,
one-item
BLG
spike
looks
compared to
asleep,
almost
guys.
any
Not gonna
other
lie.
First item completion in the game. 14
BLG
minutes
looks
hits the
like they're
clock.
sleeping.
Turret plates are down, and you can see Whippo putting in the work in bottom lane, trying to clear out the first turret, but Knight arrives in time to get rid of the wave before he can complete the job. It's still not a 1,000 gold lead here
It's
for
painful.
FlyQuest, but
Okay,
BLG maintained their advantage
Angry
on the
Knight,
glove,
Angry
and we've
Knight.
only got 45
제
seconds
나이트
until
지금
Red
허리
Tail comes
휘거든요.
next.
Yeah, and meanwhile on the other side, Elf here with
이
the
통나무를
BT
이걸
rush,
들어야
a
된다고?
very common rush for Misfortune, so that you can use your mid priority here and
BLG
just
폼
keep
많이
on
떨어졌다.
leeching
오,
up
좀
off
뭔가
the minions, lifesteal after
바텀이
lifesteal after lifesteal,
좀
and then try and strut to
정글이랑
some of those
바텀이
plays
좀
on the
왔다 갔다 한
side
것 같기도 하고.
objectives. On the bottom side of the
And
map,
Bin's
though,
on tank duty, so
pushing in
Ben
fairly
can't even
heavily
carry.
there for
He's
Knight.
playing Sion,
Of
so.
course, Whippo has some options here. He does
아니
opt to
빈
cancel the
선수가
recall and just
사연을
catch the wave.
하면은 근데
And I
뭔가
wanna comment really quickly
힘이
on
많이
Bin's
빠지는 것 같은데
itemization.
원래
You can see
BLG가
that he went for
탑이
the
제일
early
중요하거든요.
Bramble Vest to
탑이
deal the
진짜
Aatrox, but
중요한데
then overall he went for Hollow Radiance and MR
확실히
as his
BLG
first
이번에
big
새로운
completion
정글분이
because he
조금
knows his job is going to be answering quad in the side
예전이랑은
lanes
좀
since they
다르다,
both
이거.
have the ultimates
Yeah,
to
I
be
mean,
able to join the
BLG
bigger
jungler,
fights more
like,
easily.
Plus, we're gonna
Shun
see Aurora
and
continue pushing on bot side.
Wei Wei, right?
And that pressure does matter
Those
because
two are
those
like
are kind
really
of the
good.
mismatched teleports for
I'm not sure
solo
about
lane.
Beitron
It's
though.
Whippo that has the
Feels
answer
like he's
because
kinda
his
new.
teleport is available to be able to come answer the top side.
Kind
But
of a
it does
rookie
mean,
reward.
as we see a minion wave right now dying on the minimap on the bottom side of the tower.
와, 슌
some
되게
small
잘했었는데?
advantages for BLG
I
there.
still remember
He
Shun's
has to come
Kindred
through the positioning.
completely
It's quite awkward for
dismantling.
BLG, but Ben on the sound can
He
force
won.
his way in. Knight by his side to provide that damage, but Knight's
You
been
guys
chipped
remember?
away at thanks to the Masu's poke. Remember, we said in the draft, FlyQuest have a lot of poke at their disposal. They
Is he a
need to
rookie?
play
Yeah, Beitron
patient.
is a rookie. I'm pretty sure
That was a
Beitron's a
scary
rookie.
situation there for Quad, but BLG have regained control.
Okay.
Seismic shove there onto
Quad
Ben,
is
but remember,
landing,
he is very
thumbs up.
tanky against that magic damage, but not the physical follow-up. Masu putting a ton of damage.
Oh, there it is! The wombo combo coming through from BLG and on with the flash forward. 이거거든요. Oh, Bulbo's angry. Angry Bulbo? Okay, inspired with everything.
But FlyQuest may have overplayed their hand. Whippo wants a little bit more. Boostio doesn't have the firepower to secure any kind of a kill. FlyQuest still scrapping back here as Whippo continues chasing BLG
Not
away.
enough damage.
But it's still two dead FlyQuest players.
슌 아마 템퍼링 어쩌고 때문에 BLG 재계약
And it all
못했다고.
came down to On's Nico
아니.
right there off the control ward.
뭐야,
What an engage for
어.
him. As you said, Vedius, FlyQuest were paying with patience. They were
저런.
poking away, but then as soon as On gets the Nico engage with the flash,
BLG 감독도
they make
바뀌고
good
슌도
on their
증동하고
kills.
이래서 분위기가 확 바뀌었다.
overstayed their
어.
welcome, though.
메타가
Fishing for
탑에서
more kills means
탱챔프가
that the
나오니까
respawn had already
탑에서
come through.
캐리하는
Now we see,
막
this is the engagement
잭스나
happening.
피오라 이런 게 나올
This
수가
is
없죠.
effectively a 3 versus 5 at the moment. They get good damage on the bin, but then they commit a lot on the bin thinking they can kill him. In
Look
this
at that,
narrow
like,
choke point,
oh,
On finds the angle to get the two-man
boo.
knockup. You combine this with the wombo combo, and BLG just nuke the bottom lane of
MF just
FlyQuest.
ulting on top of
Boostio is
the
forced to
really
retreat.
crazy Nico ult. That's a wombo combo that you
Herald
always
still
have to be
alive for now
scared
as
of
BLG set their sights on
into
the point.
Nico.
Whippo's got to
그러니까 저래서 니코가 진짜 사기인 건데.
It doesn't seem likely. Beishwan, Bin, and Knight have more than enough damage to take care of this target, but On's going to show up for the Tangle Barbs just to guarantee
Bishop
it.
Weeble.
BLG get kill number 6.
Bishop Reaper,
Was
Bishop
worried for
Reaper.
BLG
I
because,
mean, Quad
again,
just
I thought
pushes
that they
bot wave, it's
overcommitted
fine,
because they
I
were
think.
forced to reset, and the FlyQuest reset
First
back
turret
counter they could have
destroyed.
started the Herald. Instead,
There
they
we
just looked
go.
to get control of the waves. Woodbo
First
gets
turret
picked on the top
destroyed.
side, and now they have numbers
And
advantage
plus,
on the Herald.
feet of
Yeah,
lore,
they're teleporting
feet of
Quad
strength
in
has been
right now.
secured as well.
Civilian coming with the wall.
Oh,
Beautiful engagement.
Beitron also not on time, bro. Oh, Beitron. 저런. 공 타이밍이 좀 아쉽다, 방금. I think he would have died anyways.
And Quad gets another kill. A seismic shove after, but it's only a Nico clone as Elk and Knight and On are
So
the
they
only ones
killed
left standing for
Weeper,
BLG.
lost the
Herald is
first
still
tower
alive,
bot
and
lane.
FlyQuest are starting the
And
objective.
now,
And Vedius, we
what?
saw the ramifications
They're
of
losing the
timing
Herald
windows
as
we were
well.
talking about, because that resulted in the
저런.
bot power going down and the
플라카스가
teleport
실제로
from
근데
Quad.
잘하는
They
것
still
같은데?
haven't been able to
They
finish
just have
the
to watch out for
objective,
wombo
but they
combo,
should
that's the
do
only way
so
they lose.
while collecting the
If
wave
they
here.
don't get
So
one
this is
shot
gonna
by
be
the
a
wombo
big
combo,
swing
then
back in
they just
favor of
win. Like
FlyQuest.
they
And I feel
they
your
out-sustain
initial
the enemy
instincts
team. They
were
can
correct.
out-sustain the enemy team very easily.
I was worried that
Huge
FlyQuest
shields
would
coming
get
through from Karma.
trapped in the BLG style
Huge
of
tank
play,
from
where it's just
Sejuani.
brawl into brawl, skirmish into skirmish, which is the type of play that BLG thrive in. But they're matching the pressure. They're not afraid to go and skirmish.
Cast your
and it's
ult
because
against
they know
Fevi,
they
let's
have
go.
the poke in their back pocket to dish out onto BLG. Now though, we don't have time to slow down. The dragon is alive. Knight is going to secure that top tower.
Beachfront's having a hard time. Yeah. I mean, his KD doesn't look that bad, but 100% FlyQuest jungler Inspired is kind of out jungling him.
Trying to maintain the distance there to not get hit by that snap Aurora combo.
아니
but
정글
still
차이가 좀
Knight
나긴
finding him there
하는데
with a skill shot
KD에만
as
보면은 또
FlyQuest will
괜찮거든요.
immediately use the Herald mid lane. Now,
Yo,
LG
Venta
used
donkey
both
thinking
time to just
for the
instantly
soul
clear out
really
the
efficient
entirety
work
of
up to the
wave,
Meeple
but there's
family.
still the Herald ready to crash into the turret. Remember, they
Like,
don't
make sure
have
check out the
any
first win in the
grubs, so
panels.
you're not going to get a whole lot of extra value
Shopping
by
much is
driving it
fair.
in there. As
Thank you,
Knight
Venta,
is
thank
still
you,
trying to
Exit.
take down this tier 1 turret here in the top
And
lane.
Howard's gone.
Whippo goes in for the World Ender, wants to challenge Knight. Q2 to try to stop him as he hops away. Knight goes between worlds and manages to get himself away to safety in the river. That's 2 ultimates down, 1 on either side. Inspired going in after
야, BLG 진짜 어떡하냐, 와. Wait, BLG is absolutely getting run down.
Escapes with an audacious charge over the wall to the red buff.
Skirmish after skirmish. I feel like there was a big window for FlyQuest to just
No
force
wonder
the dragon there because we saw
T1
Elk use his
3-0
ulti, we saw
then.
Knight use his ulti, but then FlyQuest
Like, they're
instead
struggling
said,
into
you know what, let's just go
FlyQuest
for a
and
fight instead. They
how are
look
you
for
gonna
a
beat
collapse on a
T1?
base run, but they can't quite convert it into a kill.
그러니까
FlyQuest
T1이
are
잘한
putting
것도
so much
있는데
pressure down onto
BLG가
BLG
진짜
right now, but BLG still
힘이
walk
많이
away with the top
빠졌구나
tower,
이게
and
진짜
are somehow
우리가 알던
reclaiming the
BLG가
gold lead.
아니네요.
And they've started up the dragon here.
아니, 플라이퀘스트
Finn, the
상대로
mega
이렇게
tank,
끌려다니는 거
starting
자체가
it out,
이게
rotating over. It looks like they do have the teleport option for Knight. So
물론
even though Knight
플라이퀘스트가
doesn't have
잘하는
his
것도
health,
있지만
doesn't have
이제
his ultimate, he
리엔지도
could teleport in.
이상한가?
Okay, Inspired jumps over the wall with a blast cone, but he
Just
only
just
finds
run
the
it down.
remains of the Drake as BLG have completed the objective. FlyQuest won't be
He's
there in
stealing it.
time to
Good
try to
try.
get anything
He
back.
didn't.
So BLG,
He's
good
like 2
plays
seconds
there,
late.
good decision making as Inspired still looking to grab a little bit more. Pushing forward, Whippo's right behind him, but BLG still, they've got plenty
So
of distance. They got
deep.
the dragon done fast enough that the retreat is easy and safe.
I will
So
say
deep,
the
so
game,
deep.
It is getting very
The balls,
chaotic,
yeah. I
and
mean,
the
he's super
consequences
fed
for
on
FlyQuest
Sejuani, like
is that
2
BLG are
items
just
right now.
managing their lane assignments better.
세조니가
Elk has managed
괴물이긴
to build a
해서
40 CS lead over Marsu. He's got 2 levels up on him right now. Marsu with another wave will be able to close that level gap a bit, but Knight on the side lane as
Yeah,
well.
why?
He's
Elk
sitting at
has-
a 20
Elk
CS
is level
lead, and that's
13?
just given them both individually a pretty significant goal advantage.
I think one of the
Mosu's
biggest
11?
determining factors is not going to
And,
show on the scoreboard in this
Elk
game.
is
I think it's
13.
going to be the vision because BLG, they really want to play flanks with Knight and on, even Bins possibly here with the Sion to find their
Elk
big
has
engage.
skipped 2
But
fights to
FlyQuest, like you
farm
said, they want
lanes.
to play a little bit
Yeah.
slowly so they
He's
can
just been
find a
farming.
little bit of value out of their poke damage.
I mean, that's
And
what
Sejuani
I
being
think
this
a lot of good
non-committal
players, they do that.
engage,
They're like, okay, they
choosing the
realize
moment to lock
joining
someone
this
down.
fight,
You
I'm
do
2
get
weak
poked
right
out and
now.
whittled
I don't
down
have my
a little
items
bit
yet.
low.
I'm not
So
high
keeping
enough
track
level.
of that
The
vision
fight's
on your
doomed
side so
anyways.
that you don't
You
get
just
a
don't
huge
group. You
Nico
just push the
or
wave.
Aurora flank towards the back line.
그러니까 애매하게 합류하면 어차피 한타는 져 있으니까 그냥 파밍을 계속 한 거죠, 엘크 선수가. just kept bombing and farming. 특히 이제 초반에 조금 힘들다 싶으면은 원딜 분들이 또 이제 좀 애매하게 딜이 별로 안 나올 때가 있거든. 그럴 때 오히려 그냥 합류 안 하고 파밍? 오히려 좋아. 오늘 귀엽게 하고 오셨다고? 아니, 감사합니다.
This could be that game. If Whippo can find a massive
나 원래 압도적인 경기력의 기본은 서로 잘해서 나오는 것도 있지만 상대가 못하는 거에서 빛나는 상황에도 나온다고. 모르긴 하지. 플래퀘스트가 잘하는 거랑 BLG가 부진하는 거랑 겹쳐서 이런 경기가 나오는지.
Okay, TP coming in. We'll see. You've already got on in the control ward inside the pit. Whippo's going to be the front line here. There's your Pop Blossom, but it only finds the tanks. A lot of damage there with Whippo as he flashes back over the wall.
Oh, that ult from MF didn't really do anything. Oh, is Elk gonna be able to kill Inspire though? Inspire had to flash away. Weeper doing the comp. Seismic shove hit on Elk. Oh, FlyQuest is sweeping them. FlyQuest is sweeping them.
Just killed 3 for nothing.
A huge team fight win for FlyQuest.
I don't know if the attacker is good though.
Weather the engage from BLG.
Oh, they're gonna just give it?
Beitron!
They're doing up the con. Beitron's counter jungling.
But they
They're
didn't
gonna give it.
actually have the damage.
아니 미포가 궁이 이쁜 궁이 안 나오면은 그냥 무조건 불리하죠. 근데 여기서 궁각도 아니고 솔직히 이거 니코 I mean the thing is I think Nico ult should never be used on Sejuani. If she keeps using on Sejuani, they need to like use Nico ult on like Ezreal and Talia. Like right here. 여기 들어갔다고 생각해봐. Look at if Nico went in here. Holy, that would have been like huge ult on Talia. Ezreal, boom, boom. 아니 솔직히 니코 플레이를 계속 뭐라고 하는데 어쩔 수가 없어. 이게 그 이니시가 BLG 쪽에서 이니시가 니코밖에 없어가지고 like Nico's the only one with engage, so I keep talking about Nico. Like obviously there's other problems, but Nico needs a good ulti if they want to win. Oh. BLG is gonna swim home or what? No. Oh my gosh. 야 진짜 LPL 어떡하냐 이거. 저런.
He's only missed out on participating.
Yeah,
in
what happened? Like TES lost to CFO. Now BLG is losing to FlyQuest. Do you guys remember first time? TES, LPL team TES, they got destroyed by CFO. And CFO almost beat AL yesterday. Do you guys remember?
You're about to have roughly 2,500 extra adaptive
like CFO was like actually this close to beating AL. 진짜 CFO가 조금만 살짝만 더 잘했으면 진짜 AL 상대로 이겼다니까. 야 2세트 그거 마무리 잘하고 운영 잘하고 마무리 잘한 다음에 그 다음에 이제 솔직히 말해서 4세트도 충분히 이길만 했었는데 와 니코 Bro, this Nico. Oh, when they knight his pullback? No? Knight his pullback. 아니 근데 아트록스는 시전이 잡을 딜이 없는데. They don't have damage to kill Aatrox and Sidoni. But like they can't just ignore them, right?
A lot of damage here on the front line, but Knight goes between worlds and the bullet times doing a lot of work on Bwipo's health bar. BLG holds the line at their tier 2. But the dragon is up, and FlyQuest are heading back towards that part of the rift. Knight's in some danger as he does manage to use the
FlyQuest has to beat BLG, and then they have to beat AL. Like they have an uphill battle. And then after beating AL, they have to beat either Genji or T1, but I'm guessing they have to beat Genji. And then final boss T1 waiting for them? Is that what's happening, guys? Is that the scripts? Is that the scripts, guys?
Keep your eyes on. We'll see if this Nico can find a big pop blossom. His flash cooldown is almost ready to go. Inspired him in the front line. On goes in. He finds the pop blossom.
Oh my gosh, Masu lives! Masu lives! Masu's living! Oh, he lives! They use everything on Masu. Oh wait, they still win the fight? How did they even win the fight? Oh my gosh, BLG is crazy. Never mind. Never mind. Winning a team fight at this stage is crazy.
Trying to buy a little bit more time to keep BLG away from Soul Point. Masu's going to go ahead and recall. Inspired is making his way back out onto the map as Busio marks Knight and finds him with a Q inside the pit. Bin blocking, trying to just get in the way of all the skill shots from Quad, and the Dragon and Soul Point are secured by BLG.
Bin just tanking everything.
Bin gonna be rooted up.
Bin just dead.
Pretty tanky though if the only damage is the support to jungler and quads to Leah, but he's not.
Bro, the Sejuani takes no damage. 아니 그냥 에이크 선수 죽는 게 나을 것 같은데? He should just die here. Wait, is that Baron? Bin trolled it, by the way. 방금 근데 트롤인 게 사이언을 그냥 주고 빼야 됐어. They should have just recalled and just let the Sion die. Oh my gosh, Beige one's gonna die as well.
FlyQuest wants more blood. On's about to drop right next to his jungler, and FlyQuest is racking up a body count.
Props to FlyQuest for recognize they can extend that play again. And yes, BLG are able able to get their dragon
Holy
eventually,
moly.
but all of this harassment and damage, delaying the play, and then making the chase down.
Oh
with
man,
the
absolute
Karma
cinema.
and the Talia. They find the extra kills and they get some counter.
His player has no
We are
backbone.
firmly in the mud. Okay, this was such an extended play.
No, man.
The dragon ends up being secured, and this is
Look
what
at
you
Ben.
are highlighting, Cody. The fact that Inspired
괜히
comes
앞에서
back out onto the
얼쩡거리다가
map, Ben
잘렸거든요.
doesn't really have a way to
Just straight
escape
up
from
just
this
dies,
situation because
just
all of his
standing
tools have
around.
been used,
And then
so
everyone's
FlyQuest
trying to
give
like
the
help
chase,
him
and after they
instead of
take the
just
front
leaving him
line down,
like
the rest
recalling.
are soon to follow.
Honestly,
Nice
like
ultimate
Fly
from
could
Quad
just
to be able
rotated
to
towards
close that gap
Baron
on
as
L,
well. They
and
didn't
then
have
the
to come in
chase
on this
just
play.
continues to come
After killing
through.
L, they just
What
rotate
was
to Baron.
crazy about this sequence is if you go all the way back, FlyQuest
Doesn't
was
even matter though.
throwing
I think
ultimates,
FlyQuest
trying to
losing this
engage
is
onto the
really
mid
hard.
tier 2. That's what I thought they had overextended because BLG realized they've used too many tools here. We can contest them on the Dragon. They push FlyQuest back. But then the exact same play happens in response. And I think FlyQuest could have made a play for the Baron, but they were hungry for kills.
All right, Ben and Knight gonna find Whippo here with the Brox is on, goes for the engage. It's a catch onto Quad. FlyQuest.
Quad! Is it a catch onto Quad or is it a catch onto... Oh wait, it is a catch onto Quad.
And Quad's gonna be
Oh my gosh,
traded,
Angry
but
Knight,
FlyQuest
Angry Knight.
Still looks to continue the scrap. Everybody else on BLG still standing tall, but a Rook
Okay.
ready to come out,
Angry
forces the
Boopo?
out of in.
Angry
He doesn't get
Boopo.
a lot of distance, but he does get away for
Okay,
now.
Boopo's actually
Monster's
taking
still
damage
firing
though.
missing
Invincible
shots
shots.
as BLG
미포 좀
regroup
딜
with
나오기
a tier 1
시작했는데?
turret. The fact that this is still
MF에서
standing
모든 rounds are
prevents what
completed,
could
so
be an
she's actually starting to
even
do
more
damage.
extended fight.
Yeah, it's just a 1-for-1.
She needs like a
in the
Bork
end.
or something,
Quad
because like
does
so
go
much
down
HP
after
coming through from
getting the
Sejuani.
counter kill there
I guess
on
if you just
True
give
Squishy
MF some
Nico.
time, she could actually...
These Bash Brothers
she
of
can start, like,
Inspired and
shredding
Whippo, though, that
attacks.
front line is terrifying in the chase down, especially when sped up by the Karma. And Inspired, not having died a single time,
바론을
has
잘
fully
막았다.
racked
어.
up his bounty
그러네.
right now.
이렇게
So
되면
if
BLG가
BLG
바론을 막긴
can actually
했네요.
take him down, that is, well, it just ticked down. Actually, the bounty just dropped, but it was almost 1,000.
Still 3k gold lead for
there. It dropped
FlyQuest,
very
by the way.
rapidly. Thank
3k
you,
gold
Riot
lead for
Games.
FlyQuest.
Drop that.
You know, gentlemen, I made a mistake. It was foolish of me to think coming into a series where
엘크
two
결국
teams want to fight,
따라잡혔다.
that Whippo wouldn't
오.
be equipped for the challenge.
Oh,
He is
he's
the man
ready.
that says,
I'll accept
we
your
can fight,
apology.
we
I'll
can
accept
fight.
your apology.
And you can just see it in the gameplay, Inspired and Whippo
진짜
on the
니코 왜 이렇게
front line,
불안불안하냐?
ready to match the aggression of BLG. Right now, it's Whippo sitting on a side lane, really reaching that raid boss status. Elk in a bit of danger.
Yeah, you can see Masu's Mystic Shot with all of the cooldown reduction that he has. Just has no cooldown, but there, Quad gonna be caught out again, but he gets himself away. Now bullet time is down. Now the
비슷하게 쓴 것 같은데?
Inspired jumps in, BLG retreating. Whippo coming around on the flank as Ben is gonna be
Bin getting beat up! Bin's getting beat up!
There's the tank
Unstoppable.
for BLG, running away with almost no HP left to play with.
No, Beitron has no flash. He's caught out. He's caught out.
Masu's ready to follow. Whippo chasing
He's
him
caught
back in
out.
the fight, and he stabs
Bye bye.
First kill of it
Bye bye.
as Elk has to run. Masu and Quad still firing, and FlyQuest have killed the enemy jungler.
아니 잠시만 BLG 진짜 이거 지겠는데? 잠시만요.
They've got to go start it up, Flowers. The FlyQuest
Yo, thank you,
war
Mythic
machine
Flower.
here
Thank you so much for the
does
10 months
not
for the fisher.
stop.
FlyQuest, let's go.
Twenty and
Yo.
Aatrox front line here,
Wingo and Wingo
chasing them
on the
down
heart.
with the constant
Thank you so
speed
much
up
for coming
from
back.
the Karma. Inspired
Funky.
holding his
Holy,
ultimate
Quad had no flash,
so
that's
can
why they committed
actually
on
get
him.
the chase
But
down
like they don't
kill
even
on
have
a
enough damage
particular
locked down
target.
Quad.
You mentioned it.
아니,
Take out
플래시가
the
없는
enemy
탈리아라서
flank,
탈리아한테
and they're
박았는데
gonna get that Baron.
FlyQuest
딜이
can't
없어.
afford to waste any more time.
No
though, because they're gonna
damage,
get back to
no
base. The
CC.
Dragon spawning in
And
18 seconds.
Jinjawa's
BLG
literally
on sole point.
Q3
Not
auto
looking to give this
engage.
objective up.
Exactly. This
This
is
is a
what
little,
BLG
like,
have earned
when you have a Q
through their
up and
early
your
control
third
of
auto
the
attack,
objective, through that last dragon fight
CC
that they stuck
knocks
around
up
and
enemy
managed
team,
to
yeah.
secure. If they can get this,
If that's the
ocean
only
soul will be
engage on your
huge,
team, that's a
especially
bit of a
against the
problem,
bulk of Masu and Quad.
Watch out, Quad's
Honestly, this
positioning
Sion
here.
has
That
literally
Talia
been doing
has no
nothing.
flash. He could
What
be
did
vulnerable.
Sion even
The
do this
Sarah's
game?
shield is
Oh,
about to come
nothing.
back off cooldown for him, though. If they can delay, and they actually have good positioning on the Dragon.
Okay. Blast cone still up for now. Bin looking to go for the decimating smash. Knight wants to get away, but Whippo is on the push. He's immediately going to chase after Knight. Forces him down to about 10% HP and a flash.
아니
is already
나이트
gone.
지금 플래시 빠지고 개피라서 이거 다 줘야 돼. They have to keep the dragon
Through
then.
the Sejuani CC. Whippo continuing to pose a threat
Yeah,
here
Knight
on the
is like on
sidelines
like
as
has
FlyQuest are
205.
taking
He hasn't
control
died
of
yet.
the top
Only
side.
team
River
on his
gonna secure the Drake.
only one on his
Whippo
team who
knows
hasn't
his
died yet.
job well. Constantly, we see him going to attack this Aurora, attack the attempted
Yes, Aurora is
flanker
going
to take out
anti-tank
the
items.
threat.
So look at
If
the
he can
Leandres and
exchange
Blood
his
Letter coming
ultimates
through from
and go,
Aurora.
1-for-1 on ultimate cooldowns there with an Aurora. It is a big benefit to the rest of the team.
Ocean Soul? Easy?
On one to
Yeah.
stick around, see if he could steal that team
I mean, Fly doesn't have soul point yet,
from
but
being potentially caught there. FlyQuest pushing onto the tier 2.
we weren't inspired, yeah.
Knight saved.
I'm just super impressed about the Lucio and Mossy winning lane. Like, what? Look at Moss's damage, man! Look at Moss's damage! 와, 진짜 이거 BLG 이거 이길 수가 없을 것 같은데? 조합이 그냥 이즈카르마한테 초반에 저렇게 털리면 안 됐어. 이즈카르마한테 털리는 순간 너무 힘들어졌습니다.
With the Baron, they've broken into the base of BLG, and now all of the pressure is on BLG to find a miracle wombo combo. But they have made some incredible plays on the quad, and have just not had the damage to kill him. With the Seraph, with the shielding provided by Busio, they need
Busio
so
3-level
much damage
gapping
just to get a single kill.
like,
To win
holy.
out on a team fight, I feel like BLG just don't have the damage to beat this FlyQuest comp anymore.
And Vedius, this
0-2-15, meanwhile on is 2-7.
for so long.
아니 솔직히 니코가 근데 초중반에 궁을 너무 못 봤어. 궁각을 너무 못 봤어.
It does show in how quickly they go for these plays. Right now, they're actually going into a 4-1 split push.
그냥
coming a little bit
킬 데스가 문제가 많이 죽어도 되는데 궁이라도 잘 써야 되는데 궁을 막 세존이한테 쓰고.
And we have perfect vision. We know that it was only 3 FlyQuest players there,
그러니까
but the amount
시장
of
부시 쪽
respect
그 싸움
being given
하지 않을
over
거면
by
그냥 줘야
BLG
되고.
as they retreat, knowing that one more bad fight is just the end
이포가
of the
호응할 수
game.
있는 포지셔닝이 아니었기 때문에 그냥 주는 게 맞았는데.
The gold lead extends to
Oh,
9,000.
goodbye, on his head.
From Inspired as On dies before he can
Goodbye.
find anything. There's your clutch factor. There's your Pop Blossom. Gone.
The only engage is that.
FlyQuest, they're looking to take another tower. They're looking for the Nexus towers. They're looking to take
FlyQuest 3-0, yes or no, guys? Yes or no in the chat. FlyQuest 3-0? I don't want to be a game one Andy, but
to try to get himself away from this, but he's already lost half HP. Wave crashing into the tier 3 turret top. That last inhibitor will not last long.
Game one Andy spotted.
Put the damage into that while everyone else applies the poke, harassing towards BLG as they defend their Nexus turret. Bins to the front
캐나다에서
line,
중국까지 수용
and also
가능한가?
BLG has their 5-man defense, but FlyQuest are undeterred.
The Korean in the
They'll
chat,
keep the
you know what he
minion
said?
wave dying on
Is it
spot
possible
as
to
they
sleep
keep
from
finding
China
pressure.
to...
On goes the engage, but there's no follow-up. Masu's on a rampage. Beishwan dies as he tries to jump into the fight.
Is it possible to swim from Canada to China?
As FlyQuest have no mercy at the
I mean,
Nexus.
Vancouver is
And for the first time this
wrong
game,
side, I think.
Knight will fall, as will his Nexus. FlyQuest
북극항로로 가면은 죽어요 사람들이. 물론 바다를 수영하는 것 자체가 죽지만 사람이.
Listen
세상에.
to that crowd. Listen to
Fly them
right
home.
now.
Fly cue them
FlyQuest
home.
opening
Oh
up
my.
with some very strong team play. Every
Oh
single member
my.
on the team did their job in this game. We will take a deep breath and calm
Okay,
down
guys.
though, as they won
Okay,
their opening
guys.
game versus anyone's
Game
Legends as
2.
well.
My Pick'ems.
And they have a lot of work yet to do. Job is not done.
Pick'ems.
FlyQuest do it
My
tutorial
Pick'ems has
style. You
been
really can't break it
doomed.
down anymore that better than the analysts. So let's hear what they have to
Coin
say.
lost.
Yeah, I
And
respect
my
for
Pick'ems has been
Kobe
doomed
for
since
keeping
then.
it realistic, but I'm not gonna for a while because we need to celebrate this
BLG
game
must go
one
home.
win
Disaster
by
has come.
FlyQuest. It was
Yup.
absolutely incredible. I feel like the pressure whenever they saw anyone out of
Morally.
position, they
Morally.
played so hard, Azil.
Inspired was schmoving on him. This
Yeah.
guy
5
was
is
going
T1 MSI
crazy.
finals. Hey yo, don't
It's
don't leak the
actually
scripts like that.
happening.
You know.
I did not expect
Don't leak the
how
scripts.
good FlyQuest would be
Yeah,
at
you and your
fighting back.
unserious predictions.
Yeah.
they're
Yeah. Did you wear this
Let's go,
entire
baby.
time?
Of course I did, Ryan.
What the fuck is a kilometer?
Hey, hang on, wait,
Clearly.
wait, I just. Oh, I thought Inspired was here too, but he's not because he was.
제 해외분들, 해외 해설자분들 지금 신났죠?
Him, but the team following him as well. Kobe made a point about kind of the amount of time that FlyQuest has been playing together.
Oh
and
my
how
gosh,
much
I
they
love her
dialed
outfit though.
into each other's moves. I think we saw that non-stop.
아니 진짜 니코가 진짜 최악의 니코야. 아니 11승 0패 니코라고? Apparently all is 11 wins, 0 losses. What happened?
And I mean, I just have to say, I love this. You know, coming into this series, my real concerns were how are the solo laners going to look? Quad, Bwipo, both absolutely showing up.
Support
And
jungle
it felt
gap, I
like
think.
FlyQuest was beating
Support
BLG
차이,
at
정글
their own
차이.
game. BLG is an incredible team fight team. They will show up to every objective. They will skill check you, and FlyQuest skill check them right back.
They absolutely did, and Azeo, I know you were a little
Inspired
bit worried.
as
You said,
him.
yes, you're getting these picks, you're getting these skirmishes, but you're not really getting all of the objectives.
He was 0 losses?
I feel
True.
like they relied on
Past
their own,
tense.
they did a trust fall basically that they would be
캐리어가 진짜 대단한 거다. 아니 캐리어 선수의 니코공 진짜 그걸로 눈 정화를 해야 되네라고 하면 안 되겠죠? 아니 근데 캐리어 선수가 진짜 너무 잘하긴 하네 진짜로. Like compare these Nico ults to how Carrier engaged with his ults, right? Carrier makes Nico look so fucking busted.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me was like
LPL 상황이가 LPL 지금 초비상입니다 솔직히 말해서. Like even this ult is so bad. You just should hold on to your ulti until later. 이 궁도 안 좋은 게 좀 때리다가 각 보다가 막 이지를 앞비전 썼을 때 그때 이지럴한테 그냥 궁을 빵 뭔지 알지? 여기에서 어? 막 그 카르마 이지를 막 다 모여 있을 때 저기다 빵. 물론 니코가 죽어 있으니까 들어간 거긴 하겠지만 상대도. 그러니까 그런 팩터가 그런 각을 봐야 니코가 좋은 것 같아. 탱커한테 1인공 이런 거 말고. 임팩트가 없다고 해야 되나? 근데 솔직히 말해서 신짜오가 바텀 갱 저거 때문에 망했다니까 아무리 봐도. 그러니까 니코 미포가 저렇게까지 망할 필요가 없었는데 이제 카르마한테 이제 망하기 시작했죠. I feel like that Shinzhao gang bot lane from base one literally fucked them so hard, guys. I don't know. 바텀에서 집을 끝까지 가서 뭐 어떻게 만회를 했어도 솔직히 말해서 아니 안 죽었어도 집 가서 그 BLG 바텀이 좀 많이 힘들었어요. 갱호하느라. 미포공도 맞아. 그러니까 미포공이 근데 큐시가 없었어. 니코공이 잘 들어와야 그나마 미포공 각이 나오죠. 솔직히 그 사이언도 뭐 한 거 없어. 사이언이 막 궁으로 이니시를 해서 뭘 했어. Like Ben actually didn't do anything on Zion, by the way. Like literally didn't create any like angles, no initiation from Ben. 미코공 따로, 미코공 따로, 미포공 다 따로 쓰고 그 다음에 이제 사이언은 막 궁으로 도망가는 거. 궁으로 들어와서 막 이쁘게 막 빵 맞고 큐빵 이런 게 아니라 알짱거리다가 그냥 피 다 까이고 팀원들이 도와주려고 알짱거리다가 다 죽고. 뭔지 알지?
damage that was a part of an actual killing blow. You can see Ben wasn't really involved in anything whatsoever. It is, you know, that core kind of around the center of the map there. It's Sejuani, it's Talia, it's Masu on the Ezreal. Those three were putting the most damage into
Masu, Ezreal, guys. Ezreal, actual good champion, guys. Actual good champion. 이즈리얼 승률 올라가는데 이렇게 되면은. Let's go Korea. Cheer for Quad. Quad is the only Korean. 쿼드 선수도 그리고 뭐 할 거 다 해주긴 했어. Quad actually has some really good seismic shots. Pretty good movement on the map and also survived in crucial situations. He was surviving, so well played by Quad as well. Knight, Angry Knight? Angry Knight? We gotta watch out. 아니, 빌보 선생님 볼 때마다 이장호님 생각난다니까? 아니, 동민님 웃으세요. 하이. 치킨 잘 먹었습니다요. 치킨 쿠폰을 주셔가지고 겁나 맛있게 먹었거든. Thank you. 쿼드 롤드컵에서 젠지 상대로 캐리했다. 플라이퀘스트 젠지전에서 아직도 진짜 그 제리 미드 여러분 기억하세요? 진짜 초비 선수가 그렇게 쩔쩔매는 상황을 본 적이 없는데 코드 선수가 대리미드로 그 사일러스를 막 그때 엄청 했었던 거 기억하거든. 오. 그때가 스몰 더 미드, 트타 미드, 코르키 미드 이렇게 나오는 그 시절이었거든. 근데 그때 설마 제리 미드가 나올 줄은 아무도 몰랐어. 젠지도 당황했을 것 같은데. 그 다음에 이제 안 되겠다 해가지고 카사딘 그냥 꺼내버려. 앵그리 초비 나와가지고 앵그리 초비 카사딘을 그냥 막. 아 이게 진짜 근데 북미 팀 상대로는 그냥 무난하게 후반 가는 조합을 하는 것도 괜찮은 것 같은데. 그렇게 그냥 파밍할 거면은 리퍼보다는 막 다른 거였으면 어땠을까? 카이사 같은 거? 라인전 힘들고 어차피 막 그러잖아. 근데 물론 이렇게 될 줄은 상상도 못했죠. 신짜오가 바텀 동선 가서 바텀 봐주려고 했는데 오히려 막 난리가 나고 그 다음에 다시 한번 와주는 것도 아니고. Like, I Shinjao had to regang bot lane. That's the only thing. If something like that happens and bot lane is like didn't actually gain anything from that gank, right? They didn't actually gain any advantages. Then you have to regank the lane.
Living the dream, huh?
100%. 카르마가 바로 안 터진 게 아쉽다고? 아니, 카르마가 바로 안 터진 것도 그거고.
Okay. I get it now.
그거 때문에 타만 쓰면서 자꾸 시간 끌려서 세주 W까지 맞다가. 그러니까 그거를 그냥 호응해주려고 리퍼가 플래시 박으면서 평타했다? 에이, 그것도 원딜 플래시 그렇게 쓰면은 카르마 이즈 조합이 좋지 않냐? 아니 라인전에선 카르마 이즈가 당연히 좋지만 리포 니코도 충분히 할 말 많이 있거든요. 요리카면은 빈한테 안 질 것 같다고? 탑에서도 뭔가 빈 선수가 조금 캐릭터 풀어야 될 것 같아요. 제 생각에는. I think BLG needs to play like a carry top laner, no more tank duty for Bin. Like if they draft like Orin or something, it's gonna be so fucking doomed. Orin? 뷰어십은 걱정 안 해도 될 듯. 풀케 1라 승리 이거 진짜요. 그러니까 AL 상대로도 1라운드는 그래도 승리했었던 플라이커스기 때문에 확실히 이제 AL이 큰 형님이잖아. BLG는 작은 형님. Let's get out there and get game 2 FlyQuest. Inspired locks Fiddlesticks in game 3. They go up 2-0 to symbolize the nightmare. You mean game 2? Papa Smithy Gap. Papa Smithy Gap.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2025. We are in the middle of our best of 5 elimination series between BLG and FlyQuest. BLG wanted to come out swinging with On's undefeated Nico, which has now
Let's
been
cook.
defeated.
What are we cooking, guys?
FlyQuest up 1-0 in the series.
It's
T1이랑 젠지 둘 다 AL은 이기거든. 젠지는 이미 AL 상대로 이겼습니다. 그래서 T1도 충분히 이길 수 있지 않나. 특히 이제 T1이 BLG를 3대0으로 꺾어가지고.
I think that FlyQuest came in with the right approach, and the first thing I said coming into this game was I don't want to see FlyQuest get sucked into the playstyle of BLG, which is that they love to fight, they love to skirmish, they love to brawl. But the moment that they got 2 early kills by making a gank happen in the top lane, and then they responded to a gank in the bot side of the map, they started with 2 kills, and Inspired said, screw it,
My
we
perfect
ball.
pick games is
And
cooked.
immediately it's just
I mean, guys, don't be a game one Andy, guys. Only one game.
I think that they handled the pressure
We'll have to see how
beautifully because as a
second game
spectator, it's
goes.
stressful going from objective to objective to objective, but FlyQuest
TPA
navigated it
mention.
very well, and we'll see now how BLG
My
adapt
NA
to
blood
go
is
into
beginning
game
to
2.
believe again.
FlyQuest
Oh,
have always
okay,
been a
guys,
team that really
don't
on
old.
the same
Everyone is
page with
ulting.
how they want to play
Whole
the
chat is
game.
ulting, guys.
And a lot of that view does come from Inspire as a big leader
BLG
within the
정신
team.
차려야겠지.
And
여기에서
both him and
한 판 더
Whippo,
지면은 큰일 납니다,
attacking the
진짜로.
enemy flankers, attacking the enemy,
근데
on
우리
and
집이
Knight
아니고 남의 집
constantly
불난
looking for
거라서
those
좀 재밌긴 하네요.
advantages, then killing the team fights. Definitely was
지금 BLG가 아니라 T1이나 젠지가 당하고 있다고 생각해봐. 얼마나 끔찍해 진짜.
And we start to get a little bit deeper. The Galio ban, quite interesting, is going to
끔찍하네요,
raise the value
진짜로.
on that Rumble.
All right, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
Wow, they're just banning out quad here. That's crazy. 코드 선수.
general ban, and the Galio tells me they probably want to slam a Rumble first pick. They're forbidden.
Oh, they banned Rumble here.
And immediately FlyQuest picks up what they're putting
Knight
down to ban the
Banks?
Rumble alongside TF and Varus.
Pantheon makes sense. Pantheon makes sense. 판테온이 진짜 really the most broken, highest like ban pick jungler in the game. Pantheon. 신짜오와는 비교가 안 되는 성능이죠, 판테온이.
It plays with pushing lanes extremely well, and it's just such an incredibly good AD jungler at getting.
When are they nerfing Pantheon asking for a friend?
We'll see.
Inspire literally just open, honestly.
Exactly.
Inspire
Trying to
literally.
think of what sort of
Why is BLG always
you know,
banning 3
carries
main
can
champions
stay
even in
safe.
T1? I mean,
Now,
yeah, that's
Annie
faker,
Wukong
but
is
those
just
might have a
one
hard
of
time
those
to counter.
peanut butter and jelly
And-
combos that we have seen so frequently within the meta. Holy, let's go!
What the hell?
Kangas is here.
아니 눈갱 뭐야?
He told me that
What do you mean? I don't want to watch that. Hello?
It didn't say fly, it said fly 3-0. So he's got full faith here for the North American team.
해외
Part of the
해외
reason, though,
감성
that
미치겠네
Annie
진짜로.
and Wukong, we don't even like talk about it sometimes because it's so good. Is because
백인이냐,
it reduces
흑인이냐?
the value of the
초록인.
merc treads. When you look at Annie and the big AOE stun, of course, coming through, then people are going to want to build merc treads and tenacity to deal with the magic damage and the stun, and then Wukong
Rel,
complements that
Pantheon.
so perfectly
What are you gonna
with
pair that
the
with?
AOE knockup, and then of course the attack damage.
Maybe like a
goes
millionaire?
without saying there, so
Victor?
that's why that is one of the most
Victor
potent
into Annie is
combos there
pretty, like,
for
common.
team fights.
아니 페이커 선수가 보여줬던 Faker did destroy Knight's Annie with a Victor.
Victor is not one of
But the win rate,
That's
however,
not to say that he's a stranger to the champion, of course. Like many top mids around the world, he is a very good Victor player, but relative to a lot
Knight
of the
looks
picks that
angry.
he's especially known for FlyQuest, I think they should feel pretty happy seeing Knight on Victor because it doesn't quite have the same playmaking potential that so many other
후반
mid laners do.
가겠다는 거네. 그 라인전도 근데 나쁘지 않습니다. 후반 챔프 치고는 애니 상대로 팔이 길기 때문에 라인에서 애니가 앞으로 가서 Q 박으려고 하면은 그냥 E 긁으면 되고 막 그래서.
Jungle is threatening your lane and threatening Annie. If you have a Pantheon stun into a very easy gravity stun from Victor, that can pose some problems. So we'll see about that wave control mid. It definitely is set up here for BLG. As we see though, there's that blind pick Renekton. You know, we're talking about it last time around. Very good for Whippo, very good for FlyQuest, and now they're just
Fly's gapping the draft. They're literally playing BLG type of draft. BLG played this comp, Annie, Wukong, with a strong top laner. They had Rumble, but this time there's Renekton. This kind of comp they played into T1, and T1 played Victor. Do you guys remember that? Victor?
It's double support bans from BLG in the second half of the draft with Rakan and Alistar banned away, as FlyQuest will go ahead and levy their second ban up towards that top side as well, removing the Cassante option.
So, like, apparently Knight has very little games on Victor. Like, you don't really think of Mr. Knight playing
They've already
Victor.
got great engage. I'm curious as to what AD carry they could consider.
그 뭔가 나이트 선수
If they want a little bit more protection.
챔프 폭이 좀 막 저렇게 전통 메이지? 이런 후반 메이지? 이런 챔프를 하는 그런 선수가 아닌 것 같아서 뭔가 이니셜 해주고 막 버스트 딜 막 이런 스타일이잖아. Go next. Go next. Bin or in duty though. Bin or in duty? I mean, into Renekton, what else he play? Yeah, it's Orin duty for Bin. 근데 오른이 맞긴 한 게 미드가 빅토르잖아? 그러면은 오른이랑 페어링 하면은 진짜 후반은 오, 레나타 칼레스타. 레나타 칼레스타 loved it. 0 wins on MSI, guys. 0 wins on MSI.
part of the reason they
Who's
pick it
more
here
fraud,
is because the
Victor
Rel was picked so
or Renata
early,
Kalista?
You at least know that there isn't going to be
I think
some
Victor is
super
actually not
oppressive
bad.
double
Into
range
Annie, it's
lane
not
that
bad.
you're playing into.
빅토르가 근데 애니 상대로 나왔을 때는 진짜 페이커 선수가 했을 때는 정말 좋아 보였거든. 거기에다가 오른처럼 이제 탱탱하고 앞라인 잡아주는 애 한 명 같이 섞으면은. Yeah, BLG's comp definitely scales well. If FlyQuest cannot snowball and cannot end the game, and you start having to play into like level 16 Victor with Seraph's Embrace and all that, like Mertread Seraph's Embrace, Rod of Ages.
Really hard in the mid game, and
it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard.
Super skirmishy type of game, then this composition really thrives because in the 2v2s,
if Masu gets the first Kalista win, I'll cry tears of joy. Yeah, we're all gonna be like, I don't know. I'm not gonna cry, but I'm gonna be like,
so as long as FlyQuest can take the fights at the right time and place, then they definitely should have the edge.
And that's exactly why, Vedius, I say
it's gonna be absolute cinema, guys.
Is the name of the game for FlyQuest here. So they can utilize that
그렇게를 미드를 쓴다고.
in BLG and try and
근데
play to that mid game.
All right, let's do it. Can BLG's traditional powerful scaling comp outlast FlyQuest's big mid-game spike like you're
코르키 원딜 나쁘지 않은 것 같은데 MSI에서 코르키 원딜 생각보다 자주 나왔습니다. 맛없어 보인다 코르키가? 에이, 더 맛없어 보이는 거는 칼리스타 레나타가 영승 13패거든요. 그게 진짜 문제가 아닌가. 코르키 원딜은 그 나쁘지 않거든요. 승률 나쁘지 않아.
All right, while we're waiting for the action to start, we've got Laura standing by for an interview with I Will Dominate.
I Will Dominate?
Dom, thank you so much for joining me. Tell me how it's been the first game, the atmosphere, the FlyQuest win.
It's been amazing. I mean, I think Inspired literally played like a perfect
LPL
game. I don't know the
fanboy
last time I saw
dominate.
take over a game like that. Like, he just didn't miss an ult, and even if he did have an ult that like somebody had to flash, it was always good. So it was quite literally a perfect game from Inspired, but FlyQuest in general.
We have been used to game one
T1
so
hater
far from the West. So do you feel like they
LPL fanboy
so
T1 hater
to take the series?
I think so.
Faker,
and also they got
Faker
a lot
hater.
of champions out that BLG is particularly good at. Like BLG plays more MF. They play.
I want to see his reaction
more
when
Aurora,
Faker
and
carried
that I think
last World
could be
Finals
crucial for BLG later on in the series. So they got those out and they won.
into
It's
BLG.
like a perfect situation for FlyQuest so far.
All right, what about the draft? Do we like that Kalista? I saw your reaction.
No. I don't like the Kalista. I don't like
I
the
used to
Renata.
watch him
wanna
all
see
the
Bard.
time,
I thought
really?
that, like, Busio
Oh, man,
Bard could
that's
have been
crazy.
really good in this game. If they picked like Jhin and then Bard on 5, I would be really happy with that. I'm a little bit scared for the Kalista, not gonna lie.
Jhin and Bard though?
Dom,
Bard
so
mentioned
much.
by
I'm
Dom.
gonna let you enjoy costume and casters
No
back
way.
to you.
All right, thank you all very much. Dom, I'm right there with you, buddy. I think
He
most
mentioned
players are
Bard? Yeah.
concerned about
Bard
Kalista
mentioned.
at this point, given her performance so far at the tournament, but we'll see what Masu is cooking.
Just a general uncomfortable
Bard would have been
feeling.
nutty. Bard would have been really good into Victor, 100%. Kind of rough playing into Rel
Okay,
though.
we'll see about
But then
these,
again, Ona's been
dragon
kind of
stacks,
running
though.
it, so
Okay,
I think probably
of
not
course,
that bad.
as well, when you have the Wukong jungle, Wukong, of course, is going to be much more scaling than the
No, into
Pantheon
Victor is
has
really
a
good.
lot better early options. So FlyQuest also have to worry about some of the early jungle pathing there. Should just be the full clears for both of them, but definitely some options for Beichuan.
Yeah, and you can see the ward that FlyQuest
지투가
put in the
몰락을
enemy jungle. They
해가지고.
could see that Beichuan was starting on the top side, pathing towards bottom, so Whippo had the confidence to
지투의
go between the
왕국은
turrets
이제
and proxy that wave.
Yeah, and they know.
캡스
he's probably
선수는
gonna be
여전히
looking
잘하는데
around
이제
the
다 나머지가
bottom lane,
조금
bottom lane and
부족하더라고.
mid lane. So they should have Inspired Shadow and be just fine.
Getting pushed in by Annie is really interesting. Like, I don't even know if that's what's up. 애니한테 근데 초반 라인이 밀리는 게 맞나요? 제가 잘 몰라가지고. 초반엔 그래도 푸시가 좀 안 좋긴 하지, 빅토르가. 일부러 땡기는 걸 수도 있어, 근데. 50한테 갱 안 당하려고. 나 캡스 선수랑 초비 선수랑 맞대결 막 잘하더라고. 오히려 막 초비 선수가 살짝 힘들어하는 상황들도 있었어.
This could turn into a big battle very quickly. As Inspired going to use the Scryer's plant there, but he takes a ton of damage from Beichuan very quickly. Pantheon just such a powerful jungler, whether he's playmaking or
업글하는 하기 전까지는 힘들다.
And that's the
그렇구만요.
bottom lane visit that we were looking for from the junglers. So BLG will use that.
서로 근데 1대1 킬각은 별로 안 나올 것 같은데, 진짜로.
for him. currently, too, you have a proxying Renekton on your screen at the moment. So Whippo loves to do this because you get an extra 30 seconds when you get the minion wave ahead of time. And so he's moving in for a little bit of a timing advantage. Puts down his ward and...
Oh, immediately though, on and out, going in. Masu in danger. The Callista, the bailout could proc here as Elk tries to get away over the wall. The first blood is there. FlyQuest can't bail Masu.
No way, Busio got the kill! Busio!
To make it a 1-for-1, but now on hits the shattering strike.
Oh my gosh, though. Callista, Renata. This wave is kind of bad for FlyQuest though. 웨이브가 안 좋아 근데. Whole wave is gonna burn, but Quad's gonna grab it. Quad walked all the way down to grab the wave. That's huge because this wave is so fucking bad.
You want to get the bailout and then you use your rend to burst for the kill, but they were unable to actually get that kill. So big dub there.
아니 저거 원래 옛날 칼리스타였으면은 무조건 죽이고 오히려 코르키 잡고. 어? 뭔지 알지?
Things happen there as well. I think we saw Inspired steal
like
away the blue.
Old Callista would have gotten the kill there, got bailed out by Renata W, and then like
just beautiful engage.
You know, you can't even imagine doing this into the old Callista Renata.
Marsu's thinking to himself, if he can just get one more spear in, maybe that would be enough to secure the kill and come back to life. Whippo forced the flash.
Yeah, wow, Whippo taking a beating there from
How are you losing lane to Orin?
Teleport cooldown is still a very long way away.
Renata losing lane is not good.
In level 6 on the Orin.
Very bad.
Has the call of the Forge God ready to go. Whippo knows
이러면은 집에 갔다가 텔포 타려다는 텔포가 없어. No TP. He's gonna lose waves from that. It's gonna be level 5 still.
Yeah, Quad now taking a ton of damage himself as Elk valks forward, and FlyQuest mid laner now down to 200 HP. He didn't have to flash, but again, that's both
okay, it's over, guys.
FlyQuest being forced out of
Pack
the
it
lane
up,
they currently
NA.
occupy without a teleport.
Pack it up.
And I blame Callista. That started the rotations out. Now they're gonna rotate back.
They're falling apart now. They're falling apart.
Goes back to base first, and you look
전파
at
너무 즐겁다. 전 라인이 다 밀리는데 이렇게 되면은 every lane is losing now from FlyQuest.
I think there's a number of cascading things as well. The fact that the Wukong path bottom mirrored the Pantheon, and then Beishuan just said, no, I'll fight you, steals away both the Scuttle Crabs. You can see that he's built up a pretty healthy jungle camp lead, and then even though FlyQuest, the Wukong is continuing to
Can viewers ban Callista on behalf of their teams?
Bot wave control,
I wish.
jungle pressure. Oh, ulti drop just for a bit of trade damage.
If it could do that, then I would have banned like TF top lane.
Suffering a bit in the CS because of the little rotations.
TF top lane
but ultimately,
for
FlyQuest
T1
find themselves in a kind of losing a little bit of control in this early game. Now, it's not the end of the world. We talk about these first items being big spikes for these champions, especially Blade the Ruin King on Callista. And ideally, the Trinity Force on the Wukong
use
as
TF
well.
top aware.
So I think
his Vineyard on TF top is not that bad though. Okay, to be fair, T1 wins a bunch of their games in general. It's hard to have a bad win rate when your team is winning all their games.
Using that brush and the burst threat that comes from Hex Flash Rel on positioning far up, you can see some of the CS getting denied from Masu. He has to be very safe, just sniping from afar because Corki here.
Yeah, last year was like lane swap meta. Lane swap meta is super bad for TF.
Really is threatening.
All right, FlyQuest, we'll
no
see.
lane phase, so picking a strong laner makes no sense.
Plus, they also have the ward on blue buff, so FlyQuest are communicating right now, hey, Beishuan is not taking his blue buff. He might be looking bottom side.
FlyQuest has 0 damage this game? Yeah.
There it is. Beishuan arrives,
Oh, it's
and
over,
Busio's
guys.
about to die.
Beishuan
Masu
queued the air
wants to get
though.
away. Busio thrown back out on
Ooh,
top of
Beishuan
him.
queued the air!
Shake. Masu and Busio escaped the play.
What? He had a charge and power Q and they just queued the air. There goes your entire damage.
He's not on it, so they do act accordingly. It cost them their ultimates though, Vedius.
Certainly did. The clan's also expended. Whippo looking to continue his proxying ways and bin. He holds
이거 넘긴 거 좋다고. 오, 근데 판테온이 Q를 너무 막 사용했다.
But we're seeing another one of the weaknesses of not only Callista but also giving over the Pantheon. Pantheon is just the strongest jungler.
근데 저거는 웨이브 다 타기 때문에 이 정도면은 괜찮은 거 아닌가?
He knows how to operate this champion. He plays around his lane priority extremely well.
긴장했나봐. 이게 왜냐면은 Q를 그냥 사용해서 스택을 쌓으려고 하는 걸 수도 있는데.
BLG mounting a small gold lead here. here 9 minutes in.
I will say though, that time FlyQuest here had Inspired on the grubs, Inspired focused on the objectives, and that extra bit of experience is really nice for Wukong, collecting those. Looks like they should be able to steal away the blue as well.
LS doing 10,384 draft tweets a year to pick Kalista Renata 4-5 here. Yo, time to copy paste that into tweets one sec.
Early with this powerful late game scaling tank. I feel like Bin's loving the current state of things. Busio taking a ton of damage on with the big engage. Magnet Storm is out.
아니 개 구려. What do you mean? They survive, but they're gonna lose another wave. Oh, they don't even survive. They don't even survive. Oh, they do survive. Like they live, but like they're gonna lose waves again. They have to recall. 이게 아까부터 웨이브가 다 타서.
The coordination from BLG just slightly missing the mark.
How are you? They just fucking walk out again.
I
guess it could be worse. They could have died.
The plan from BLG here is to just shut this bottom lane down. Inspired using the clone early to get up to
Inspired
the
trying to help his bot.
He can catch anybody, but On has way too much health. There's no way for Inspired to find a kill there.
But BLG know, because of their strategy coming into this game, they're confident in scaling Victor, in scaling Ornn here. So as long as Basewan uses so much of his focus and this global ultimate you're talking about towards the bottom side of the map, if they shut down this bottom side for FlyQuest, then BLG do have a very good route in this game, especially because they were able to get that early dragon.
Feels like the game state feels great right now for BLG with this powerful scaling. Look at the scoreboard. You've got blue numbers, blue leads, BLG gold advantages in 4 out of 5 rolls. Yes, a lot of them are very small, but the 2 biggest leads are for Knight and Elk.
I will say on the 1-item power spike as we see Bwipo going in.
Yeah, we do have a couple of problems here for Basewan. Gets stunned up by Quad and Bwipo.
Well played actually.
FlyQuest find their
okay.
kill of the game.
FlyQuest is actually leading in kills now.
And I will say,
not too bad.
Power spikes haven't even come in for FlyQuest
Massive
yet,
Busio keeps surviving in 10 HP as well.
Time to actually operate as far as this
Yeah, they could have been super behind. Like they could have been like 1.5k behind, but
combo.
At least they didn't die. So
starting that one out himself and getting the job done.
Okay, so all 3 of those Void Grubs, like you mentioned earlier, went over to FlyQuest, but BLG did get that first Drake with the early control that they had. Second Drake going to spawn here in about 10 seconds as Bin had his hammer in the air to try to stop Bwipo's recall, but just a fraction of a second was enough to allow the FlyQuest top laner to complete his recall, complete his purchase. Black Cleaver online now as we check in on the status of teleports with this dragon about to spawn, and critically, BLG have both, FlyQuest have neither.
Also just want to take stock of these items because Knight with an 11-minute Rod of Ages, really nice timing on that itemization. The fact that we're seeing the Trinity Force Corki come out as well, I'm happy to see it return. We've been seeing a lot of Black Cleavers and Shojins. I just like the spike that it gives you. BLG already melting through this dragon. It's going to be uncontested. Like coming into this game, something we talked a lot about in the draft was we want to see FlyQuest looking to contest these dragons, but BLG have done such a good job in the early laning phase of putting pressure and delaying these item spikes from FlyQuest that naturally they're hesitant to contest for these neutral objectives.
Yeah, I mean BLG's focus on the bot side has given them so many rewards thus far. Let's see what FlyQuest can still do, though, as, again, we're looking at the Trinity Force for Wukong to get completed, as well as first item for
I mean, I guess it's not too bad for FlyQuest, though. It's really not too bad.
Looking forward to so much.
Okay, it's a little bit bad they are playing in the early game comp. Into Ornn and Victor, maybe you need a bigger lead, but... 근데 진짜 FlyQuest 같은 팀 상대로는 투비 선수도 카사딘도 그렇고 그냥 후반 챔프를 하는 게 제일 베스트인 것 같은데? 초반에 막 몇 번 죽더라도 뭔지 알지? I think into teams like NA teams, like Toby played Kassadin as well into FlyQuest, just play like a scaling champion. Lock in the Victor, lock in the Ornn. Because like no matter what, the game's gonna keep going until later. It's not gonna snowball to end really quickly. The games go a lot slower than LPL or LCK games. So.
14-minute mark, it should be an easy tower to knock over. Now FlyQuest are responding, but of course BLG are going to have that opportunity to get another reset up through.
So you get to scale for free pretty much.
On the map with a minute and a half until the Herald.
God, Knight also collecting that 4th plate down there. Just more money in his pockets on this Victor. This is the guy, when you look at BLG's lineup, you expect him to be a top performer. You expect him to come in clutch and be able to carry the games if given the resources. Just ticking over to level 11 now. He'll have the level 2 Chaos Storm for the next big fight. Quad, only level 9 on the Annie. Of course, about to tick level 10 as soon as he kills 1 or 2 minions here. But Knight definitely getting the better of the mid lane matchup in this second game. Beishwan versus Inspired 1v1. Inspired.
Okay, Beishwan is getting caught. Beishwan's dying, no? Jungle gap. Oh, Elgin lives, bail out. Oh my gosh, wait, they're angry. Inspired has no ulti though. Oh, BLG is angry. Look at that flash from BLG on. Oh, they go out. They live again. What is this? What is the TP? What is the TP for Quad? Oh my gosh, I was scared, but they didn't commit on that. Holy.
And so he stayed on top side, still pushing to get that tower.
I mean, that was still a 2-for-1. Beishwan just straight up died. Inspired said, sure, I'll take
this
one.
Guys. You're in Danner? Thank you, Danner, for the inspiration. Definitely didn't copy the homework. And Beishwan is just getting completely gapped today. Beishwan's getting absolutely demolished.
Just finished his Trinity Force, and he wanted to use it. But there you go. The Ornn call in does get there, and they get a counter kill.
I mean, if you think about it,
페이퍼 안 뜨는 게 신기하다고요.
so in terms of gold gained, FlyQuest is very happy.
저기다가 스킵 박으면 그냥 애니 터지는 거 아니었어? 애니가 별로라고. 아니, 빅토르 상대로 확실히 애니가 굴리지 못하면은 CS 차이 봐봐 지금. 40 CS gap in the mid lane. Look at that.
Is huge, and the Malignance now does make its way into Annie's pockets. Here we go. Now is the time where they can actually make some plays. Remember, they do have Whippo teleport ready, but Knight is in the bot lane matching him.
Okay, plate gold plus 2 extra plates, 250 gold there for BLG over FlyQuest as Quad and Inspired gonna find Bin here in this tribe rush. Inspired jumps in, the Herald still the focus for BLG. TP coming in to try to bring everybody here for the
fight. Can they? Oh, exploded! Holy moly, Inspired is just dead. Or is he? The monkey's spinning? The monkey's bailed out. Monkey's bailed out. They couldn't pick up the eye. They couldn't. Oh my gosh, wait a minute.
And now the Renard is down. Whippo's already lost his ultimate. And BLG.
Oh, the eye expired. eye expired. 방금 이거 못 먹었어, 근데. 그거 못 먹었어. 그나마 좀 다행인 거기도 하고. BLG's angry, yeah, they're angry as well.
Such a great angle onto both Inspired and Quad on the backline to set up for
Thank you,
BLG
Danner,
to start off on a really good
for the
fight.
inspiration on the tweet. Thank you.
Exchange, it wasn't enough to win out on the fight.
It's too funny though. Ellis always talks about drafts and then FlyQuest draft like this. It has to be like scripted, I think. No fucking way they pick Kalista Renata here. Renata's so useless, by the way. Renata가 너무 구려 근데. And Masa can't do anything, right? Kalista, oh, it ran out just in time.
You can see Whippo pop the dominance early so we could have the Fury building, but right there at the end when they try to re-engage after the Ornn ultimate.
The coach doesn't even look happy though. BLG coach doesn't even look happy. 배떡 안 나온다고. 아니 그냥 솔직히 BLG가
just didn't anticipate the Ornn ultimate to come out because that positioning that they just
조합이
didn't have the resources to
더 좋은
continue
것
that
같기도 하고.
fight. The result of that
칼리
is
르나타는
Firefly
그냥 하면 안
kills, the
된다.
gold lead
진짜로.
largely sits on the top side of that in favor of FlyQuest.
T1 젠지전에서 설마 T1이 칼리 르나타 하는 건 아니겠지?
BLG about to hit soul point, and FlyQuest are not anywhere to try to stop it. They're not rotating towards this. BLG are going to be in a great spot with this Drake stacking going forwards, working towards a potential Ocean Soul 5 minutes from now. And I do have to point out, it is a one-level lead, a full
1,000 international assists for
on.
9th player all time. That's crazy. You would think some kind of like LCK Pro or something would be up there. On's been playing a lot. On's been playing a lot. 온 선수가 진짜 베테랑 선수구나. 어시 1000개, 국제전 어시 1000개는.
And we're seeing a very similar story to what we saw in game 1 in terms of the gold right now. Quad in some danger, trying to play to the side.
100 games for Elk and 1,000 assists for On. Yeah.
He does not have that big team fight mechanism.
Angry On.
Boostio's thrown in the middle of everybody. The hostile takeover fires out, but On.
Rails engage! Rails engage! But inspired! Oh, never mind. It's over, guys. Masu just Oh, Renata W is so useless. Renata W가 너무 구대기인데 아무리 봐도 저거 진짜 구대기다. 살아남는다고 해도 그 상황이 애초에 그 W가 사용되는 그 상황 자체가 안 좋아. 뭔지 알지? I think the bailout Renata W is so bad because the fact that you even have to bail out in general, the fight is already doomed at that point. Why is your ADC getting focused and why is your ADC dying? You know? In order to get bailed out. Because you're just gonna fucking die again after the bailout completes. That's what happens every time, I think. It might be okay in the 2v2, but not even. Like earlier in lane, it was like really done. You know, On's engage was really crazy, and then Quad gets zoned out by the Victor ult. Quad can't even get close. Masu gets bailed out, but it doesn't matter. It just pops anyways. Quad has no passive stun, yeah. Oh man. Wrap it up, game 3. This one looking kinda doomed, guys. The problem with Kalista Renata also is it doesn't really scale very well, guys. It doesn't scale very well.
Resources in the fight. Like, it was very difficult for him to contribute that much more. And again, in these extended fights, BLG will just have the advantage. We talked about the scaling edge that they will have the longer this game goes, and with the lead that they currently sit on, with no dragons to their name, FlyQuest will find this game only harder and harder to play.
I said earlier that Knight was up 1 level without the Rod of Ages proccing. He is now up 2 almost full levels without it proccing. He will be
really hard for Masa at this point. I think the Kalista is just going to be completely out of the game.
But one thing that I want to draw your attention to real quick is the fact
that look at Quirky. 2 items, Triforce and Murumana. 너무 almost tier stat 360 거의 다 찍었죠. Quirky. 생각보다는 골드 차이가 골드 차이가 많이 나진 않은데 그냥 그 조합 차이가 그러니까 이게 조합 차이라는 게 그냥 골드가 예를 들어 1000골드 차이인데 뭔가 느낌상은 5000골드 차이는 나는 것 같아. 왜냐면 후반 챔프를 저렇게 뽑아놨으니까 후반 챔프 들고 이렇게 초반에 비빈다? 뭐지? 겁나 유리하네. 선수들도 느낀다니까. Alright, guys, go ratio my tweets. Wait, why? What happened? Get boss. I don't know why they still go for Kalista. Stats speak. 0-8? Kalista 0-8? Renata 0-5. Or 0-6, I think. Something like that. Angry Knight. Angry Knight!
Already 2,000 gold down, that's giving away the whole game.
Knight actually playing Victor? Look at his lead! GS 60개 차이 나고 있어!
Full control over the early dragons.
60 CS gap with Victor and Annie, by the way. Look, Victor has 239 CS, over 10 CS per minute. Over 10 CS per minute. 아니 진짜 CS 차이 레전드네. He's gonna flame Horizon the Annie suit. 아니 잘하면은 근데 플레임 호라이즌 나오겠는데요. CS 100개 차이 나겠는데? Knight took a book from Faker? Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even have tiers though, he's not even going to Zeros. Just going Rod of Ages into Bloodlet, of course. It just makes you tanky enough, you don't actually need tiers. Quad also can't play Annie. Oh really? Like Vikla also, I remember who played for LCS, Korean mid laner who played for LCS. Vikla had a hard time with Annie as well. 뭔가 애니를 코드 선수가 못한다고 하네요. 제 동료분들이. 애니가 좋긴 한데 확실히 이게 초반 챔프들을 다 뽑아놨는데 Busio! The combo didn't connect! Oh my gosh, bro. Okay, that ult is not too bad. Okay, never mind, it's doomed. Go next. Moss is just dead. Okay, not too bad. No one important died, guys. His Pyre trying to carry! But he's gonna die. Look at Knight. Angry Knight. Triple kill. Wait, it's pentakill. It's pentakill for Knight. Pentakill. Oh, Elk just ruined the... Elk ruined the... 아니 방금 펜타킬인데 저거를 먹으면 어떡합니까요? Like actually
BLG gets a 5 for 3.
It's Knight level
Elk
16.
took the pentakill! Why?
Cleaning everything up.
Why?
The start actually from FlyQuest trying to use the surprise onto Elk in the backside here.
Look
But
at
Elk
that,
makes
they
it
hard
just
engage on
over to
Elk,
the
but the
rest of
Elk
team. And
literally
then you
just
see
cleanse and
the
walked out.
Avengers assemble.
클렌즈 누르고 그냥
Just
걸어나가는데.
missing onto Elk was so massive as BLG respond with a
Oh my
beautiful engage
gosh.
from On1 again.
This inspired
And
engage
ultimate
was
from
good,
Bin
but too
immediately
little too late.
but
Imagine
just
this
look at
happened
Knight.
when they were
Full
actually engaging
HP,
earlier,
he
when
can
Kalista was
see the
alive,
angle
right?
where he can kill
칼리스타
absolutely
살아있었을 때
everyone.
만약에
Good to
50이
put
저렇게
the
궁
bird, he's
썼으면
taking
진짜
out On.
몰랐는데
Inspired is forced to flash.
and
If he
Knight
quickly
is just
get onto
flashing
Knight,
forward,
flashes
gets rid of
forward,
him,
he gets
turns
lasted onto
around,
Inspired.
kills
The
Quad.
laser takes out Quads. And Whipple does what he can. He comes so close to getting that kill. But the extra damage from Knight protects his AD carry for a little bit longer before he falls.
We're already back into the fight as Inspired
Inspired's
exhausted here in the
dead.
front line. Bin's just juggling him around, and FlyQuest have already lost their jungler. On his low and
Oh, wait!
middle of everybody as Base One
Oh,
has to
Knight
retrieve.
does so much damage.
To the
This
laser,
is
the
this
Chaos
go.
Storm.
This.
Who
Oh, it's a pentakill! It's a pentakill! Triple kill! Triple kill! No! Oh my God! Elk's took it again!
BLG tear FlyQuest apart.
Elk keeps taking all the pentakills. Knight is gonna get a penta
Masu
this
gonna
game.
try to get away
Oh,
from
he's so
this one,
dead.
But that's Kalista versus Knight's Victor, and it's not gonna look too good. You'd have to think Masu falls,
No
and Knight
damage!
secures the ace.
Knight
Angry
is
Knight,
a
angry Knight.
monster.
Angry
Regardless of the
Flavi
game
Knight.
state, he always finds a way to
The
have an
Kalista
impact.
damage.
And in this game,
아니
he's the
몸에 그냥
response that FlyQuest cannot
칼리스타
take
창이
down.
엄청 많이 꽂혀 있는데 고슴도 치처럼.
Here we're gonna see in our priceless
야
moment
노딜이야.
presented
아니
by
물론 못 크긴
Mastercard
했어도 빅토리가 너무 잘 컸다. Victor's just so fat actually. Look at how much damage he's doing here. 궁을 봐봐. Bloodletter curse Victor. Oh, that's disgusting. That is disgusting.
I mean, Knight just faces no threats. They can comfortably play the front to back.
나이트
And with
지금
the Pantheon and the I've forgotten the champion in the top lane. Ornn.
페이커서 4-level gap.
That guy. Their backline access is
Knight
so
got
strong
four.
that it makes
Knight
it
was playing
harder
Annie into
for the
T1,
Kalista to
BLG
play.
Knight, and
Knight, when you give him
he
this
was
much
playing
space, he just
into
takes
Faker's
over
Victor.
everything.
Faker 4-level gap
I
then.
love it. They call him the golden left hand of the
4-level
LPL,
gap
the
then.
left-handed player.
Now look at
He's
Knight
got,
into
4,000
quad
gold if you can
Annie.
kill him, though.
He's
So
the
you
one
gotta
playing
always
Victor now.
think when you're behind like
그냥
this,
애니는 하면
hey,
안 되겠다
let's set our
이거
goals.
진짜.
If we can kill Knight, that
100
is a
CS
large
gap
amount of
soon,
money.
guys. 100
That's a very
CS gap
tough
soon.
job,
I was gonna say usually you want to start with small achievable goals.
서포 애니급 모습이다. 아니 근데 저기 나이트 선수가 애니 했을 때도 똑같은 모습이 나왔었거든. T1 상대로. 그냥 애니 할 거면 빅토리를 배내야 된다? 그런 것도 맞는 것 같기도 하고. 5만 골드 차이? 5천 골드 차이, 5천 골드 차이.
Killing this guy is going to need to be a perfect engage from FlyQuest, completely catching BLG
Also,
unaware.
bro
But
could've run
BLG
away.
have
I mean,
not
at this
been
point,
playing like that in
it's
this
just
game
over,
too.
guys.
They've been coordinating very well.
It's
They're
really
having
rough,
a much
but
better game, and now they're going in after Whippo. Inspired's already here as well, and
Baseron
has jumped in.
1v4?
He's already lost his shield. Inspired is low from Knight's damage.
I mean, it doesn't even matter, does it?
Knight's already gone like
No
it's
way.
are both down,
No
but
way.
but it won't keep him alive much longer.
Oh, Knight is full HP.
Are so far ahead, and they're making sure FlyQuest
와 나이트
knows
선수
it.
그냥 걸어다니는 무슨 그건데? 최종 경기? 걸어다니는 그냥 레이저. It's like Knight is like one of those like fucking final bosses right now. A walking apocalypse.
Removing them before the fight can really be turned in FlyQuest's favor.
One laser,
a bunch of kills. They've set
and
their
you get
sights on the
deleted.
Baron, and they're looking to equalize this series 1-1.
I mean, Knight is gonna be 5,500
힘의
gold
차이가
ahead once they take this
느껴지십니까?
Baron. Every
빅토르
player
진짜
gets ready to
재밌겠다.
go
아니
for the
저렇게
Baron.
잘
With the Baron buff, they're gonna go and they will look to see
저렇게
the
잘 큰
FlyQuest
빅토르.
base.
와 이거
That
어떻게 막냐?
siege
다
is
한
not
번도 못 잡을
going
것
to
같은데.
take
I don't
very
think they're
long
gonna
to
kill
accomplish
Victor one
its
more time.
Objective BLG, they've got the Dragon Soul, they've got 7,500 gold lead. They are locked and loaded to end this second game.
My only disappointment is Knight. He is a man who is well read. He loves
Your
reading
Magi
books.
he want?
And he's got no Magi's in this game. 8-1-6 is the scoreline.
He's a team player. He's got his control wards, Betty. He's got to keep your control ward slot.
That he does. BLG now with the Baron buff. Surely you would expect them to set their sights on the base of FlyQuest. They're looking to get control over the bot wave. Top and mid already pushed in. But really, you just need to let Knight do the work. Keep chipping at the HP bars of FlyQuest, utilizing that E. you've got to be cautious about leaving him isolated. There's
4
always the
level
possible
gap
catch to
Satch.
the
Yeah.
Wukong, and he
Honestly, it would be like
wisely
5
turned around
level,
his
6
vision.
level, but
I mean, with
too
this
bad
Ocean
level
Soul,
18
the
is
siege
the highest
insane.
level
They
you
have
can
so
hit.
much range on BLG. They can
Imagine
constantly
leveling
be
is uncapped,
proccing
like
it, and
imagine
can
how
siege up
broken
at
that
these
would be.
towers over and over and over.
Knight is gonna be
and
like 10 levels up on
slowly
quad.
Whittle away, not slowly, quickly.
that's
they
a
can
wrecking
quickly
ball.
whittle away at the FlyQuest base.
FlyQuest has
빅토르
hit that
저성되면
point
죽는
where
게
it
이상하다.
just feels impossible
빅토르
to
그걸
deal with the
빅토르를
power
잡는다고
of
해도
BLG's
코르키가 그냥
composition
쓸어버리죠.
at
남는
this
애.
stage of the game, at this stage of a lead,
이게
BLG
문제야.
smashed through the first line of defense here in the bottom
이게
lane.
진짜
That
플레이퀘스트나
inhibitor's
북미 팀
already gone,
상대로는
and
후반
Knight is
조합을 하면
escorting the wave up mid
된다니까요.
lane right after. FlyQuest trying to deal with the empowered minions. Ben's just staying close enough to
그냥
keep
막
them all in
빅토르
chance
오른
with the
이런 거
bear.
하니까
While
너무
the remaining 4
든든하잖아.
players on BLG make very short work of the tier
초반에
3s early
킬을
mid.
좀
Now the
상대
second
팀으로
inhibitor is
스킬이 좀
already
가도
down, and
그러니까
FlyQuest
니코
are
미포 같은 거 했을 때
experiencing
킬
the
나오는
same
거랑 또
scenario
다르잖아.
that
니코
BLG
미포로 했을 때
through in
초반에
game
좀 막
number 1.
불리
Now,
킬
FlyQuest
상대가
will have to
좀
try to
먹네
make
이렇게
the
되니까
last
굉장히
defense,
불리해지기
and
시작했죠.
BLG will make it a quick one if they have their way. Elk firing some poke. Masu's already at half HP. First Nexus turret about to die.
베이션이
As
받고
Whippo goes into
나머지가 캐리해
dominance,
주는 게
and
정상이라고?
BLG happy to just wait it out and continue poking. The
선생님.
minions still alive. FlyQuest struggling.
그렇게 막으시면은
Whippo
안
is going to
됩니다.
lose his ultimate before the fight even starts. Beishwan goes in for quad. He tries to get away with a flash.
Beishwan's taking a
Still
launch.
burning him down, and Knight is legendary.
더블 킬, 트리플 킬.
You'll miss him.
엘크 트리플 킬.
Wipe him off the rift. A triple kill to Knight as Whippo gets away back into the fountain. He'll stay alive.
Whippo
but
is not gonna die.
Nexus won't. BLG even the score.
BLG come back in a very big way. Controlling this game, really good game plan. They identify the bottom lane, they attack the bottom lane. They
well,
keep
I mean,
mid lane down so
we already knew
much,
from
and it
draft
accrues
what's
such
gonna
a
happen,
large
so-
advantage that they honestly had an iron grip on that game.
I saw some comment or interview from
이제 웃는 BLG 첫 경기를 이기면은 나머지 3경기 지는 거는 붕들인가 이렇게 되면은 AL도 그렇고 젠지도 그렇고 첫 경기는 졌거든 항상.
BLG with a dominant performance here in game 2.
럼블 갈리오고도 나온다고. 럼블이 풀릴 것 같진 않습니다. 근데 I don't think they're gonna allow Bin to have Rumble. They're just gonna keep banning Rumble, I think.
No more Calista.
That is the best part about game 2 is that we cannot pick it anymore. Thank you, Fearless.
Thank you.
Did they not watch our segment in the beginning where you said, I don't want to see this? Actually, to be fair, you did not get Callista off
I
that
did.
board.
I threw it off.
You
I threw
did?
off Callista and TF. Those were my first 2 targets.
He was quick with it too.
So can you really boil everything down to
No.
a consequence of that or
No,
not?
no,
What do we see?
never. To me, draft is never, where the game is fully decided. But I do think Callista really struggles to get value, and I think BLG did a really smart job.
I don't understand how LS is literally part of FlyQuest, constantly talking about draft all the time, and then you draft like this? Callista Renata in such an important game, Elimination Series, at an international tournament, and you're drafting Callista Renata.
They're getting put off tempo, they're going down in CS, they're being put further and further behind. Callista needs to play with a lead, otherwise it's going to
Can
really
your cat
struggle.
just coach?
0-9, 0-6 for that bot lane right now.
Just to support the claim that you had already had made. And so, like, if we move back and take a look at the composition, you're completely right. Like, if you
아니 라인전이 너무 약해졌어. 칼리스타가 진짜 노프를 너무 많이
a
받아서.
lot of it is we are taking early fights. We're not going to scale as well. But the idea is that if we muck it up at the beginning of the game,
Draft it,
then we're
yeah,
just gonna be losing
100%.
on sides because we can't match
Give
the
them
victory,
something
we
to
can't
work
match the
with.
working.
Exactly, and I mean,
Give them
BLG
something
both
to work
games,
with.
they dominated the objectives early on. This time though, FlyQuest didn't have
LS
the
does.
luxury of
I
a
don't
big
think
advantage
LS does
and
consulting
scaling,
for FlyQuest
comp
anymore.
to actually be
I
able
know,
to
but he's
scrap
still
with
part
them
of
later on.
part of
We
FlyQuest,
talk
and he
about
always
Calista
talks with
Renata,
the
but I
players,
also have to say,
like
mid
Inspired
lane
and
was
stuff. Like he
absolutely a
always
problem.
talks with
They had
Buipo,
huge
Inspired.
gap in mid lane.
How are
Range
they
of
like
the enemy.
not?
Quad was 3 levels down.
How do they
Yeah,
not
I think
know
in
not
game
to draft
one we saw
this?
our BLG will try to skill check you, but they never really had the damage.
Also, LS
either
hates
because
Renekton.
of that, I mean, that hole in the mid lane, Knight was put so much more forward and he could put so much pressure on those skirmishes specifically. That makes it very hard to play for FlyQuest.
I mean, that's very true. I think, like, BLG as a team was on point about the fights and the engages that they were going for. And a lot of the times, when you looked at FlyQuest's side, they were either like a little bit too late
New
to
model
step. In fact,
Security,
we can just talk
hi.
about the replay
Hello.
that we'll bring up, the
Thank you.
HyperX Reflex replay,
God, you find
because
the
it
cute.
was a Rift Herald
Yeah, old
fight
model was
that
nice
Calista
too.
wasn't
She's
really
very
there
cute.
for.
But
She based so she can be able to
definitely
get
the
away
new
with the
model
Rune King,
has
so she
more
was really
ways
late
for me
this.
to express
And
myself.
already you can just see,
With like,
like, the
facial
initial
expressions
engage
and
that they
stuff, right?
had on Tribush to be able to like
And
try
hand
and
movement.
trap and fight BLG didn't work. Then you just have On
can do, like,
sitting in the
noodle
Rift Herald
dances.
pit, waiting for an engage, catches 2, and the rest of them just get rolled over by BLG.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is the struggle for FlyQuest.
And
is if the
game
initial
two-
part
game
of the
two
fight is
prediction
not
waiting
incredibly
room.
Dominant, then you don't
Oh,
really
game
have
3
much of a punch
prediction.
afterwards.
Game 3 prediction
Inspired had
waiting
a great
room.
early game again, but he goes in. They all put pressure on him. They have to use
Emote
the bailout
only
on him. He
chat
has
for
to
2
run.
minutes?
Masu is having trouble getting in there. Quad dies quickly, and then you're
No wonder you
all
guys are
eyes
spamming
on
emotes
Masu to
in
be
the
able to
chat.
make something happen. But the
That'd be
front line of
cool.
BLG played it really, really well.
That'd
The
be cool.
Ornal comes out. The Pantheon is in his face. As they know, as long as they're putting pressure on Masu, no one's gonna kill Bin. It's just
To be
not
fair,
happening.
just
The
because
focus for me
he talks
whenever it
about
comes to
draft
FlyQuest
doesn't mean
is the
they
setup.
listen to
The
him.
setup for that one that we didn't see at the replay was the fact that, like, you're right. Like, I think that Inspired had a
Oh
really
man.
good game in general at the beginning of it. He was in the Tribush alongside Annie, but Kalista and the rest of the team was
That's
at base
crazy, though.
because they wanted to take the
That's
fight as late
crazy.
as possible because they didn't have the Blade of the Rune King because of the early
아니
game when
마스
everything
선수
kind
너무
of pointed to
잘하는데
each other.
그런 픽을 왜 하냐고 진짜로.
Yeah.
Eric's trying to coach him, but
assist. He just knows how to pull the trigger, and I think it all came together beautifully. Not in the least because of Knight. I think he couldn't effectuate
pick Bard
kind of
every
what he
game.
wanted to in the first
Honestly,
game. I think for all
if
of
they
BLG,
pick Jin
though,
Bard,
they needed
they
a
win, right?
confidence game like this after how game 1 went.
Honestly, he
JK.
even played really well in the Aurora game.
Bard
So,
and
like, I think
Terrell
he
is
just had
rough, guys.
2 great games
Bard
in
and
a row.
Terrell is
This
very
time
rough.
He just had a team around him, and a lot of the fights just looked really dominating because they
I
could
think
not fight into
Busio
the
might bring out
I'd
the
also
board
say he
though.
had a great matchup. I mean, I think Quad held up really, really
True.
well.
Busio
You know, in
board
game
waiting
number 1,
room?
he had the Talia, that's absolute comfort. Not
아니
that
근데
he's
이번
not
판
comfortable
진짜
on
나이트
game, but
선수
Annie
억울한
can struggle with
게
some of these long-range
계속
deployments
펜타킬
because he's just
각이었는데
getting
계속
poked away at.
어?
And it was this
원딜
big
놈이
experience
키를 다
that was
먹잖아요.
opened up by Knight. I mean, Masu, I think piloted
에이크가
the
키를
close
다
to that, played the
먹어.
fight as well as he could, but
Every
it was so
time it's a kill
incredibly
angle,
difficult when you're
it's a
this
pentakill
far
angle for
behind.
Knight,
Knight
and
was
Elk
so
just
tanky,
yoinks it
had
every
the early
time.
Roa. I mean, look at the build. It's
Ugh.
Bloodletters, Roa, Zonias. He's
Yeah.
putting
Game
out
3
so
who takes
much
bar
damage.
2
He's
wins?
3-4 levels up on
Actually
people,
Knight?
and he is just in your
Holy
face.
Knight,
You
I think
cannot knock him
you're
down
right.
quickly.
They absolutely shut the door on them. We're going into game
On
3.
or
Maybe they
Busio
wanna
might
bring the
lock
board
in
back because we
the
talked before
board
the
though.
series about a lot of things that maybe we wanted to see or did not want to see.
Using the Chovy
So
pose.
let's see what the-
어, 초비 선수 그 포즈인데?
Pantheon's out. I don't know who just lost.
Chovy pose, but instead of doing this,
I'll bring it back up.
instead of doing this,
I like
Annie is
Trundle.
gone. Victor is gone.
like the prayer.
We have played.
Nico's gone, Renata's
Like, how
gone,
come the tracking
We
is
have
not
played
working?
Nico. We have played
Oh,
Renata.
okay.
We have played Rel.
Yo, see what's
Yeah,
rising in
I'm liking what I'm
priority.
seeing
I'm
here.
looking at it.
I'm
Tracking
looking
is so
what I'm
freaking.
seeing.
Bardo!
What you're selling,
Yeah?
Busio Bard was looking really, really nice. Honestly, like I said before,
Pulled
I don't really
it!
want CTF. I think it can work, but I think TF is so hard to execute on that I don't think it's worth it. Play towards simple win conditions. I think
아,
both
요즘
games,
진짜
the team that won was one
핫하죠,
that had kind of a
다들.
very straightforward idea of how they wanted to play. I think prioritized getting some forms of engage and then being able to make it happen.
So, FlyQuest, they're on the red side for this next game. We just laid out kind of what
Bordeaux
they can
to
do.
save
What do you
the
think
day?
they're reserving that R5 for?
I think the fact that they're going to go to red side, I would expect to see a Bwipo special. It is interesting to me that Bin comes in here. Bin in the past, we'd be expecting him
손이
to be
아니라고?
going in on Camille, on Jax, on all these kind of picks. Game 1 Sion, Game 2 Ornn. I feel like Bwipo is going to see that and say, he's not feeling as confident. Give me something here, and I'm going to try to slam him.
Yeah, and I mean, that's pretty much what it is, right? Like, the super counter pick is always what I feel like Bwipo has been great for. Seeing the entire composition, that's why I didn't take away the Cho'Gath. I love that Cho'Gath.
Little
He
board
goes
with the
into a
champion
Yorick or
magnets look like
something and
it'd
he
be
just
so
plays the
fun.
insane
Imagine
tank.
having that
Yeah,
IRL.
let's see what Bwipo has cooking
You can make
for
it-
us in game
you can make
3
it
when
IRL.
we come back.
Bye, Febby. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, I guess coming up next, game 3. BLG, Angry BLG unlocked. Angry BLG unlocked. When is Yunara coming out? I'm waiting for Yunara so I can permaban her. JK. MSI 칼리스타 9전 0패. 아이가 9전 0승 0패가 아니라. 어떡하냐 진짜. How's literally giving AD? I haven't reached punch. Oh, literally does a lot of AD, yeah. They've been playing top lane Italy for quite a while, I think. Keijo's doing a speech on stream. And Kalista is I don't know. Champion is officially dead. Like, can pro teams stop playing Kalista? Like, 그러니까 프로에서 아무리 좋다고 해도 칼리스타가 이 승률이 안 나오고 있는데 그걸 계속 픽하는 거 그냥 솔직히 떼쓰는 거지. 응? 근데 뭐 억지야 억지. Thank goodness it's fearless with Flyke went through. Actually, they actually did deny a BLG's comp as well. BLG loves playing Wukong. Beachman loves Wukong. And Knight likes Annie, like, you know? Get it out. Oh, plan, guys. Everything is okay. And it's also deny Bin's Renekton. Speak 5-head. 칼리 핑퐁도 좋아서 나쁘진 않다고? 옛날에는 그랬는데 칼리스타가 사람을 찢었을 때 옛날에는 진짜 사귀었는데 너프를 너무 많이 받았죠? 너프를 너무 많이 받았어. The nerf colors many times. It just doesn't hit the same. Doesn't hit the same anymore. Champion just doesn't do enough damage.
Lock in with LOL Esports. Customize your setup with champion-inspired themes.
칼리스타가 오브젝티브 하나는 잘 먹는다. 하지만 거기까지 가는 그 과정이 초반 라인전이 너무 약해졌다요.
Only on the browser for legends. Download Opera GX.
Bin, please don't play tanks. That's what I'm saying, Peach. We need Bin on a carry champion. That would be great. Bin Jack's waiting room. Start playing Aphelios? Anything. Aphelios is Doggo Aphelios, we all remember that. I don't know, guys. They are a curse in MSI, yeah. Just really bad, I think. I think the most latest nerf on Kalista just made him unplayable now. 다들 들어가자. I want to see some boost your bar gameplay though. 진짜 T1이 근데 젠지전에서 막 칼리스타, 르나타 이런 거 하는 건 아니겠지? 뭔가 불안해 근데 T1이 또 조합 되게 이상한 거 들고 올 것 같아서 나올지도. 와 진짜 그러면은 너무 멘탈 나갈 것 같은데. 지금은 남의 집 구경이라서 솔직히 뭐 칼리스타, 르나타 나와서 지든 말든 상관없긴 한데 저거 좋아 보인다 멸망. 칼리소폿? 야 칼날비 근데 노프돼가지고 칼리소폿은 탑 순수 차이로 6,600이 난다고요? 그마가 포지션 잘 잡아서 라인전 약해도 교전은 잘하지. 아니 근데 CF 상대로 칼리 레나 해가지고 된통 당했잖아요, 발그레님. CF 상대로 그랬는데 젠지 상대로 칼리 레나 탈한다? 와, 제발 그러지 않아줬긴 해. 제발 그딴 거 하지 마세요, 제발로.
Yeah, Pantheon is
Nicker loading in. Draft.
And now he is gone, along with the Kalista that I'm sure many are excited about. So as we get into the draft powered by Omen and HyperX, let's see how things shape up. FlyQuest electing to be on the red side. So they're targeting towards Quad. They're trying to limit that pool a little bit by removing the Casio, taking out the Azir, in response to the Varus and the Twisted Fate coming through.
These are the exact same starting bans from game number 2. BLG, again, all 5 going to be the same now as they continue banning out the standard Azir, the pocket pick Casio for Quad, and the Galio that can be used as the counter pick to a blue side first pick Rumble from FlyQuest.
Same ban.
Immediately banned the Rumble here because they're saying they know what
Azero and
BLG wants to pick for the top lane. We'll see if they do it again now.
쿼드 선수 집중되는 근데 이외다. I mean, Galio bans is for top lane actually, not just quad, by the way. They wanted to pick Rumble, but then Nuke Dog is like, no. No Rumble for you, no Rumble for you.
Guess what mid lane champion pairs nicely with the Vi?
Do you want to break up the Ahri Vi?
LPL Chinese Vi.
Well, that's the question, because think back to the top of the day and what the analysts
LPL, LCK Vi's do hit different, I think. Like Canyon and Vi definitely felt different than like other region Vi's. 아리 바이, 요즘 아리 되게 안 더워요, 발그레님. 아리보다 오로라가 나오는 그런 추세긴 한데 오로라 이미 픽돼서 아리가 나올지도?
Yeah, straight from the bottom side here.
I think we might actually see Orianna or some shit. 설마 오리아나 나오는 건 아니겠지? 오리 바이들 되게 콤보가 군 콤보가 굉장히 강력해서 Knight going through his faker arc, he's gonna lock in the Orianna. He plays Victor game 2, game 3 Orianna.
So there's quite a few layers here with this Ryze pick, because firstly you'd think, okay, you want Tahm Kench and you want Poppy. Why? Both fantastic champions into the Vi specifically. But at the same time, mid lane has been pinched extremely hard.
Oh, so Bin is done playing tanks, guys. It's over. I have a feeling B-Boy's gonna die a lot into this Gwen pick.
So I quite like the approach. The problem is we know what's gonna come out.
Ahri pick for Knight! Ahri 1 win 7 losses, guys, it's winnable! 아니 근데 아리 지금 1승 7패인데?
Crazy. You could say he's pretty good.
1 win 7 losses? That's crazy.
What they compliment, because they also were hovering over the Gwen.
아니 오로라는 승률이 좋거든요. 근데 그래서 오로라 바이 막 오로라 나피리 막 이런 게 나오죠. 오로라 판테온. 요즘 아리를 오로라가 대체하는 느낌이긴 했는데. Oh my gosh. Ambessa. Krogla Doran. Ambessa.
And the reason I like this is because you have two solo lanes that both benefit greatly from
빈 선수가 탱커를 하다가 이제는 캐리 챔프를 꺼냈는데 과연 어떨지. So I think they pick Ahri because they don't like Orianna definitely is more susceptible to ganks compared to Ahri. Ahri does have ulti, so that and the fact that Knight is just more comfortable on champions like Ahri. He likes playing Vex, he likes playing Annie, he likes playing Ahri. These champions. Playmaking champions, a lot of bursting.
That is probably like the highest value you're gonna get out of a pop.
국제전에서 티모 나오는 날은 롤 멸망의 날이라고. 티모가 근데 국제전에서는 모르겠지만 그때 옛날에 SK 탑에 티모 한 판 했었는데 큐베 선수인가? 큐베 선수가 나를 상대로 티모 꺼냈다가 털렸었던 기억이.
I think a lot of people don't want to see him on something like this, so you ban it away to make sure that BLG can't pick it, and it's not
they're banning Bardo! 하드 팬이다요! Bardo! BLG 나쁜 놈! Punch BLG가 boom, boom, boom.
In game 2, BLG aware of the possibility of this pick and how
effective
Busio has been on the champion. Its ability to punish flashless champions. Once you use that mobility, you become easy to lock down. It just
into that calm, Vi ulti, or just like boom, temper fate, freeze everybody in place, give us Zonyos, Vi doesn't do anything, GG. 바즈공이 근데 바이공 카운터라서 제가 누차 말하지만 바이가 겁나 띠꺼워요, 바즈가.
And those defensive champions that pair well with Ascena and can shut down what BLG are showing.
바드는 너프 당해야 해. 너무 사기야. 아니 선생님 저 어저께 솔랭 돌렸다가 개같이 3연패 했거든요. 아니 오랜만에 롤 하니까 진짜 이상하던데. 정신 없어가지고 아예 그냥 개 못했어. 와 씨. 아니 몰랭을 해놓고 점수가 떨어지면 어떡하냐고. 티모! 럭키를 티모 서포트 오케이 nevermind. Oh, Whippo is not messing around. Whippo's not messing around, guys. I mean, look, they're scaling. FlyQuest scaling way better. Look at that. Ryze is scaling. Gangplank is scaling. Senna scaling. 이번에는 근데 플라이퀘스트가 후반점을 꺼내 들었는데 후반점을 했다고 막 라인전이 약하냐? 그것도 아니야. 갱플랭크가 버프를 알게 모르게 많이 받아서 라인전이 막 오 굉장히 부대기다 이런 느낌은 아니거든. 돌진 좋아. LPL's favorite comp. Go in, CC, engage, just you know what I mean? I mean, yeah, no wonder they banned Bard. Nolan certainly also gets countered by Bard's team. 상대 너무 들어오는 조합이라서 근데 이게 진짜 빡셀 것 같은데? I think FlyQuest comp is really difficult, but Alistar rounds it out really well. I think Alistar is a perfect pick here. They really needed something like very tanky, has some CC to lock down Kai'Sa when Kai'Sa flies in, to lock down Ahri when Ahri goes in. 그러니까 이게 뭔가 알리스타처럼 이런 템포가 딱 필요했는데 이 정도면 나쁘지 않은데? 플라이퀘스트 조합도 충분히 할 말이 있지 않나. We will have to see how the fights turn out. But I think this is comfort pick for BLG. This is exactly what BLG likes to play. Chinese Kai'Sa is also very scary. For some reason, Chinese ADCs are crazy on Kai'Sa, by the way. 중국에서 제일 뭔가 카이사를 되게 잘 치는 원딜들이 많죠. 갈라, 제키러브, 호프, 에이크 선수 카이사까지. 세나가 살 수 있을까? 일단 알리뽀삐가 잘 지켜주면서 뭔가 받아쳐야 되는데 과연 어떨지. T1 Legend?
Knight's Ahri was crazy good. He was still finding incredible angles. He was saving so many team fights. And I feel like that this game has to be about
What do you mean? We beat the Knight Ahri though.
BLG, they have
okay, but Knight Ahri was kind of fun. I think 8 kills on Ahri.
Ahri, Nautilus, the lockdown, the pick potential,
Kill
the
Knight.
follow-up, it's all there. But for the side of FlyQuest, you've got Poppy.
바텀 싸움 재밌다고.
Kobe was just talking about. Ryze has some
저는
potential.
그 갱플랭크도 재밌을 것 같은데. 갱플랭크 좀.
These objectives and they have with
Wide
Ascena, they're gonna need more time. So they're gonna have to weather the pressure from BLG early if they want to stand a chance here in Game 3.
Ooh, it seems I've just been informed we have a pause. There is some sort of a peripheral issue on stage. We'll see. Hopefully that can be resolved
There was some Callista still stuck on his mouse.
Oh, yeah.
So they have to go clean the Callista off.
The
I think is what happened.
Masu the
boss.
bosser.
Scrub that away. You don't want any lingering remnants of a 0 and 9 champion.
White people. White people.
It's very important to know. We got to make sure that we have no Callista left.
So many of these signs that I just read. The first one is Masu the Bossu just doesn't rhyme. Okay, that's that. Just want to get that out of the way.
You shut your mouth. He's the boss. Okay,
he can be the boss. Doesn't rhyme.
Masu.
Okay, second one.
We got the U at the end.
I've been living in Berlin for
What
so
rhymes
long.
with Masu?
When I saw Wide Whippo, I actually read it as V-Day. Started reading it in German. Anyway, a lot of great signs in the audience.
That's a U problem.
That is a me problem.
I don't know how to speak any German.
I like that sign. Masu the Bossu.
I don't know. Masu the Bossu? Masu the Bossu.
American accent, I can hear it.
It's a U problem. So that's 2 Vedius problems out of 2
Thank
problems.
you guys, I've learned.
Nicer!
We're here to
Masu! The
my
Nicer!
friends.
That's a good one. Nicer is great. Whippo is the goat? Okay, that's a lie. That's a lie.
Surely.
I don't think that one's meant to
No, Nicer is great actually.
I don't think
Masu
that one's
the
meant
Nicer.
to have some
We're gonna need
Masu
a
Nicer.
Can we get
Nicer
some
Masu.
on Vedius? Something is wrong with my Vedius.
Okay, we'll have to make sure.
Okay, we're finally loading it. Let's go.
Now we are into the game. time for game number 3. Here it is,
3경기
best of 5. We're
시작.
tied 1-1 so far.
Set 3.
As FlyQuest again, even after the loss last time, they're choosing to stay on the red side. We'll see if that ends up favoring them as we check out our runes. It is a summoner's spellbook for On compared to the Aftershock for Busio. So more combat power for the FlyQuest support.
Okay.
BLG make their way
BLG
into the
putting
enemy jungle.
Gangplank on weak side, is that what it is?
Tried and true strategy of just getting clear information of the early game plan coming through from BLG. And while there is a bit of a response, oh, actually not much response, very little vision invested on the side of FlyQuest. But as we jump into game 3, I think it's important to acknowledge 144 international games played. He passes both Maple and Peanut for the
풀케가
seventh
레드를
all
선택했다.
time. The man has
카운터픽에
become
더
a staple of international
이점을 준 것 같은데
Oh no.
Run into another
아마 갱플랭크 같은 챔프를 꺼내려고 한 것
It's still
같아요.
in there. I swear, it is so hard to remove. You got to get it out of every little crack.
Use one of the
0-9.
Yeah, use one of those like compressed air duster things. Just get Callista out of the game. All right. Hopefully we can get
Talking
this
about
fixed
compressed
here
air
real soon.
duster, I actually do need to
And
clean
we'll
my
see.
computer.
You know, we'll see if
I need like
Flippo
one of
on
those
his
like spray
Gangplank
thingies,
here,
air spray.
if you didn't hear during Champ Select, like he actually, I don't know if we can see it. There, right there, the Gangplank
And clean my
sword,
computer that way.
with on fire, by the way, with the passive, is the tattoo that he got on his arm. Of course, Kiaya.
Speaking of EU laziness, G2 have played more solo queue than any LCK LPL team, almost double the number of games of most teams. 4,000 games vs 2 to 2.3 thousand.
Looks like
Oh, 2,000 only for LCK LPL?
Peripheral issue as before.
I'm looking at the post right now. I'm looking up.
It's still in there.
It's the Callista.
They only scrim 3+3 on a single best of 5 per day. Why do our teams waste their time playing with randoms instead of team
Rend
practice?
the max chords apart.
Make sure that you get all of it out. Everybody seems pretty relaxed mostly though. Hopefully this should be pretty quick as we try to find exactly where we're going to plug that in.
I may not be a pro player, I can say with confidence
Do you guys
that
agree?
having a functioning mouse, quite important.
They have double the amount of solo queue games as LCK LPL pros.
You know, when I used to,
So Tabe did an
play
interview
back
with
in season
Casual,
2
by
with
the
one of
way,
my
and
buddies
Tabe
that,
literally
I got
said
into the game
they
with.
just
He only played
scrimmed
Darius and
3
he only
blocks.
played on a trackpad.
3 blocks of scrims, meanwhile EU is scrimming only like 1 block, or maybe 2 blocks.
I was gonna bring that up, but I couldn't remember his exact name.
I wanted to say it's Kurt,
that sounds correct.
Yeah, inflated solo queue number does point that they have less time, like they're not in scrims, so they spend more time playing solo queue.
Some people just have the skill to get it done, but
3
luckily
blocks
we
is
have
common sense to me.
I
I don't know.
To get this
I
fixed
mean,
so nobody
there
has
is
to
definitely a
fight.
region gap,
I am old
and
as a
EU is like
gamer because
underperforming,
these
so maybe
days
this is a
most people
problem.
use wireless mice, and
Solo
I just
queue,
don't trust
I mean,
them.
Chobi's not even
Because
playing
when
any
I
solo queue.
started
Chobi
adopting
played
that
4
plan
games
that
of
we
any
used to
solo
have,
queue,
I just
and he
can't get away
never
from
touched it
these
again.
days.
He's playing
Apparently
arena.
they're not good.
Chobi's just playing
I just
arena.
gotta plug in, that's what I trust.
Carrier
Tried and
is
true,
just
plug it in,
playing
it
random
works like a
champions in
charm.
solo queue, but he also barely
the
plays.
Perfect, like quintessential grumpy old man for sure, though. I think you
Maybe
became
solo
a
queue is just
grumpy old
really
man at the age
useless.
of, like,
Solo queue is
22.
useless, guys.
Not wrong, not wrong.
It's pretty young to be
Ambition
a
won
grumpy old
Worlds when he was
man.
Diamond 1 in solo
So what
queue.
do you ascend to after that? Then? If
Ambition
you're
won
already grumpy and
Worlds,
old at
Samsung
22,
Galaxy
he's-
Ambition.
When you guys
When he
were
was
like,
Diamond
you know,
1, and he
excited
barely
when
played.
things happening after a cast, everyone's
Beryl
like,
was
"Great game,
Beryl
let's
was
go
also
out and
like a
have
hard
drinks."
stick
I'm
Masters
"How
player
about
when he
we
won
go
Worlds.
And we go inside and we just not talk to each
Uncle
other.
Venius
and
is
it's-
back.
Like solo queue just gives you bad habits apparently. Carrier says in an interview that solo queue just gives you bad habits.
Okay, we've.
All right, how many
Because like
mice
the
did we
game
have
just
to clean,
doesn't
though?
play out properly.
I was informed we were on number 3.
Because that's.
Because
I
everyone
mean,
just
I guess
running
it
around.
Just, like, splattered across all the.
Meanwhile, those freak donuts are playing 4 scrims blocks a week. I know, like LR actually just playing so many scrim
Feels like
blocks.
an
I'm
efficient
always
solution.
surprised.
Just keep plugging mouse.
And they scrim on scrim. Yeah.
We tried a joystick.
Oh,
Better
man,
was
yeah,
busy
what if
with
we use some
Genshin.
old school arcade controller or something. Might make it a little bit more difficult.
Genshin player.
I think it would only work if they were playing Yugi.
I'd rather
could
rather
go
put a
to
limit
the,
on LCK and LPL being best.
The
A
rumored
guitar.
WASD.
Ah,
That's what
true.
Oh, yeah,
15 hours of practice? No, they don't actually practice 15 hours. 3 blocks of scrims probably take like what? How long?
Did not work. So
Like
it
9
seems like it's
hours.
not just a mouse issue. Callista has still infected the computer itself.
I love how you guys have just both collectively agreed Callista was the problem. Okay, guys, we have to find a way to
I don't
solve
know
this
what else
problem.
it could be.
She's
Vegas.
gone, guys. I don't know how to tell you this. She's
We're not
gone.
bitter. You know, we're not scarred. It's fine. It's totally
Yeah,
fine.
I have no lasting mental scars from Callista gameplay at MSI 2025.
We could easily let go of that right
let
now.
that go. You
If
can let
we
that go.
wanted to, we could just let go right now.
All right, cool. So from moving forward, that champion will no longer be named.
I think
But
Nemesis,
what do
Crowley,
you
and
think about
Reckless is the
3
most
mice in a
insane
row all
combo
have
of champion
problems?
meta
That's
knowledge.
crazy, no?
Computer issue.
They're so freaking smart.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be more than just the mice at that point. There's no
At some
way
point,
all
the
of
Yeah,
these mice-
100%. Low start donors is like winning all their games for a
Personally,
reason.
we're not responsible for
People say
troubleshooting,
talent, but it's
so
also like hard work
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't know.
along
I
with
mean,
a very
I'm
smart
pretty
brain.
amazed.
Take it out, plug it back in.
turn it off, turn it back on again.
Smart
I
brain.
mean, that's the tried and true. That's what works.
Although I
for
do want to see them
everything.
compete in LEC
I
against
know.
like top of the top teams
My PC
in
has,
Europe.
like 8 different USB ports, so I'd be going
Because
through
I
all the different-
genuinely
Oh,
think
you
they
just
can
check and
like
see.
win
Sometimes
games
if
into
I
G2
have
and
some
stuff.
piece of
Like I
technology
really
that
think
doesn't
so.
work and unplugging and plugging it back
I've been
in doesn't
watching
work,
like
sometimes I'll just
all
smack
these
it.
tournaments, so
Like you just give it a good, you give it a good thump, and
And I'm
sometimes
the unk, really?
and sometimes it'll work.
You know
Just
what?
like-
You can
did
have
he
multiple
actually
unks.
say unk?
Something just is
Unk?
like a little bit out of place.
Really?
We
but
might
then it
be an
works.
unk trio.
We might
actually.
be.
Wait, what is your uncle?
Everyone on this
trait?
cast.
I am just old. I am just actually old.
Okay, so you're actually old.
Okay,
Vegas wants to stay in the hotel
You
room.
know I'm in my 30s too, right?
I hit stuff to fix
You
it.
know, did you guys ever wiggle?
Even
the
if you
accent
look at
on
LCKCL,
TVs?
being good
Did
in
you ever
LCL
play
doesn't
that?
translate to being good in LCK.
2010.
But then there's players like Diablo.
Cyber Games champion
Diablo
right
just
here.
popping off in
Medal for North
LCK.
America. Okay.
And then we have fucking Chovy who came up from
Hell yes, that's
LCKCL.
what I like to hear. All right.
Like, you guys
I'm being
forget,
told
like,
that
Griffin
we are now getting ready checks.
and
Whatever the
Showmaker,
problem with the
world
mouse
champion,
was, whether it was a physical problem, whether
Canyon,
it was a software problem.
they all came
we
up
know
from
it
the
was
B
a
League.
Callista problem, and now it's fixed. We are into the game.
Yeah, sometimes like
No, Kobe said if we
good
wanna let go, we
prospects
can, and I don't
from
want to.
I
B
would like
League
to
do
make a
fail,
personal
but
request. Let's get someone out there and buy 10
they
more
do
mice
convert.
right now,
A
just
bunch
in
of them
case.
do convert
Yeah.
their
Go to the
skills
mouse
over
store.
to main
Get
team
some
as well.
tickets.
20.
Make sure that
We're
we're
in,
ready
yup.
as we are ready
Here we go.
to finally
Game
get
3.
Game 3 underway as the minions are about to collide. Masu on this Senna in this game. This is a huge
Baby
scaling
Trovio
pick,
and Griffin
and we'll
was
see
like
how well Flycast,
the crazy
Flyquest,
days.
excuse me, can protect him.
Viper.
Got some in his mouth now.
Trovy,
Because remember,
Dora.
the whole BLG comp is dive, dive,
Tarzan
dive.
as well.
Now we have to talk about Masu.
Taurus! What the hell?
I swear, if they get in my ear,
Remake! Remake.
Oh, no. Yeah,
It's pretty 50-50 though. Current, I think. No way, it's Cosmos. Current, I actually think if you perform well in CL or like B League, you can and have a high chance of performing in A League. It's just that a lot of players don't get chances to perform there anymore. Like the only recent one is like Diablo and Smash, like, but like normally there's like promotion series and like relegation series in the past.
Maybe they also brought the mouse.
Why would they bring the mouse?
We don't even have a mouse on
That's
this
us. That's us. We woke up at 8 AM for this one, and they're like, what plus What do you mean?
Bought the mouse pad
Huh?
here.
아니 우리는 아침 일찍 일어났다고 거기는 저녁 시간이니까 그래도 안 피곤할 텐데. 물론 선수분들은 하루 종일 준비하니까 피곤하긴 하겠다.
You know what? I haven't seen them try and
야
change
아침부터
Inspire
나와서
Sound,
이제
though. I
막
think
그
he's got his
리허설하고
own
셋업하고
Yeah, it seems to just be. It looks
준비
like it's just
이것저것 하고
Quad's mouse
하면은
over and over again that
이연속
refuses
젠지.
to cooperate.
Maybe that?
So you
야
controller guys
문신
or
진짜
mouse
어떡할 거야?
guys?
Oh.
You play a game.
His
Oh,
Nico game, he
keyboard
was
and mouse
sleeping.
all day.
Now he's awake
All day,
soon.
every day. Yeah. I even play like Dark Souls games with a keyboard and mouse.
뭔가
Yeah,
엘크 오는
I
뭔가
would do it.
자주 봐서
Are you
그런지
saying if you could also get
반가웠긴
auto-aim?
하네요,
Because auto-aim
얼굴이.
is what makes the difference.
BLG
Trying to hack.
BLG 진짜 자주 보긴 해서
I believe it's called aim assist.
이 EB야 sleepy sleepy.
Okay, we've got
플레이
some,
가장
some
중요한
player
키보드 마우스
comments of the
문제라고.
mouse moment. Let's listen in
Hey,
to
they're
what's going
swapping
through
the mouse.
players'
They're
minds.
swapping the mouse.
Can I change my mouse? I think this mouse have like this one is I don't know how to explain, but when I hold, it's like up and down, so it's
It's jumping.
It's jumping up and down.
Jumping
Okay,
mouse.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Callista jumping. It's
Oh my goodness.
They keep talking about Callista.
How does that even work? It was literally
It's
Marshall
jumping
Caden's
up and down,
mouse.
right and down, guys.
Oh no, you're right.
Okay.
No, he's not right.
Like imagine being IT support. Your customer, your client is like, my mouse is jumping.
You two find us a way to bring us back on.
You're right.
Please
Because
fix.
the technical issues that she's obviously responsible for. The only reasonable response is to disable Callista. For the
Callista
rest of the tournament.
possesses
All in
mouse.
favor?
I vote yes.
Okay.
Everybody in chat, vote.
마우스 냄새는 왜 맡는 거냐고. 마우스 냄새 안 맡고
We've
이제.
returned to the topic of Vedius needing auto
마우스
aim
냄새
in
맡은
League of
거보다
Legends.
막 마우스를 들여다본 거 아닌가. 가까이서.
And
0-10
controls
mouse.
are just more comfortable. They were designed for gaming when you think about it.
It's the mouse
mean,
pad.
it
I don't.
is
I
nice
think.
to do like relaxed. Do you sit on the couch with your game?
I mean, like, remember how Carrier had a monitor issue? They had to swap out the entire monitor. Just like that, swap out the mouse, no?
When you grew up 400 years ago?
I bet pros have like multiple of the same keyboard and multiple of the same mouse. Like exact same keyboard, exact same mouse.
Firewood.
Just in case it breaks, right?
I do not see a single.
Yeah,
no
they bring
in
their own
Twitch
mouses
chat.
and own keyboards, by the way. So
Yes.
even their own mouse pads. 그러니까 마우스 패드도 본인이 다 가져오고.
If they don't say I, then does it really count?
키보드 본인 거, 마우스 본인 거, 마우스 패드까지 본인 거. 모니터는 근데 이제 모니터랑 컴퓨터는 여기에 있는 거 사용하죠.
They're in my ear right now. They say.
Kobe's a goated caster? True. English casters are goated, 100%. I remember Valorant pros doing interviews saying that they have to provide Riot with copies of the peripherals ahead of time for Riot to vet them. Oh, so to make sure there's no like any hacks or like weird like cheating. Right.
Okay, well, as
And
Kobe,
3 sets
Vedius,
makes
and I
sense. Like just in
lock
case one breaks.
Our Callista hunting techniques to finally solve this problem. We're going to toss things back to the analyst
Whipple's waving.
while the issue gets resolved.
아니 그 마우스만 변경하면 되는 거 아니었냐고. 마우스 키보드 장패드 여러분 얘기를 했는데 그 같은 마우스 같은 키보드를 3가지씩 준비를 하라고 하네요 라이엇이. 그래서 지금 그 선수들이 막 그런 거 바꿀 때 키보드 이슈나 이런 거 있을 때 그냥 바꾸자. 그 같은 거 똑같은 브랜드 똑같은 걸로 바꾸거든. 네.
Don't look back behind you, Vedius. The North American
예비용 중원이니까.
They're hilarious, but obviously they have to cast maybe 5 games today. So can we be as hilarious? I don't know. Let's talk about maybe some stuff.
Sure. So the comps are actually inverted. So it is FlyQuest team is on the right and BLG's is on the left. I was really happy with the draft for FlyQuest. You know, a lot of kind of what we were talking
브리프는
about.
얼굴만 봐도 웃기다.
Sure, it's great to be able to execute on an incredibly early game focused comp that is really kind of tight win conditions, that is hard to pull off. But also, you could just draft a comp that has incredible counter engage that outscales your opponents and make it a lot easier for yourselves. This game, the pressure is all going to be on BLG.
What are they even doing? They're swapping the mouse?
They are playing the Ahri, the Vi, the Ambessa. It's full send.
Yes.
But you were trying to full send it through a Poppy, through GP ult, through Alistar peeling, through Senna ultimate. There are so many tools I think that FlyQuest have to really absorb.
갑자기 on the mouse? Wait, On's looking at his own mouse! No! Stop! He's gonna... Oh no. He's smelling his mouse too! 아니 마우스를 왜 다들 냄새를 맡는 거야 근데 진짜로?
That's the next evolution of nice.
Scratch and sniff nice.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you may have just come up with a generation.
What the fuck is On doing? I don't know.
Whoever makes that.
No, I don't think that's happening.
What does he have in his mouth that he's smelling?
I think it's really good at being able to play through sides. Like Ahri, Vi, Ambessa, Kaisa. Kaisa can always join those fights. So yeah, in a larger team fight, if you allow FlyQuest to
On's
scale,
gonna ask for a
it's gonna
mouse
be pretty
change
rough.
too.
But overall, especially if you give Knight, Ahri, his
Hello.
best pick historically, and allow him to be able to just pick off members. And FlyQuest has made mistakes throughout this tournament, especially in this series.
Might as well check if
really
my
get
own
tough.
shit is busted on.
I mean,
Yeah.
they have
Actually, you're right.
the ability to execute on this comp, clearly, right? You know, BLG are a
He's probably
very
like, huh?
good team. You know, they're all hands. Bin is going to be on a completely different style of champion. We had Sion, then we had Ornn, now we have
He's
Ambessa.
replacing the
It's
battery.
all about the execution.
I want you to cast this though. I don't care about any of the rest. Like, how many people does it take to replace a mouse?
Well, we have a backup just in case. You can see behind him right there.
Yeah, there's a few. I will say I feel them though because you know how it is to change mice?
Yeah.
If you're used to playing with them, it's
아니 온 선수 표정이 진짜. Look at On's face.
When you're trying to play at this level, like one misclick and a team
Ben's
fight
just
can be
sitting
the
there
end of
and
your
like
entire tournament.
chilling, you know? But On is just like.
No, I need my mouse to work. I need it to
Gotta
be
lock
good.
in.
Yeah, I mean,
On
especially
선수
if you're
지금
talking about
이런.
your mouse like bumping up or something like that. That does not sound good at all.
Hey.
But I just want to say respect to the crowd that's been out here.
He's sleeping,
for
guys.
the time
He's
that we've
sleepy.
been here in
Yes,
Vancouver.
sir.
He's sleepy.
They have been incredible. Every single one of you guys, even the last person we saw
걔
on
피곤한데,
your camera,
오.
like a big ball of energy. So shout out to you guys out there in the crowd.
지금 일부러 포즈한 거 아니야? BLG 선수들.
Back in Canada.
Yes,
A
sir.
couple of good old
BLG 선수들 지금.
Let's go. Give me that energy.
야.
Let's go.
야. 이지 코스프레 진짜 좋은데.
Support for FlyQuest here, and regardless of how you twist and turn it, you feel that when you're on
And
stage.
I just want to make the point because yes, they've been chanting FlyQuest from the beginning, especially after game 1. A lot of these guys, I've asked a lot of fan members like, where
What
they're coming in
game
from.
D2
The thing
support
that I've
wasted
heard
like 30 minutes
consistently
pausing?
is, like, this is their first league event.
Like
The
we've
last
had
time
like
they were here in
hours of pause
Canada
before.
was 2017 in
For
Vancouver.
LCK during the
And
DDoS. You
for a
guys
lot of
remember when
people, like,
LCK
either
was going
flying in
through
from
some
Saskatchewan
DDoS
or
problems?
Toronto, or like coming in
Oh
from
my
Calgary. Like
gosh.
these, it's crazy
LCK
that
had
people
to
are
get
coming
paused
through all around Canada
because they were
to
getting
be able to
literally
watch their first
DDoS.
league event.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the first ever international in Canada for League of Legends.
진짜 디도스 문제 해결한 거는 정말 라이엇이 너무 오래 걸린 거 아닌가라고 생각할 정도로. 와, 그때 그 시절. 12 hour. 12 hour pause. 태민이 이 판 어디가 유리한 것 같나요? 저는 딱 조합을 봤을 때 BLG 조합이 훨씬 좋은 게 BLG가 들어가고 막 이니시 거는 챔프들이 많거든. I think BLG comp is definitely better than FlyQuest comp. The reason is because BLG has a lot of options to engage and fight at their own, like, they can fight whenever they want to. The problem with FlyQuest comp is that their initiation is weak, right? Only thing I can think of is like Poppy and Alistair, but if Poppy and Alistair engages, I think BLG can actually counter-engage and engage, like, they just flash their Alistair combo or something and just hard engage on Senna, like Senna's dead. Hard engage on Ryze, Ryze is dead, right? And I always say, like, shield and sword, the sword is just keep on hitting you. Shield is just only trying to block. But when you only try to block, I feel like you start losing behind in tempo.
I mean, especially since like.
And yes, you're trying to like just scale until just 5v5 late game, but I don't know. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough. You're always having to play on the back foot, playing defensive. That's why. I always think offensive gameplay is rewarded more. Oh, 튼튼해지세요! Ah, thank you so much, Vice. Really appreciate the props. Really appreciate the welcome to the Winkle family. Winkle. We should check out some person on the panel.
One that is a cheater. You can say it.
Check out the sub emotes as well. We have some cute emotes.
Yeah, we're chilling. We're having a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the caster desk, as I believe we are just about
it's time to lock in,
get
yo.
back into game.
We're starting!
Cool!
Oh my gosh. Cosmos is fixed.
It's time for game 3.
All right, let's get into the action.
What happened, Vedius? 20 minutes ago.
We picked some jams.
New mouse.
2 minutes in.
Code is popping off now with the new mouse.
Knight on his Ari.
갑자기 이제 코드 선수가 막 겁나 잘하는 거예요. 물론 잘하시긴 하지만 확실히 라이트 선수한테 살짝 밀린 감이 있긴 하거든요. 마우스를 바꾸니까 딜리오 잘한다. 갑자기 막 스킬샷 피하고 딜리오 잘하고.
But he did cross over vision when he went to go steal that away. Oh, Bwipo versus Bin. The 1v1 as both are down to about 100 HP. Bin drinking the potion as Bwipo does the same. Those cooldowns early on. Bin, quick burst onto Bwipo, but then without anything to fire back with, Bwipo traded back aggressively and now has a slight HP advantage. Bin, though, just going to cast another round of spells as Bwipo eats the orange.
Yeah, the Gangplank Trial Fire, the passive is a lot of your early power, so Bwipo trying to utilize that here.
Bwipo's running out of mana though. Bwipo's running out of mana. He has to be careful. Because Ambessa doesn't have mana.
Now, though. That is the main problem there with Ambessa being resourceless.
Okay, Beishwan, you can see as soon as he
Ambessa
saw
having no mana is so cringe, by the way.
with his sweeper, he immediately
Who designed the
decided
champion?
actually going for the blue buff.
Disgusting ass champion.
Punished as inspired. Is looking at the top side.
Oh, tagging the bush is gonna actually get him killed, I think.
To try to ward it, and as soon as he does, he finds Inspired waiting.
Inspired didn't press W.
Yeah, Inspired gonna clear out
I thought
that
he
ward
could
too.
go in harder
and
on
got
that.
the wave in a nice spot, so without the ward vision, he has to be very, very careful with the positioning. That's going to be a bit rough up there for Bin. Whippo goes to harass him a little bit, but Inspire could just do the crab. His jungle is just getting pilfered for this, though.
Power's voice is so good.
Pillaged for denying Bin's Mbessa.
I mean, remember that Inspired was stealing a bunch of camps on the top side of the map. And after revealing himself, very good, now just makes it very easy for that.
I think Bin's wave is fucked though. And he doesn't know if Poppy's there or not, so it's really uncomfortable for him. 안배사가 뽀삐가 어디 있는지 몰라서 근데 되게 불편하죠. ኳ! 이거를 떠주자고. He's not gonna die or anything, but still.
Bin still has his flash. He wants to still keep up his income.
Beitron's gonna gank top. Oh no, Beitron.
He's gonna go back, visit once again, camping the top side.
Inspire gonna gank top.
Okay, Beishwan though going towards bottom lane. Busio.
Oh, Busio could literally Q flash on him and W his ass into the tower.
For BLG to try to make. Now
Bin's getting ganked.
But Inspired has already jumped in here. Bin trying to flash out. Steadfast presence from Inspired.
아니 근데 난 진짜 BLG는 왜 계속 빈 선수가 구엔 할 때도 그렇고 왜 이렇게 내버려 두는지 모르겠어. I don't understand why they keep playing weak side on Bin.
I believe he
Do they just hate Bin?
There's only 2 left.
Time to shove.
In game of course. Like I don't know why he's constantly playing weak side on Gwen and Ambessa. Like playing weak side on Orin makes sense. You're playing Orin, like who cares? But like you're playing Ambessa, you need help. You need help. Busio!
But pulverized, but there's not a lot of power early on from Masu Senna. Busio forced to use his summoner spells defensively to get away safely.
Angry on! Angry on! 원 선수 니코 진짜 첫 판에 니코로 살짝 힘들었었는데. I don't know about this, Beitron. Beitron just hardly to dragon. Bin is so bad for FlyQuest. Yeah, the bot lane died. But it doesn't matter, you just swapped him top and you grab the dragon bot lane and now you can contest the Herald as well. Not Herald, with grabs.
To send their bottom lane up to the top side
아니
of the
베이트는
map.
뭔가 아까부터 아쉬운데? 좀 아쉽다
Here
이거.
will remain for BLG.
That was a clean save, y'all.
Is also very nice for Whippo. Again, the wave is pushing into him. TP response will come through from Bin.
He really will play by Inspired,
but small
greedy
advantage
from
gained for
Beitron,
BLG as the dragon is secured for FlyQuest. Overall, still a very even early game.
Nicely for Bin though. Remember that once Ambessa hits level 6, that
I'm
is
hungry.
the ability that the passive vamp is tied to. So we'll make it easier for him to try to continue sustaining through some of these trades back and forth with Whippo. Gangplank very annoying, especially with the grasp and the oranges. Doesn't have the grasp,
hungry, I think.
this time around, but still plenty of healing with that
my name is not
alongside the W to keep his health topped off. As we take a look up here in the top side, Masu and Busio giving away that kill in the 2v2. Masu sticking around. We know that when he's at his best, this guy plays the limit, walks the line so well, and that time he stepped a little bit too far over it, and Elk and On were immediately ready to punish.
I mean, the
did you have breakfast? No, I didn't eat anything.
We've seen is that at around 14 minutes,
no.
normally it's about 33, and then at 20 minutes it's normally been about 50.
Having breakfast means I have to like wake up earlier and like actually sit down and eat food.
He's been kind of overperforming in terms of the center
I'm too lazy.
Super impressed with how well
I'm too lazy. I'm just like
he's been able to still have huge
lying in bed snoozing.
Yeah, they're definitely big fans of the champion, and we should go back over because it was so long ago that we did talk about it. But the champion combinations here for FlyQuest are really built to scale.
It's okay. I'll just eat after.
And scaling as a team overall.
Therefore, someone end the game quickly.
As much
Hello?
As possible.
Either FlyQuest BLG.
Using the passive.
I think we're gonna have a long series though. I don't think it's gonna be 3-1. It might go to game 5, guys. 오늘 5경기 갈 수 있을 것 같다고 생각합니다. 저는 개인적으로.
A lot of hard engage.
뭔가
So we'll see in the next 5 to 10 minutes when BLG start to turn it on and they start to go very aggressive for their kills,
like they're doing right now. Beishwan level 6.
No flash and Busio, they're hard committing. Oh, on tanking though, on tanking. Masu could have flashed forward, but Masu's gonna die for that, so he didn't come in. 방금 세나가 플래시로 잡을 수 있긴 한데 그러면 당연히 죽잖아. 오, 빈 잘한다고. 빈도 뭐 이 정도면은 그래도 빈도 앙당하고 잘하고 있죠.
Yeah, Inspired jumping in there for the slam into the wall. Meanwhile, bottom lane,
Beitron ending it?
Bin has to run towards the FlyQuest side.
Oh wow.
Whippo drops the ultimate down for the cannon barrage to slow the Ambessa, but now Whippo's got to be careful. Quad with the flash to guarantee that Bin doesn't get an outplay. FlyQuest are finally on the board.
Mid gap, mid side, mid side.
Masu cancels his own recall, and with Inspired jumping
Mid
in
lane
there
gap, mid lane gap.
Knight
is gonna grab the
now Beishwan has
triple
made
goal
his way
though.
back towards it with the control of the
GG,
top
like
side.
what happened
From
top side
Elkin
though?
on, they can rotate down, Knight can rotate up. It'll be all 3 Void Grubs for
Course map
BLG.
plays,
BLG
yeah.
gonna
We'll
collect
play by
them
quads
all.
actually. We'll
Yeah,
play by
It
quads.
is going to be some scary stuff there. If Rise is able to get a lot of early income,
Mouse
that could be devastating for BLG as well.
It's the new
So
mouse.
Quad getting
The new mouse
kill
is telling him
to
what to
help
do.
fund his double stacking build here for
Imagine your
Rise,
peripherals
plus
told you
then
like how to
getting
play
a
the game.
turret plate
It's like,
afterwards
push
as
your wave,
well
go bot
to
now.
really fund
Mouse
that
starts
split push that he wants to be able to build into.
moving your
is
character.
very good for the game
Moving
plan
your character
that FlyQuest
onto the
have
bot
set
side.
up.
I think FlyQuest are utilizing this pressure well. They immediately move into the bot
You should
side
just
jungle,
rise everything.
knowing
Yeah, I think
that
that's
all
what he
this
did.
top side
He
was
did.
just invested by BLG to secure that grubs. Bin is now in a very scary position.
On
and
sniffed his mouse.
wisely
True,
looks
On
to try
did
and
sniff
cover
his
it,
mouse.
knowing
Now
that
he's
at the
popping
threat
off
of
on
a
others.
dive. This bot side jungle is a very scary place for BLG to inhabit.
Makes sense,
So On
makes
is looking to
sense.
clear out some of that vision and give Bin a little bit more information so that he can
Ratatouille style, yeah.
farm.
Yeah, you're right.
The
It's a
onus
different
is
type
on
of mouse.
BLG
Like same
to
word,
make their
different
plays
meaning,
to
but
force their kills and get their money, because FlyQuest are going to be looking to play
Anyone
the
can
entire
go-
map. Really
anyone
spread out
can
here,
game.
with Rise, Gangplank, and Senna all
Oh my
having
gosh.
really good.
I
wide
recently
map
watched a
options.
video about
And
this
then,
like
of course, the Poppy and
super
Outsiders
old like
mentioned,
65-year-olds
trying to play that defense
playing
and,
video game for the first
keep
time.
their towers up. Let's see though, pushing out here for Bwipo against Elf. Even
65-year-old
though they do
dads.
have the rotation of the Nautilus coming up, Bwipo should be fine. He's a Gangplank and he has his flash up.
Mouse
Well,
sniffer.
it's pretty deep.
Oh
Yeah,
wait,
he's
On
very
is.
far forward now. TP's coming
Oh,
in for both sides.
Bwipo,
Bwipo gonna take some damage here to start,
goodbye.
down to about half
Oh,
HP.
never mind.
Flashes away from the hook, but
Is he
Knight
okay?
trying to follow. Dawning Shadow for the shield onto Bwipo. The charm hits.
Oh, he almost had it, but I think they can win. Oh my gosh, Elk has a fucking one. Oh, double confirmed, double confirmed, double confirmed from Lucio.
FlyQuest making a 1-for-1.
No
but
way,
Masu's gonna
Master.
drop if he's not careful.
Okay, it's fine, it's fine.
BLG successfully get their
Why
carries
is
away to the
my
safety of the
balling
tier 1
guy?
turret.
That was
What
actually
the
quite
hell?
good for BLG.
I mean, he's
because
just clearing
now
his
they're
count.
the
But
ones with
for
the
sure,
split
he
push.
gets
They're the ones with
Dragon
the
then.
pin getting
I guess
fed
it's
on
not
the
too bad
bottom
then.
side of the map. FlyQuest, they tried.
I
to
feel like
assemble
Beitron's
the
always kind of
Avengers. They
disconnected,
tried
but
to
at
get
this rate, like,
everybody
it's okay.
there,
Top
and
lane
they only
fight
got
turned out
one
okay.
kill
And he's grabbing
back
Dragon.
for that death. They spent so
You
many
take that.
resources up to the top
계속
side of the
내라고.
map. So BLG,
이러면은
they just get the
근데 용
bottom side
챙겨서
money for Bin
피해주는
and
기분이
the
좋고.
Dragon for themselves.
Exactly, Kobe. It was just such a huge investment.
플라이퀘스트는
for
그나마 좀
very
만회를 하는
little
느낌이긴
gain. And so
한데
BLG took that opportunity
킬이
to get so much on the map. Great awareness from BLG.
킬이
They've now
뽀삐한테?
amounted a 1.2k gold lead, and it's just kind of evenly spread across the side with a
그러니까
bulk
빈도
of
이거
it
잘
sitting
컸죠? 웨이브 다
onto Elk.
밀어넣고.
That bot lane already getting a 2 versus 2 kill early. They got the gank from Beishwan as well.
길게
and
하는
more
똑같은데
resources
손해가
spent
많다.
towards the top side.
그런 것
I
같아.
was expecting this to be a mid-focused early game plan
Bwipo
for BLG,
살 뻔했는데
but no, they've been
좀
funneling everything into
상대가
Elk,
잘
and he's looking
물었네요.
to carry here in game
Bwipo
3.
almost
with,
leaves that
with all
down.
this extra
Like,
money here for BLG, the threat behind their engage and their pick opportunities is going to be
You can
massive.
clearly see the new mouse and battery
You
just
already
increased
said,
his
Kobe,
movement speed.
that the
Cheating?
onus is on BLG. It's
Cheaters
up to
detected,
them
Vanguard.
to drive the pace of this game forward and make this dive comp work. And you've got the best diving AD carry in the game with 4 dive buddies ready for that lead as Bin just continues scrapping with Bwipo's gangplank. The shield's making
Oh,
it
this
so Bwipo
Ambessa
doesn't
is
even
gonna
get any
be.
valuable damage in
Oh,
return.
this Ambessa
Perfect
going to be
execution.
kind of
Bin
strong
jumps
this
in.
game.
Bwipo
Oh, no
about to
flash.
fall, and
Oh,
Bin gets the
Bwipo.
solo kill.
Oh no.
Bin getting rich is a very
That's okay. This
dangerous
is like
thing
what we expected from
for
Bwipo though.
FlyQuest. The
Getting gapped by
solo
Bin.
polo
Bin was just
after
playing
he
tanks
got
this
so
series
much
until
money
now, so.
in the previous bottom side exchange.
Well, I think
getting
to be
turret
fair
plates
to
for himself
Bwipo, he's one
that
of the best top
funded his
laners of the
eclipse,
West.
and he goes right in,
Right now,
nails
100%.
the ultimate on to the Gangplank.
I mean,
I
the
just think
Eclipse
Bin
spike
is just
versus the components.
probably
Bwipo
gonna
has
gap
now
most
finished
top
the
players in the
Trinity
world,
Falls, but
honestly.
Bin with great awareness of not only do I have more
Bin
levels, so I've
gaps
got
most
now
top
more
players.
CDR, but also
그러니까
I
빈
just have more
선수가
damage than you.
탱커를
Mix and
계속했기
initial trade,
때문에
fully
좀
commits,
빡세지
and
않아요.
now it's Busio in
그러니까
danger.
Busio pops the unbreakable will
BLG는
immediately
좀
as
뭔가 빈 선수
BLG
바탕으로
engage on him.
플레이를 많이
And now he
하면은
has no
게임을
powerful
쉽게 이길 것
defensive
같은데.
tool. Quad's in danger as Knight uses the spirit rush
T1점도
immediately.
그렇고
Going
뭔가
point blank with Quad. He
어,
lands the
있어야지.
charm.
So I can't live here.
There's the dredge line too.
Oh, it's falling apart. It's falling apart.
So many tools, and they're beating FlyQuest to death with them.
And
and this is what we talked about.
I don't want to say it's over yet, but this is exactly what I thought BLG is gonna do. They're gonna permanent engage. Every time they have Vi ulti, they're gonna go in. Laura's gonna flash forward every single time. Ari ultin, Kai'Sa ultin. 그러니까 이게 문제라니까. They just ult, they just hook, they go in and they kill him. You know what I mean? 도라님. You know, thank you so much for 20,000.
Here. They're getting out of control with the amount of money. That's going to be the tower as well.
Yeah, Duran and Kian is the only one who I think Gap's been this tournament.
14 minutes into the game, by far the most one-sided early game in the series.
Okay,
Here in
Quad is the flash
game
out.
BLG are
Okay, but Quad is
absolutely
angry.
dominating FlyQuest.
They get the flash out from Quad as well as a nice charm comes through from Knight. Pick after pick, pressure across
angry
the map.
BLG.
BLG is continuing to mount advantages, but they need to get the reset off. 30 seconds until the Herald
역시
spawns.
항상 제가 생각하는
BLG
게
will want to take everything.
이게 막는 사람과 때리는 사람, 그러니까 일반적으로 공격하는 사람이 공격하는 사람이 좀 유리한 것 같아요. 뭔가.
Pressure is relentless there. Teleports available as well for the mid laner, so they can answer. I believe we'll just send Knight up to the top side.
나는 펴지고 매우 걸리면 겁내 뛰어가. 그 마스터웨이 같은 거 굶긴 다는데 엄청 빠르잖아. 근데 만약에 이제 피드스틱이 Q 누르면 마스터웨이 막 반대 방향으로 겁나 빨리 뛰어간다. 진짜 웃긴. 개웃겨. 뚫어야 한다고 막아야 한다. 오, goodbye, Ben. Really well played for FlyQuest.
But that's still a commanding advantage. Busio
oh,
looking for
Busio.
even more
Oh my gosh.
Flash Dredgeline finds Quad.
No flash and Quad, Quad just dead.
BLG has found another kill. Now
oh, Boo Boo might have TP to his death. Or not? Good ult from Poppy? Inspired ulti? Oh my gosh, they're doing it, they're doing it! They're doing it! Oh my gosh, they're turning it back. Come on, FlyQuest. Okay, skill shot from Knight is not connecting.
And FlyQuest will finally stop the fight.
Oh, that Poppy ult was so good. 뽀삐공이 너무 클러치였어, 클러치. Clutch factor, Poppy ulti.
But FlyQuest have brought it down to 2. Getting a couple of shutdowns.
Like, let's watch this again. Bin was dead, so they're actually down in numbers, yes.
Finding picks on the map. This engage looks very
they
suspicious.
insta-kill Quad though.
BLG, a nice engage
boom,
from
boom, boom.
Once they've used all their resources to take out Quad,
and then Poppy, boom! Oh no!
Ultimate on tonight as well.
Oh no!
To create a numbers advantage and get themselves.
Imagine Knight was here, Elk would have gotten the fucking quadra kill if Ari was still here. 아리가 저렇게 콤란 안 당했으면은 카이사가 방금 쿼드를 먹을 수도 있었어. 아리가 같이 딜 넣으면서.
It might have been a stumbling point there for BLG, but they
are
definitely not done yet. They're going to keep this going forward with Beishuan starting up the Rift Herald. No interference here from FlyQuest because Knight is already on the tier 2 in the top lane.
Before that fight has started, I was about to
솔직히
talk
말해서
about
뽀삐가 킬 먹는 건 저는 나쁘지 않다고 봅니다.
FlyQuest they can keep their eyes on, and that's in particular Masu.
첫판 봐봐. 세조니가 킬 다 먹고 캐리했잖아 결국은. 탱커가 킬 먹는 판이 괜찮을지도 몰라. 오히려.
Well on pace to get above the 50 stacks mark.
BLG 돌진 조합을 막아줄 수 있는 놈이 있어야 되는데.
They're in the driver's seat. They've set their eyes on the top side.
Carry of Papia Worlds.
They want to contest this tier 2 tower.
Oh yeah, he ulted the Ari. Just to carry
on the next Drake.
Game 5.
Though happy to trade dragons for gold here as they'll secure the tier 2 in the top lane. That is BLG grabbing their second turn of the game. Both of them here in this top side.
Now
he's been kind of popping off.
Be a little bit careful in mid lane, and they are just going to back off, push the wave, steal the
ball lane though. Rise is getting the ball tower.
어떤
밀긴 했어. 근데
getting a secondary one. I think FlyQuest honestly
mouse
are still kind of okay with the situation. Getting again more focused onto Rise here for Quad.
I mean, Quad is scaling pretty well.
Yeah,
not doing too bad.
Obviously, the goal difference still important, but it's
그래도 일방적으로 시즌 안내 잘하고 있다. 오늘 첫 경기는 오히려 일방적으로 이겼어. 플래퀘스트가.
Now, of course, having that extra support item always a nice thing to have. But in terms of carry itemization, Knights takes a bit of damage. In terms of carry itemization, FlyQuest is not that far behind. The two mid laners are pretty evenly matched. The Herald will drop in mids as BLG do not want to slow this game down.
Yeah, important to note though, Elk is on the 2 fully completed item power spike for Kai'Sa. Very, very threatening here on
Elk
this
Kai'Sa
AD
is
carry
definitely
pick,
scary.
in with everybody else on the team.
엘크
Baseline
카이사
clearing out some
너무
vision.
무서운데?
BLG
카이사
down
엔딩
1
나올 수
Drake to
있거든요,
2, so
지금.
it's not like they'll be able to use those to force FlyQuest to come to fights anytime soon.
I think the longer the game goes, the crazier the Kai'Sa's gonna become. But Masu is the best Senna in the world, no?
It's only 1 minute
I think
until
Masu's Senna
Otacon
is
spawns,
possibly
and with
one of the
BLG
best.
Still sitting on a 3,000 gold lead.
The way
I feel
he
like this
stacks
is probably
is
going to be our next battle.
really
Look at
fast.
Knight sitting in this top lane. He
52
is
stacks
so
already at
deep,
18 minutes,
but he's playing
19
with so
minutes.
much confidence because of that control ward that he has.
Yeah, he's
He
really
feels
good at
very
souls.
safe with his ultimate and his flash available.
마수 선수가 진짜 제가 본 세나 중에서 세나 원딜 중에서 제일 잘하는 것 같아 이번 대회에서.
Busio though not really super worried about it.
Yeah, Busio and Inspired been doing their jobs.
이번 대회에서 뭔가 세나 원딜이 조금 다른 사람들이 했을 때는 좀 그랬는데.
are so critical in interrupting a lot of these dashes and these aggressive BLG moves. We're kind of at a little bit of a tipping point here, though. BLG, they can tip over and get a couple more big objectives
엘크
for
카이사도
themselves.
무섭다는 점.
They already are taking over a large area of the map, and
He's
more
literally
area
only
means
the good.
more
He's literally the
possibilities of
only good
picking
Senna.
off
Yeah.
FlyQuest members and getting that gold. So
I agree with
2
that
more
statement.
outer towers going
Even
the way of
Gumashi's
BLG
Senna wasn't
means they
very
can set
good.
up
To
this
be
vision,
fair, he
kinda
did have a
deep in your
thrash
jungle
support.
and look to pick off FlyQuest when
Thrash
they
Senna,
rotate.
Yeah,
not
that's
really the
another turret.
best.
It's back to a 3,500 gold lead. Whippo trying
Usually
to
you want
respond
like
and
big
get something in the
tanky,
top lane, but
big
Knight is
tanky
already here.
support.
He's
Like
immediately
Norlus,
clearing out the
Tom
wave,
Kench,
and
Alistar.
Whippo doesn't have a chance to find any sort of a counterattack. Remember that both
Thrash is
top
kind of
lane
like
turrets
similar
are
to
down
Khan
for
and
FlyQuest
Bart.
side.
You
There's
just
nowhere
aren't as
really
tanky.
for Whippo to retreat to, which is why you can
갱플
immediately
밀려
see
말렸었는데
Busio
패시브를 복구했다.
and
뭐
Inspired
패시브로
both
골드
making their way up
계속
here, guaranteeing
조금씩
that
먹어가지고.
Whippo has a way out. If anybody gets picked up
PS도 그리고
FlyQuest,
나쁘지 않게
you're already
먹었고요.
down so much gold. It's instantly free Otacon.
Okay,
If
Elk.
BLG
Bonk,
can
bonk,
find a
bonk.
pick. Really, really scary stuff here
Dunking
right
the
now
chickens?
for Fly, as BLG are just not letting up. Relentless now, as you can see, all of those second item power spikes starting to come online. Spear plus Eclipse for Bin's Ambessa. The Black Cleaver now done for Beishuan on the Vi as well.
Now I want to see, will
Senna
FlyQuest
Thrash
go
in
for one of these
2025?
trailing
I think
split
in
push
general,
plays?
I've
'Cause
never
they
seen
have
that comp
so many
before in my
options
whole
with
life,
their
actually.
global ultimates, with Gangplank,
It's like playing
with the
Senna
Senna
Bard,
here,
like
and the
Senna
realm of
Thrash, Senna Bard,
possibilities.
like same thing. What does it
Nobody
accomplish?
Right now, they are looking for a mid push
Nothing.
first to finish off this
I guess they're
objective.
both
This
stacking
tower's
souls.
already fairly low.
Oh, Senna Thrash actually in the
Flames
lore,
come
like
in from Vi, though.
Thrash like
Serpent's
kidnapped
Fang
Senna
on Whippo to counter the shields of Bin, of Vi,
and trapped her inside her
of
inside his
Kai'Sa as well.
lantern.
The killer instinct could be the difference between cutting that shield in half, could be the difference between life and death.
Good job there by FlyQuest not getting baited in by the low health turret.
Yup.
They actually do get one of the
That's why
teleports out
Lucian
for
hates
themselves, and they
Thrash.
escape up
Because
to the
Lucian
top
is like
side.
Senna's husband.
Right, BLG, control over the top side river. Otacon spawned. FlyQuest gonna have to try to make sure
Lord drop.
that they can at least have some information in the area. They do not
League
want
of
to give
Legends
this
lore.
away to BLG.
Arcane Season 3 waiting
creeping his
room.
way up here, keeping an eye out, seeing if maybe
I
they can set
love
up a pick
Arcane
onto Whippo. They
podcast.
know this Gangplank
Wow.
wants to keep farming in the side lane. They know that he wants to keep scaling.
And that Gangplank is providing a lot of
BLG
value with
flipping
the Serpent's
Otacon.
Fang
This might be
already,
the
'cause
chance for
it's gonna shield
FlyQuest
the
to
enemy
make a
team.
comeback.
Otacon's already started
Yes.
up Flowers.
Yeah,
They're
the
flipping
Otacon's down
it.
to half HP. On's not gonna hit
Oh
his
my
direct
gosh.
line. FlyQuest is
Inspire
on the
can do
approach.
this.
BLG backing up a little bit here as Masu tries to enter in.
아니 갑자기 아타칸을 아타칸을 치면서 던진다고 이걸?
3000 HP. FlyQuest still thinking about it, but Keeper's verdict was
Oh, Beitron steals it though. Oh, can they win the fight? The fight does not look good. Bean is here, but I think he's just back out. 아니 저거 스마를 만약에 imagine Inspired like ulties and him away or like just smites it, like that would be so bad.
Surely they're not fishing for a fight here. They're a
That
man
is
down.
such a bad play from BLG. Like they're so ahead, they don't have to like flip Otacon here.
That was quite big. The power behind
아니
it.
저거 스틸
could be
당했고
huge,
만약에
especially
탄자를
because their
난리가
comp is
났으면
built to get a
어떡하려고
kill very
했어.
quickly,
BLG
so
진짜.
you can get that on-kill effect from Otacon pretty reliably.
싸움을
Rotation over
보던가.
for Dragon's Soul point,
아타칸
though.
쪽에서 적당히 하다가.
Exactly. FlyQuest trying to use the opportunity.
아타칸 탱킹하기 시작하면은 너무 아파서 근데. 맞아, 방어력 다 깎여가지고. Matron's looking again. Oh wow, Matron's super far from the fight. Okay, Bin is like 10 HP. Oh, they're so focused on like helping Senna that Ryze was at. Oh, Knight is flashing, but I think Knight is dead! Oh my gosh, never mind. Elk is just gonna get a quadra kill.
But Elk hunts him
Triple kill.
It's a 2v1
Quadra
left
kill.
on the map. 3 dead on BLG, 4 dead on FlyQuest. It's
Kai'Sa
a
ending.
bloodbath.
Kai'Sa
An
ending.
insanely close fight between the two, but Elk was the difference.
에이크가 만약에 세나 쪽으로 들어왔으면 한타 졌는데 그냥 앞쪽을 뚫었습니다. So what like Vi was ulting in, Poppy and Alistair was trying to help peel the Senna. Senna flashed out. Okay, why are we seeing this? We need to see the other fight. Hurry up and show us the actual fight. 이거 말고 다른 거 보여달라고.
Yeah, and before that, he queued backwards to dodge the Poppy ult. He queues backwards, dodges the Poppy ult, comes back, flashes in range.
So watch this again. 봐봐.
By the BLG
So
jungler.
they're just like fighting front to back. FlyQuest is okay, but then the flank coming through from Beitron, Senna flashes, and they're trying to help him, but look at Quad. Completely exposed. Completely exposed.
It looks like a winning position, but
Oh,
because
wow.
Masu in the 1v1 against Elk cannot win, it ends up
Look
going
at this
the way
Kai'Sa.
just barely
Look
of
at this
BLG.
Chinese Kai'Sa
Yeah,
here.
Bin and Elk up on that top side, getting so much power there, collecting the kills. That was a very close one, and now it is going to be pretty heavily towards
확실히
BLG. They pick
카이사는
up their
AP
second
선수들이
dragon, so they
진짜
relieve
잘하는
some
것
of that
같아요.
pressure
와.
there, working towards that
굉장히
dragon
매섭죠?
soul and use the extra gold. FlyQuest though, defense is still possible. Just gets much more difficult because these extra kills are giving over more empowered Otacon flowers as well. That means more burst damage that comes from BLG.
BLG 4,000 gold ahead, even Drake
It's gonna be hard, guys.
Now,
Senna's no flash for next fight.
Here as FlyQuest still critically though have control over their own side of the map.
지켜줄 수 있는 수준이 아닌 게 이게 왜냐면은 지켜야 되는 게 너무 많아. 바이공도 신경 써야 되는데 거기다가 이제 아리 안베스도 날라오고. Kai'Sa 날라오고. Like the thing is like you have to CC the Kai'Sa, but if you CC the Kai'Sa, well there's Ari ult, there's Vi ult, there's Ambessa ult.
Knight and Bin, you look at these names and
It's so impossible. Like Alistair can't CC everybody.
Could bode well for
That's what I thought when I saw the comp.
BLG have developed quite the history now when it comes
I
to
think you need like a Tom Kench or something. 알리가 아니라 Tom Kench를 했어야 된다. 근데 Tom Kench 하기에는 근데 이니시가 너무 없어. But the problem with Tom Kench is you don't really have initiation. So with Alistair, at least you can actually engage when you want to and try to look for picks or.
Right now,
I think Tom Kench might have been better, for sure. 그러니까 이니시는 집어치우고 어차피 이니시는 안 될 것 같으니까 상대가 여기 이니시가 너무 많거든? You have too many counter engage. Like you're gonna go in and then they're just gonna dive in behind the Alistair. And lock down on the Senna. So
3,000 gold on a Kai'Sa in a full dive comp. Elk is armed and dangerous. He has everything he needs to carry this game.
Yeah, you could say that's effective. That is a very effective.
Isn't the comp based around Poppy splitting the team? Yeah, Poppy has to have a really nice ulti, I guess. But they can fly back in, that's the problem. Oh, it's impossible. Quad just dead. Okay, Inspires on a killing spree? Oh my gosh, Elk is gonna get a triple kill. That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm talking about! 아니 그냥 상대가 그냥 막 들어오면 마구마구 들어오는데 대처가 안 돼. 아니 방패가 막는 것도 한계가 있다니까요. 어떡하냐고. 저걸 어떻게 막아? 이걸 막 다 열심히 막 막으려고 하는데 막히지가 않아. 막 구멍이 숭숭 뚫린다니까. Lucio used WQE now. There's no CC at all. Heals team. I mean, they're in the choke point too. It looks okay in the beginning. Weepo looks like he's doing a lot of damage, but the problem is Elk and Knight are not even in the fight yet. Right. 세나를 억지로 세나도 문제긴 한데 제가 아무리 봐도 조합이 갱플랭크를 할 거면은 조금
9,000 gold, the lead for BLG. They've got the Baron for the next 2.5 minutes. I would not be surprised
갱플랭크가 무슨 느낌이냐면은 살짝 그 지켜줘야 되는 타겟이 하나 더 늘어난 느낌? 가뜩이나 세날 지키기도 개빡센데 거기에다가 이제 갱플랭크 라이즈까지 지켜야 되니까. 그러니까 갱플랭크 라이즈가 세나를 지켜주는 그런 역할이 아니라, 그러니까 막 갈리오나 막 이런 거 있잖아. 그런 거가 딱 적당했을 때 갈리오가 막 CC 걸어주고 막 앞라인 서주고 지키고 막 궁으로 지원해주고. 근데 갈리오 벤이었죠. 근데 그 그냥 예를 들어 그런 갈리오를 얘기를 하는 건데 그런 류의 챔프가 필요했을 것 같아. 살할 수가 없어. It's like the thing is Gangplank needs help, but Senna needs help too, and then Ryze needs help. You know what I mean? But I'm mentioning Galio because like a champion like Galio would have been perfect. Yo, FlyQuest? FlyQuest alive? Okay, yo. They lose Dragon here, but honestly, when you're 9k behind, you take those kills. You take those kills anytime. And it's not Dragon Soul yet. Oh, there's 인증이야.
They will for now hold on to their base, but with another dragon secured,
check your PayPal later.
BLG likely will not. They will not stop with the pressure. A quick reset will come back, and then they'll be right back out onto the map.
And look at Elk's inventory. Seeker's arm guard on the Kaisa. This is the green light to fly into the fight whenever he wants to. BLG's next fight, for a game that's already been explosive, is going to be that much more.
Elk is a monster.
Have to have an epic
Elk is a big monster
for themselves for the next 5 to 10 minutes. The dragon coming up is going to be very, very dangerous. That soul is super hard for them to approach, but they're trying to get as much money as they can, try and not give up anything before that fight actually draws them out onto the map.
Cloud Soul, always valuable for the movement speed, but you always think about the ultis. Ambessa, Ari, Kaisa, these are all so powerful with that massive movement speed boost. And FlyQuest, it's so difficult to try to hold on now. Knight is going to put in the last little bit of damage needed to clear out the tier 3 turret here in the bottom lane. Only 10 seconds
Knight
left.
really doesn't like going defensive item. Look at that. Full damage. Rabadon's Death Cup. Magi is completed now.
One inhibitor exposed in the FlyQuest.
Yeah, he also didn't grab Zhonya's. Knight didn't grab Zhonya's in GT1 game either.
When I think about what options they might have, I look at Marsu very close to 100 stacks. I think of maybe a quad realm warp if they could perhaps surprise a Baron. Maybe they can create some sort of flank angle. They've got 2 deep wards in the mid lane. Maybe they could use these to create a TP opportunity. Your best play is to just catch your opponents off guard. Inspired has been on point with who he's been connecting those ultimates onto. But if there's not damage or they're not getting a kill in exchange,
Fevi, you should actually be a coach, no joke. No, Nathan, what do you mean?
Yeah, I was gonna say the Poppy as well. That is one.
I'm not gonna be coaching nobody. The only thing I can coach on is the Bordeaux.
Even when
and even then, I'm an Inting Bordeaux.
Is against you. If you can change the numbers in a very effective way, then maybe.
Right, On gets stunned by Inspired, but the Acathian Rain from Elk firing back. On very low on HP here, and Quad is going to get the kill.
Another Infamon! 아니 진짜 이렇게 계속 게임 던지면 노티루스님 그 어느 sleeping guys. Look at that, he's 2-7 now. Kind of similar to his Nico game. 아니 니코 이대로 가면은 근데 갱플랭크 세나 계속 좋아지거든요. 갱플랭크 세나 still stacking though. I mean. Gangplank is catching up a little bit. XP. Senna's still stacking as well.
Oh, reduce the gold gap.
Shannon? 100 stacks? Attack 100개 넘었고요.
Hey, the more time you stall, the more time you
and they keep getting super minions. They keep getting super minions.
Another item, maybe even another component could be the difference maker.
On is off again.
FlyQuest is looking for anything at this point in time.
두 번의 에너지 다 쓰신 거 아니냐고. 어허, 이렇게 되면은 또 FlyQuest도 할 말이 많거든요. They are 9k gold behind, but then they are playing champions that do scale very well. Look at Cloud Hazunya, Mertred, Seraph's Embrace, Road of Ages. These are all super like defensive builds if somehow they can survive the initial engage, right? Yeah, Raiju 한타에서 진짜 한턴 살면 어떻게 될지 모르겠는걸? I think if BLG cannot end the fight when they use your ultis, I think this might be possible for FlyQuest to win the fight. 바론을 막았었나? 바론을 인스파이어드 선수가 궁으로 막 날려가지고 스틸하거나 이런 각도 괜찮고.
If you don't have faith, why are you even here? Down almost 10,000 gold.
Have faith, have faith.
Vancouver, do you believe
10k gold?
Do you believe in FlyQuest?
You! Honest thing! Honest thing! Someone check Owen's PayPal for real though. What the hell is he doing? 3 times in a row? 아니, 오은 선수 이거 저거 맞아?
They're holding strong for now, but look at those minion waves on the minimap. Bot is being
What is he doing, guys? What is bro doing? Oh,
they're funneled into the river.
Honest all for real though. 아니 진짜 지겠는데? Huh? Yeah, Honest gonna be 14 seconds left until respawn. They're gonna rush Baron. They're rushing Baron.
You want to take the dragon? Go ahead. You're only on 2. They're going to start the Baron up themselves at the same time. They're not doing it particularly quickly. So FlyQuest are going to get the Drake.
FlyQuest!
To try to stop them.
바론이 나가고 있습니다요. They're doing Baron. They're doing Baron. They stopped the Baron. Ryze ulti. 라이즈 공이 이래서 좋아. 라이즈 공이 진짜 이래서 좋아. Ryze ult is so good. Ryze ult is so good. Yo. GP ult and Ryze ulti. Oh my gosh, Honest doing it. Honest doing it again. 아니 누틸러스 왜 이렇게 불안하지? 또 들어가서 죽을 것 같은데.
FlyQuest, they're afraid to concede the pressure that they have on the map right now, but they need to
you know they do Tubia's EDG flashback? Oh my gosh, do you remember EDG? Yeah, what happened to EDG?
Now responding to the bot wave, has the TP available, finally going to get that push out. He is so
Good
close
old
to a
days.
death cap. And we talked about it as a dream, but FlyQuest
Okay, they're flipping Baron.
To reality.
You want flip?
Is
that again? 아니 진짜 저거 진짜 와우 큰일인데? Oh, they're gonna get the Baron! Oh my gosh, Elk is trying to carry but he can't. He's so dead. Wow. Elk is just dead. Oh, that's GG, guys. That's GG. 10k gold lead! And they threw the 10k gold lead just like AL yesterday into CFO! The CFO was also like 8k gold behind, and then they fucking won the miracle teamfight in front of Baron, and then they won the game from that. Almost. I think FlyQuest wins here though, unlike CFO comes. 와, BLG 이걸 치네 진짜. 아니 어떡하냐 온. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, Fly has to watch out! Fly has to watch out! Oh my gosh, this Ari is gonna kill everybody! Unless? Oh my gosh, they're gonna go in. Oh my, FlyQuest. FlyQuest just threw the win! FlyQuest just threw the win! They just threw the win and they just lose the game! Bro! 아니 다 이긴 게임을 또 저걸 이렇게 해가지고 진다고? Oh my gosh, what the fuck? My gosh, what am I watching? What am I watching? What am I watching? OMG. Oh. This is exactly how. This is exactly how. Do you remember G2 vs BLG? Do you guys remember G2 vs BLG, the ending? Exactly the same ending! G2 was trying to end, and then they couldn't end! And then BLG spawns and then kills all of them, and then they. Oh my gosh, I can't believe they played it like that. They literally ignored the Ari, meanwhile Ari just running them down. They don't even have minion wave yet. They could have played slowly, by the way. 100% they could have won another fight. Oh my god.
You have to do it later. You are in the middle of an elimination series here versus BLG. They have to focus.
아니 다 이긴 게임을 또 저렇게 던지면 어떡하냐고. Literally On gave them the game on a silver platter. It's like here. And then Flaco was like, no.
Close never counts on the international stage. You have to dot your I's and cross your T's, or BLG will run over you. This is why we say from heaven to hell sometimes in games. This is unbelievable heartbreak for the side of FlyQuest. And BLG, they crawl through.
Just wait the wave and then play another round. Why are they trying to rush the end, bro?
I feel sad for them, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's heartbreaking, right? To be able to battle back in a game like that, you're down.
This is just like G2.
Position, you're getting pick after pick after pick after pick, and you're being able to take the Baron. And we can watch this one more time. This is the base defense. FlyQuest looking like they were on the precipice of pushing themselves to match point. And they're going for it. They decide to make the call here. You know, we're not going to sit back. We're not going to play for soul. We're just going to try to go straight for the base here. Inspired, though, is tanking the tower. Busio goes a bit early. And notice the carries aren't really able to follow up.
They don't have the wave,
caught in a CC.
Oh my gosh.
They lose the wave. On goes and just buys time. And he realizes at this spot, all he has to do is actually buy time for the
Just wait for the wave, no?
Spin comes back, Elk comes back, and that's where they take over.
아니 그냥 진짜로 근데 이거는 웨이브 기다렸다가 같이 밀었으면은 진짜 몰랐는데. Like they were straight up tanking Nexus towers. Why? Why? I think the end call is okay. The end call is okay.
I will say, it was
little bit.
unfortunately at the detriment of
한 명 뒤로 튀는 거에 빨려 들어가는 거 너무 안 좋았고 바로 잡을 수 있을 거를 판단했다고? 아리가 너무 프리딜로 다 모든 딜을 다 박았어. 엘크도 부활하고 안배사도 부활하고 해가지고 굳이 무리해서 몸대면서 쌍둥이 쳐야 할 이유가 있어요? 진짜 진지하게 물어보는 거라고. 그러니까 이게 너무 이게 너무 흥분해가지고 미스였다 진짜.
And I think the thing that's so heartbreaking about this game for FlyQuest is I think they had a big compositional advantage, and I think they know it. Look how hard it was for BLG to win this game, even down so much gold. We can take a look at some of the early plays that BLG made to put themselves in a really good advantage. I think they pushed the pace of the game very, very well. This was a FlyQuest counterplay. Bubba was baiting on a ward here to try to draw them in. He does unfortunately get taken down. And then you have 5 members top from FlyQuest, and you're thinking, okay, they need to get multiple kills for this to be worth it, but they are only able to get the one. BLG with a great escape here.
BLG keeps losing.
Knight has a great flash, and he gets out to safety. And meanwhile, they're taking camps, they're taking stuff on the bot side, and then Bing gets a solo kill, and it starts to really snowball a bit out of control.
And I think for BLG also, you see that they read the game a couple of steps further than you are at that point in time, because Elk and Knight, they already visualized how they were going to get out that fight possibly, because they know that their top laner is calling that he's got the advantage bot, and those are the kind of
이거는 멘탈 나가겠다. 아니 근데 이거 솔직히 BLG가 졌으면은 BLG 멘탈이 바닥이거든. 뭔지 알지? I think if BLG lost here, they are going to literally lose a series. That's how crazy it is. How they had a 9k goal lead, and Mr. Support is just running it down. Everybody's just running around like a monkey. In game, of course. And they completely threw their 9k lead.
And so they just try and go on Busio. They don't end up getting the kill, but the main idea and purpose is to isolate the Rise as much as possible.
Early gameplay from BLG is perfect. Their gameplay, like early game, is so good. Only just 1v9 in the early game. Even the mid game was fine for BLG. Team fighting was super clean.
This is when it was getting pretty frustrating from the side of FlyQuest.
아니 근데 진짜로 노틸러스가 정말 부대기 타입 같은데 생각해보면 초반 플레이나 이런 거 보면은 노틸러스 때문에 덕분에 초반에 리드를 다 키운 거긴 해서 챔프 탓을 하기에는 좀 아닌 것 같다. 확실히 레나타보단 좋다.
I mean, there's a lot of fights that I think they really are going to want back. There was one in particular, around mid lane where, they had seen both Knight and Elk on the ward. They try to cross in front of them.
이번 판 졌으면 플라이카스가 이겼다. BLG도 근데 이렇게 계속 이기는 것도 별로 안 좋은데 오히려
that, you know, Masu Sena is also stellar, right? And is farming up those stacks, but then this happens. And this is where Elk says,
look
this
at
is
this
my
fight.
chance to take over this game completely.
Absolutely.
I think this
And
fight
I
was
think
like,
he played
okay,
incredibly
well, game's over at this point.
Ghost got so much work done. Elk bides his time.
I was
able
like,
to find
okay,
an angle
well,
here. He
game's
ulted
over, guys.
onto Busio, and then the Ghost
Move
is
on
just
to
getting
game 4.
extended, and
Goodbye.
he's chasing down Masu. Look at this. They cannot escape from this ghosted Kaisa, closing the gap. W flash in on a Bwipo, takes down another one, and even with all of the gold leads that they had, FlyQuest were still able to find opportunities. They punish on really effectively, but this series has been really interesting. We should check in on the top lane because this was our featured matchup here presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, I would
Just
say,
like a BLG.
and I think it's what the saddest part for me is that this is a comp that I really, really loved out of FlyQuest, right? And it's also for Bwipo. He loves this gangplank, and you see, what is the ideal scenario
Bro, what
here?
did
do
On
they
smell
wanna
in
do
his
with
mouth
this
to
comp?
play
I
like
mean,
this?
ideal scenario is to be able to play a front-to-back fight with DP ulti,
Hey,
Senna ulti, and then like being able to buy time with
I mean,
Poppy
even
ulti. Like,
here
if
is like
they
fine.
can play a
Why do they
front-to-back
keep
fight
showing this clip
so
again and
easily.
again?
But of
I
course,
I
we
really
are
want to see the
focusing on
ending
top
again.
lane
Ending
matchup, and
clip.
I felt like Ambessa
This
did a
fight
really
right
good
here.
job. This is the fight
Yeah,
you
I
were
mean,
talking
this
This is
about.
the fight I was talking about that I thought was a backbreaker because Knight and Elk were actually clearing a ward there. They found a pick onto On, that's great, but then your carries are funneling through this tight corridor, and Quad and Masu take so much damage there that to me, this is really what put Fly kind of, you know, so far behind that you started to feel like, okay, well now it needs a miracle. They almost found that miracle, but if I'm FlyQuest, I am kicking myself for that fight right there, because I think had they kept the gold lead, you know, around 3K, 4K, I don't actually think it's that big of a deal. They were keeping competitive as far as the objectives were going. I think they heavily outscaled their opponents, and I think had they been able to keep it a little bit closer, this was their game. And sometimes you give these ones away, and that is the
People
difference
was
in a
trying to
series.
solo carry damage
Yeah,
wise.
and I just wanted to focus on, we talked about the top lane. Sure,
I'm
the DD
tilted.
at
I am
15
tilted.
was lower
I'm not even that
inside,
big of a
but he's the one
FlyQuest
playing
fan.
the
I want them
matchups,
to
like,
ring
basically
here.
playing the poor side of the matchups. He's
And
playing
I'm
the Sign, he's playing
tilted.
the Ornn into, but I think he's holding out really well, especially this game where he was able to get the solo kill into him.
Imagine being
you
an
wanted to focus
LT
on the
fan
matchup,
or like a
BLG's
FlyQuest fan.
matchups,
Oh
Knight
my
and
gosh,
Din
I would be
are
so
having a
tilted
great
losing like
series.
this.
For me, this is going to be a
라인은
problem.
이길
You are
팀은
one
불화가
game
있는
away
것
from
같다고.
losing it all if you're FlyQuest.
Yeah, we'll be right back to talk about those implications. I will leave you with the information that FlyQuest is staying on that red side. We'll be right back.
두루 본다고 한다. 실제로 영어 인터뷰 나올 때 번역안 듣고 바로 다 8경지까지.
그러니까 다른 선수들은 솔직히 폰을 많이 보죠. 이게 폰으로 SNS나 뭐 이런 릴스 쇼츠 이런 거. 그게 딱 그 뭔가 중독성이 쩔거든. 저도 항상 쇼츠를 많이 보는데 책을 본다. 자기 개발은 역시 배상혁.
Okay. I get it now.
혜빈님은 책을 보나요? 옛날에는 책 많이 봤죠. 요즘은 최근에는 책을 본 지 몇 달 된 것 같은데. 저는 그리고 옛날에도 소설책 같은 거밖에 안 봤어. 나 자기 개발 막 그런 그 있잖아. 어떻게 막 인생을 성공하고 어쩌고저쩌고 그딴 건 관심 없긴 하거든. 본다면은 철학적인 책이 좀 재밌긴 하지. 철학책. 근데 그러는 거는 책보다는 이제 유튜브 영상으로 접하는 게 더 좋아서 제가 유튜브로 막 수학이나 과학, 철학 이런 거 좋아하거든? 역사. Where's the puppy? They also could have ended if they ignored all champions, but that's a hard call to make. I mean, no, Jackmore, I don't think they could have ended. They needed a wave, because you can't really get towers without, like, having a wave. You have to wait for the wave to push in, and then... You can't just ignore Kaisa and Ari just gunning down you. Could they have actually ended? We have to... I mean, here, you guys want to see the tweet? One sec. 잠시만요. Here it is. Here it is. Here's my sweet spot for you. 야, 보시면은 Can I see this? About. What is this pixelated stream? Okay, there we go. 이거 한 개 민 거까지는 좋아. 이거 one. And then they start thanking the Nexus here. See that Nexus? Nexus Tower? They start thanking the Nexus Tower here. Watch this. Look at where the wave is. Wave 위치 보이시죠? 여기 wave 있는데. They just forced on the tower here, which is fine. But then Busio's engaging here. Right? Well, they're trying to focus Beitron. 여기서 베이트란 선수를 보고 있는데 부시오는 여기에서 두 명을 막으려고 하고 혼자서. Right? And then there's no tower, there's no minions, and then Inspire starts tanking power for some reason. They have to get Baron minion on the wave in the back. Look at the wave in the back. 뒤에 보시면은 웨이브가 들어오고 있거든. 웨이브 들어오고 있는 거를 바론 버프를 해가지고 they have Baron buff. Literally wait for the 6 minions, back up a little bit, wait for the 6 minions, re-siege the tower, 같이 미니언 드론으로 같이 해서 5명이서 같이 타워를 같이 봐야 되는데 알리스타가 너무 그러니까 앞으로 너무 몸을 들이대니까 알리스타가 막으려고 하다가 이게 알리스타가 이미 피가 없는 상황이 되거든요. Look at Poppy and Alistair, they just become so low. That's because like they just have to back out, Baron buff the minions, and then fucking siege again. They're so impatient. Like they have Senna and Ryze and Gangplank basically full HP. They can 100% win. I'm not even joking, by the way. Watch this. Look at that. Huh? 아니 그러니까 이 상황에서 풀피 5명이서 세나, 갱플, 라이즈인데 라이즈는 그리고 존야도 아직 안 쓴 상황이거든? 상대가 들어오면 그냥 끝나는 거야. And Ryze has Zhonya's and everything. Do you mean? Like, at this point, it's just really uncomfortable. Inspire became 10 HP for no reason. And Wave is not even... Oh my gosh, Wave didn't even reach. Super sad watching this.
What are you doing here? Did you get lost?
Super sad.
Okay, nobody tells him. Okay, tell me, how is it been? How is the atmosphere here?
Oh, everyone here is beautiful.
No, just wait for the wave. It's like, wave is so important.
I love it.
All right,
Re-siege after wave.
So good for FlyQuest though. What do they need to do to pull this together?
Kisha, the Nunu!
I think we need to see some Nunu!
Let's see if we can see it happen. Casters, over to you.
Inspire Nunu.
Thank you, Lord. Thank
키샤 아니냐고? 저 사람 그 해외에서 유명한 누누 장인. 한국에서는 리아우님이 있긴 한데 리아우님은 미드 누누, AP 누누 픽하잖아. 근데 키샤는 정글 누누. 정글 누누 장인. Isn't it crazy that Buipo never ulted out? Oh, it's been trading. Just kidding. JK. I mean, he probably didn't think that was gonna happen like that.
I gotta be honest, that one really hurt. That one really hurt. Vanius, we didn't have to do that.
키샤 저분 T1 우승할 때 바지 벗고 돌린다고?
It's like reliving a thing that BLG already did once at this MSI.
Okay, we gotta move on. We gotta focus up here. Okay, they still have a chance. BLG here are on match point. They could easily end FlyQuest hopes, send them home.
유명해지기 전에는 텐션이 저렇게까지 크진 않은데 네, 유명해지고 나서 그러니까 저렇게 텐션이 높기 때문에 유명해진 거긴 하지. Okay, let's start. Game 4. Galio banned as well. 갈리오 밴까지 해서 갈리오 ban? I'm waiting. 갈리오 풀어놓는 거 아닐 거고. Okay, they're
while BLG maintains their first set of bans in their entirety, continuing to remove the Galio. FlyQuest will continue to remove the Rumble.
Yeah, BLG really want that Rumble. Rumble and FlyQuest.
I realize that these people have no rest after MSI. They need to fly to EWC. Yeah, but there's $2 million prize pool. $2 million. Darius locked in for Elk. Tier 1 ADC. 바루스가 진짜 티어가 엄청나게 높아진 챔프.
There's also Sivir, Jin. Yeah,
Jin Bard?
Very common matchup. The Bard is available. I do like Bard into
Jin
Bard.
Bard.
Could also be very early into the draft, of course. No need to prioritize the Bard now.
바드 근데 아마 픽 안 하면은 his muscle okay, his eyes look really watery. Also, chewing gum.
Would have liked to see something like a Jin Bard instead. We'll see if that ends up being the pairing here for FlyQuest, or if they'd rather go for something else here first.
커즈는 메이지가 다 강점이다.
So critical for this team.
니신 오리아나 이런 거 하나? 니신 오리아나? Maybe.
Trundle.
Okay. The bites? 트런들 승률 괜찮고.
It does a couple of things, Blind Trundle.
퍼포먼스
Obviously, it's
나쁘지
going to
않죠.
dissuade tanks for top lane and a lot of like blind top lane champions there.
Inspire
Also
Trundle.
extremely good if you have winning lanes and to go for invades, because he just dominates.
Air is really dry and hot in North America right now. I see. It will cause your eyes to water.
I mean, you can do the like.
Rakan.
Because like the things I'm thinking of, like Jarvan.
This is a Bard angle. Rakan is a free lane for Bard. 바드를 근데 만약에 여기서 픽 안 하면 밴 될 것 같은데. You have to like R3 Bard, or else it's gonna get banned. It's going to get banned if you don't R3 Bard.
I mean,
Scar?
usually you want to avoid picking tanks into the Trundle, but of course, if you connect with the CC,
Quad fan.
there's not much the Trundle can do about it. Alright, they're going to go for the blind. Yorick on the top side of the map. Been very well known for this champion domestically.
Yeah, very good.
This is a perfect bar game. 바드가 이렇게 좋은 판이 없습니다. Especially into Yorick, huh? What is Yorick gonna do with the Bard? You just portal away.
Okay, but we did see Whippo try and do Mordekaiser into and that one was choice of counterpick this
Best bar game. This is the freest bar game of my life. Again, Bordeaux every day. Pause. Bordeaux and a Bordeaux.
Whippo would play Aurelia.
No. I don't have that feeling. I think it's just Aurelia is too hard to operate later for the side.
Cho'Gath definitely feels like the front runner right now.
But they might just ban it.
Exactly. So now that you expect junglers to be pinched on the side of FlyQuest, I wonder if Nocturne will be considered for their bans. Syndra, they're going to pick apart Knight's pool, try and limit what options he has available with Cassio, Azir, Galio, Twisted Fate, Syndra. That's an additional 5 bans on top of the 6
Bard loses here then.
This series.
So we're looking at like Oriana tier at the moment.
Well, no.
There that goes.
No.
Well,
So now we're looking at even like Ziggs mid lane. God, we're really getting deep in the mid lane pool now, aren't we?
I mean, Silas is still up.
Silas is a good one.
Is good.
In these comps,
Veigar.
We have the Bard though,
Veigar could be super interesting. I think it would struggle into a Bard. Akali, that's a good ban as well. One of the more mobile mid lane champions that we see.
We get a 4th mid lane ban in this second half from BLG. They know they need to target solo laners specifically. They'll ban out that Silas.
Alright. So
Lucio Bard. I guess we're going game 5, guys. 여기서 바드가 질 수가 없습니다, 진짜. 아니, what champion are they gonna pick in the jungle mid? Whatever champion is, they can't do anything into Bard. Maybe like Akali is a problem. Akali is a little bit annoying, but
at this point we are just kind of throwing darts at the dartboard.
I mean,
Wide Whippo.
That is a wide Whippo. Yeah. Pull it apart.
아니 무슨 괴물을 만들어놨어. They made a fucking monster.
that gap in the middle.
Find a third guy.
Whippo doesn't look like that. Come on.
Literally talking about this today.
I told you.
Set
into Yorick is the pick for Whippo.
No way, Whippo is bringing out the set. Is it gonna be another Mordekaiser angle? Do you guys remember his Mordekaiser into Yorick? He got absolutely destroyed there. 미미님 어서오세요. Hi. 아니 근데 모데카이저를 그때 요릭을 보고 모데카이저를 픽한 다음에 겁나 털렸었는데 이번에는 세트를 픽하는데 모데카이저 보고 그러니까 요릭을 보고 괜찮은지 모르겠는걸. Is it gonna be okay into Yorick though? That's the question.
Back in the first game, like when they were doing Bash Bros style for Bwipo and Inspired,
Hello?
take every 2v2.
I'm worried, guys. Why Bwipo about to get eliminated? 아니 바드가 근데 세트 트런드 이런 거랑 좀 안 no Tristana is cringe for Bart. 티타는 근데 바드공 피하려고 할 때 W가 W 사용했는데 그 와중에 이렇게 얼려지거든. 그런 거까지는 괜찮았지만 티타 락한 좀 많이 무섭거든. Guys, I think FlyQuest lost draft. I think FlyQuest lost draft. I think FlyQuest lost the draft. The board was good pick, but I don't know about the set way. 세트 회 이거 맞아 근데? 진짜 아닌 것 같죠?
I'd love to try and see FlyQuest leverage the power of their bot lane 2 versus 2 to work with Inspire
You like
and
Way?
access to that bot side jungle, whether it be early
I don't know,
or
it's like
on those
too
initial reclays.
easy
BLG,
too easy to die. Who's gonna tank the Maokai ult? I guess Inspired has to Inspired has to tank it.
When you got a Maokai that's just ulting,
그냥 막 마구마구 막 들어올 것 같은데? 바드가 이거 괜찮나? Maybe Bird has to go exhaust?
They don't have the easiest front line. And it makes it a little bit harder to face check those
trying to
objectives.
go
So
heal
to
Bard.
things like a dragon.
Lucio goes Shanna board again.
A set and a bar.
선수 바드, T1 바드 안 살만해.
On the past couple of games,
Imagine not using carry as board
specifically. Remember, game number 2 was the Kalista Renata that never really got off the ground, playing early and aggro like they wanted to. Game number 3, Elk and On get a 2v2 just fair play kill at level 2, level 3 on Masu and Busio. Elk and On have been getting the better of their opponents in this bottom lane, and now with Elk on Varus, one of the most, if not the most powerful AD carry on the patch in a variety of situations, particularly powerful in the laning phase, I feel like BLG has a very sharp blade in the bottom lane.
Definitely agree, Flowers. We're gonna get a little exchange early on, but shouldn't turn into too much. We do have a sweeper start for On here. So he's just gonna go for his recall though. Okay.
Now, gentlemen,
that is
the last time we saw Bwipo set internationally.
마오카이 궁 딸깍, 라칸 궁 딸깍.
5 versus Genji.
Let's skip for Bard! Let's skip for Bard! 야 감정 바드 레전드. Oh no, he didn't even go bone plating. Holy, he's trying to win lane really hard with Jin, huh? Yeah, it makes sense. Winning lane is very important.
I also casted the series. I was there.
Oh, you were there.
It was you, Zale, and I.
Oh, it was yeah.
I was also there.
How do you feel, Kobe?
I'm literally stuck in the last game at the Nexus and thinking why.
All right, Bwipo's at least going to start off by giving Bin a couple of punches here in the jungle. Bwipo's happy to try to keep these trades going for a longer period of time, but remember that Bin does have help closer by, so Bwipo doesn't want to overstay his welcome here.
Yeah, Bwipo does want to trade really early on, though. Try and make use of his passive. Stacking up his Conqueror here.
Wow, he's just sacrificing farm.
Yeah, and he's just beating the snot out of Bin.
That's what you want to do on your set. Always just go fist fight them right at the beginning.
Setter's like boom, boom.
Literally, yeah,
boom, boom.
Literally, exactly.
1, 2.
Use your passive, use your OP
okay.
autos there.
Busier also
extremely well played by Bwipo. I love that level of confidence. Now Knight with some confidence himself, committing to the trade in the mid lane. Nice trade back from Quad.
Yeah, both mid laners now down to 200 HP, drinking their potions.
And a key thing whenever you are playing set or any champion like that wants to go for these really brutal level 1s, you want that vision on blue Gromp. So that ward key there, it does see the base 1 start, does see that it's going to be top side down to bottom side for the Maokai. So that allows Bwipo to continue playing aggressively.
Lucio walking over a ward as he makes his way into the BLG jungle, but now Beishwan, he's
Beishwan! Support guy! Yo, we're going game 5! Game 5, game 5, game 5.
On is here with a grand
entrance. Busio down to half HP. Teleport coming in from FlyQuest. They are committing to this. That teleport
That TP takes a long time though. Bwipo fucked his lane. What did it mean? Why did it beat her?
And now it's time to walk all the way back.
What? Bwipo?
Don't agree with
아니 라인 좀 잘해놓고 갑자기 바텀에 텔포를 사면 어떡해요? Yorick just gets to farm for free then. Cannon minion goodbye.
That wave state, he's probably going to lose that cannon, but he's not going to lose out on too much farm because the wave is pushing towards him. The race is on. Will he end up losing the cannon?
TP was a bit bad, yeah.
Try to get it. No, sniped down by
the XP though. He did get the XP.
Let's shoot big damage. Boom, 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 boom.
Busio working with Inspire to move
감전 바다의 힘이다 이놈아. 겁나 패 그냥. Okay, I'm playing Electric Bard today. No more spellbook. First abandon with spellbook.
Good position here in the early game.
Electric Bard it
Need to
is.
use their early
Time to bring it out.
advantages with the counter pick.
I mean, they're nerfing spellbook smite next patch.
Constantly go for invades with Trundle. Utilize the early power. Bottom side as well. Pushing in does bode well.
미치 같아 바드 뭐냐고. 바드 개쎄요 진짜. 이게 다들 막 수호자 바드 하고 뭐 탱 바드, 서포 바드 뭐 이렇게 하는데 원래 오리지널은 바드가 감전이 원래 오리지널이거든. 예전에 감전이 없던 시절 천둥 군주를 들었거든요. 바드가. 천둥 군주 시절. Yeah, the OG rune for Bard used to be Thunderlord, which is basically what Electric is now. Thunderlord works the same way as Electric pretty much, but
I did notice there were
before the rune rework,
mark pings though on
Bard would always go Thunderlord, Thunderlord,
BLG
Thunderlord.
are very clearly calling the timer
Electric is just super easy to proc because of the Bard passive auto type.
Hey, Bard
다들 패시브 평타가 2스택으로 그 감지되어가지고 그 평타 2대에 감전이 터집니다 진짜로. 큐를 안 맞춰도.
And Jin had already started walking towards the bot lane, so BLG guaranteeing the swap. Busio here to assist though.
Now Bwipo wants to get this shoved up. Goes for the face breaker there. Haymaker will clear out the last bit of the wave. Gets that one ready
Bwipo
to
has
crash, but
40
Elkin
CS.
on.
Look at Bin, 19
Busio's gonna
CS
step
right
up,
now.
try to harass him
Ain't
a
the
little bit.
way.
Yes, you've got the turret clearing out the melee minions, but all three
Even with Bwipo tipping ball lane.
still auto attacking. Doesn't really matter a whole lot.
아니 근데
Bwipo
탑 차이
wisely
뭐야?
stepping
지금
all
빈.
the way back a little bit extra for his recall to make sure that
Okay,
Varus
I'm liking this a lot more than the Mordekaiser. That's for sure.
Making his way towards the top lane. A bit of a freeze
Mordekaiser
has
pick?
been set
No.
up by the
Set?
BLG duo.
Yeah.
But you look at that top lane difference, Bwipo still holds on to a healthy gold
Deserve for playing Yorick.
Quad doing a good job of farming in this matchup as well.
Wait.
And ultimately, a
Aaron is
small gold
a
advantage
Yorick main.
in
We have a
favor
Yorick main
of
in the chat.
FlyQuest. That first dragon of
Despair.
the game is available. You can see both junglers heading towards
Maybe you can
it.
tell
I
us
think
about the
Page
set
One just
matchup.
wanting to
Like,
get a
what's the
bit of
problem with the set
information.
matchup?
Whereas Inspired may want to start it soon. Bwipo, though, the jungler's in the area.
Yeah, but he's immediately going in for the combo despite that.
Oh.
Gets caught up in the cage here, takes a little bit of extra damage. Beishwan's nearby, but it doesn't matter a whole lot now.
Knight!
Could be in some danger.
Getting ganked by the board though?
Knight
바드
sidesteps away
등장.
from that severing bolt. Remember, when you're isolated, the thing does so much damage. Bwipo finds another nice face breaker there onto Bin, forcing him all the way back underneath the tier 1 turret.
And they should pull out that dragon started
so
up here because they
바텀에 저 웨이브 어떡할 건데. Yorick has to recall, but the wave is so bad for
Actually, he's not
him.
even going to force the teleport.
But if he stays, he's gonna die.
Pushing over there
Sets level
anyway.
6, he's gonna
So
literally
take
get
the
run
walk
down.
over. Now, Quad still retains his CS lead from the early levels that we saw and that extra little fight that broke out around Raptors. It did draw Knight over on Tristana and using his rocket jump there. And so Quad also with his little bit of CS lead in the mid lane. But Masu is under fire. Masu's been in pain this one, and he's the one kind of suffering.
Exactly. Big gold lead
탑에서
there for
전라인,
Elk.
전라인이 지금 다
66
밀리고
to
있네.
48
생각해보니까,
in farm.
BLG.
That's the cost of Busio roaming as much as he
Every
is
lane
on the
losing
board,
on BLG's
affecting the rest
side.
of the map. Masu's just kind of got to eat the losses and deal with it as gracefully
Okay,
as possible.
like FlyQuest
Being
has
level
to
6
connect
now
this
on
win,
the
and
Yorick,
like
made and
the winning
available,
lanes have to be
Bin
connected
is down 32 to
into
55
a
in farm.
strong
Bwipo
enough lead in the mid
really
lane.
leveraging the
Good game,
power of this
yes.
set to keep
Definitely
Bin
don't want BLG
away
to start
from
scaling
resources
though.
in that matchup as Masu and Busio trying to get the wave shoved up here on the top side, but Beishwan's nearby. He's
I think
got the
Elk
ultimate
also
ready.
going TP is great, like he's not gonna lose any minions.
As
But it's also
no,
really
looks
bad
like FlyQuest will take their
because
magical exit and get out of the way.
he's not gonna have a summoner spell.
that we see for
in
these
team fights,
deficits.
like
The fact
TP's
that
useless.
Whippo is allowed to stay
Obviously.
top lane and just catch that wave, on top of the fact that a freeze was generated by Elk, denying a lot of farm away from Masu, has kind of put them in this unfortunate position.
Reaper?
Does mean that both sides have very clear strengths that they can look
I think
to try
Set
and play
doesn't
through.
scale very well.
Whippo starting to lose out on these trades now.
Yeah,
nicely done by Bin.
She's so strong, especially when the only defense.
Nerf the waifu!
Considering she does that
Nerf
percent
Yorick's
HP
waifu.
damage. Elk flashing away from the second shot, third hits, fourth misses.
A nice gank
The
from
curtain
Inspired.
call
Good gank.
ultimately not
No
putting
flash
on
now.
much of a show. As
Genji.
FlyQuest trying to move up.
Genji the win.
Some of
Why
these drop takes. The
Genji
third
more?
grub
Why?
is the only one left, and all
Huh?
three secured by BLG. Never mind.
Oh, they're
FlyQuest did
jumping
give
in.
themselves
Knight
the
is
one.
crazy.
Masu under pressure
Oh,
from
that's a good Maokai. Oh my gosh, Maokai ult into Rakan W. But Mr. Bordo is just gunning them down. Mr. Bordo. 바드 받았다, 바드 받았다.
Paints a picture, and it's a eulogy.
Mr.
for
Bordo
BLG
just
in the top
angry.
river.
Quad actually smurfing. He predicted
He's
based on
actually doing
flash
so
there
much
to get
damage
the
this game.
Extra kill, 2 onto Quad, and Whippo going pretty ham.
Yeah, he's using the showstopper. He's already pulled out the haymaker though. So
Oh
his
wait, I
output
think Bin
is
wins
pretty
this.
low. You can see him
Oh, but the
regenerating
Bard is
extra
here!
HP now.
Pablo 등장! No! No! Bushio! Pokemon! Top gap, top gap. Top side, top side.
Inspired shows up. He forces
Oh,
the
Bushio can't go in.
flashback out of the
Bushio,
Yorick,
look at the little
but
thing he's
Bin
killing the
coming
Bardo.
out on top.
아니, 바드가 맞았는데 그 전에 뒤지시면 어떡합니까? Buipo just pooping.
In the extended fight was able to win out thanks to the assistance of the Maiden. And even with the arrival of Busio,
You just have to live long enough for the Bordo to show up and like actually kill
He's gonna have to
everybody.
reset quickly as the Maiden picks up a
He's
bit
too low.
of farm.
He's too low at the
But
point.
FlyQuest still important to recognize.
Kick
A
up
huge
in,
team fight
역시
win on the top side. Quad being able to pick up 2 kills. It looked like quite a good
This
fight.
fight
Initially
looks
for BLG, they
okay
get a massive
for
Maokai
BLG.
ultimate. Knight is getting huge
Look at
damage down
that.
onto
아니 근데
Masu.
콤보가
And the
좋았는데
poke
딜이
comes through from
부족하다.
Elk looking good, but
They didn't have enough
just
damage.
kind of runs out.
Bin,
Elk is landing a few auto attacks here and there.
Bin and
While Inspired
what's it
and
called?
Quad just
Buipo
dish
spot
out
lane? Like they're not even
non-stop
here. But
constant damage, and they end up swinging the kills in their favor.
Quad is going to be the hope for the FlyQuest team with the early CS advantage. Now he's on his first item spike here with the Ludens. Big burst damage available.
진짜 라칸한테
But,
지면 안 되긴 해.
Bin
바드.
getting money once again is always a problem. Bin on his Yorick.
Yeah, Bin is scary now that he's got the
Giga
Maiden, now the Yorick is really
Bin!
online. Yeah, he's down 30
Giga
farm, but because he got
Bin!
that kill on Whippo,
Bordo and a Bordo cannot carry that. Holy moly. I mean 30 CS gap, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. 세트가 근데 CS가 30개 차이 돌려놨는데 궁이 생기고 나니까 그냥 적배가 됐어. Like now that you have more, you just it doesn't matter how much CS you're behind. You're just most broken champion in the game, I guess. Yorick needs to get nerfed too much, like a little more. I'm sorry to the Yorick main.
The bigger problem is being on the other side of the map.
Bard
Yes,
nerfs?
he's down
No.
about 15 CS.
Yorick
but
nerfs?
Another plate is going to get an extra one off the back of that. And look at that, a 500 gold advantage over
I mean,
Whippo.
yeah, I mean,
These
Whippo was
armor
having
boots
fun
doing
until
some serious work in the 1 versus 1, helping mitigate a lot of the
Bin
early
brought
game
his
damage
wife,
that
I
comes through
think.
Quad.
Bin brought his wife.
Careful against On, won't fall prey as Masu gets engaged on.
Yeah, Knight jumping in here should be able to fully arm that explosive charge.
No jump, no jump.
Whippo's
Okay,
matchup into
no
Bin,
jump now.
He was dominating early on, but as
Reset
soon
his
as
jump.
the Maiden was
Jump
summoned
again.
up, the matchup just got turned on its head.
바드가 궁으로
Ever
꽝
since then,
해야
Ben has
되는데.
felt like he's got so much more presence in the lane.
Busio, don't waste time on the set
That
lane.
kill going
I think
the
set
other
lane
way,
is not
even
worth
with the
it.
roam down from Busio is so big too. If he
I don't know
had
if
been
that
able to
matchup
get
is
that on
gonna
the side of
change, even if
Whippo
he
and get
ganks
to the
him.
Stridebreaker early, but
Okay,
Busio's back out
ulti,
onto the map
boom.
again, just cruising
Never
around,
mind.
annoying people.
Yeah, it's not like you're gonna
아니,
be able to press a real
궁수지.
kill onto Knight
Should've
here,
ulted
but you
it.
can at least be super annoying as third shot misses, so fourth shot won't matter.
Actually, some really good jukes right there. If they land the snare, then it starts to get a little bit dicey for Knight, but he's able to juke it out.
궁을 왜 안
They'll
썼을까?
continue on with their dragon stacking plan for FlyQuest.
I don't know why Bard
regardless
better
of
ulti.
the extra money that has
It's okay though.
gone into Bin recently.
Okay,
Very
Raid.
slow-paced early game here.
Oh,
Busio tries
he's
to go in
missing
for
the
the tempered
ulti.
fate, but he won't land it onto Bin. A nice cage from the Yorick, but Whippo's gonna be the one tanking the
Oh, Giga Bin down. Wipe is down too.
FlyQuest plays the feat of warfare with kill 3.
Nice dive from FlyQuest. Bin was trying to respect
저런,
the
저런,
collapse that could come
저런.
through. He did some nice movement, but it was not quite enough to get away. Whippo was more than ready to dive. Just like that, he now has
3v1 to kill Yorick. Is that gonna change the matchup into set? Maybe when set has Strikebreaker,
and BLG is doing a
good job of
cross-mapping where they can. Yeah, a lot of minions dying to tower up there, but the same is true on the other side here. And again, Quad getting money, so much focused into this way. This champion now has the potential to put out
large 0-1-0 completely useless. Meanwhile, Bard is going around the whole map.
Keep it safe.
All right, this time last game was about 2,000, 3,000 gold lead for BLG with their hyper-aggressive, very divey, very engagey composition. This time around, a slower start as On wants to go in here for the quickness.
Inspiring, good Trundle filler.
Immediately fizzles out.
Not sure what the game plan was. I was looking at the minimap and Maokai was in the top river. Maybe they wanted to try and get his flash out.
Honestly sleeping. I don't know. Honestly sleeping.
The moment that initial engage was interrupted by
Game 1, Nico sleeping.
Really
Game 3, sleeping.
Stridebreaker now being completed, but for Bwipo means he's got a little bit more wave clear. Pushing Bin underneath this tower, and that gold difference between the two top laners now.
-1 in the chat.
And as we get further into the game, the amount of gold that Elk has gotten here for this poke Varus is going to be very troublesome, because you look at the hard engage on the side of FlyQuest, and it kind of has to come
오늘 온진 컨디션이 조금 왔다 갔다 한 걸?
If Busio is unable to force a lot of summoner spells.
근데 이제 빈 선수 컨디션은 다 올라온 것 같기도 하고.
Both with his own spells as well as maybe with creative journeys, but we're going to see an attempt at Bin.
Yeah, Bwipo flashes forward to go in.
Bin is Giga Bin. Oh, 저런. Playing weak side once again. Where is Beitron? Balling. Unlucky. Why? BLG hate Bin in game, of course. Like, what is going on? Okay, Bardo getting caught out. Oh, Pokemon! Great escape! Pokemon! Not even crush! Come on! Pokemon!
He gets away, and BLG get the dive done.
A nice dive from BLG.
You're running for quad though. They got 2 towers! Look at Trundle! Boom, 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 boom. And meanwhile Trundle was like boom, 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 boom. Masu getting caught out. Masu getting caught out. Masu getting caught out. Wow, Elk just missed. Elk just missed. He leaves!
That's a close one.
Oh my gosh!
Just barely able to escape.
Dude, 뭔 일이야? What is going on? Like something is happening bot lane, something happening top lane, something happening mid lane. Everything happening at the same time. 이해하네 진짜. 아, 저 당연히 죽은 줄 알았거든. 너무 깊이 들어가서. Rukana's ult back up again. Rukana's ult back up. Look at this build from On though. He's drunk. Like, what?
It was a pretty deep investment there.
Look at Rakan's items.
Even more jungle resources.
All right, FlyQuest will claim that blue buff. And I do have to point out, I think that FlyQuest claiming the feats of warfare, the extra move speed on the boots, is critical in this game. Because Bwipo inspired Quad, Masu, Booster. That's all 5 of them. Nobody has a dash. Nobody has a blink. Yeah, you've got the ability to go on a magical journey for Bard. Set can use the showstopper, but it needs to be right next to you. That little bit of extra move speed could be so critical for everyone.
Yeah, definitely agree. You know, the positioning on
포에 빼고는 솔직히 블루 필요한 사람이 없기 때문에.
Entire team fight. His flash cooldown critical as well. Nice.
Bard portal! Boom, boom. Oh, Bard is just giga stomping them. 예사기 점프 봐도 어떡할 거야. Oh my gosh, Bard is the most broken champion in the game. Holy. Portal's OP, yeah. Oh, they're just sleeping though. What is he doing?
You know the expression, the bark is
저게 라칸이 근데 왜 있어?
Right now inspired to bite hurts really hard. He chases down 2 BLG members, finds some quick picks on the top side of the map. Bwipo is going to respond, but this dragon now alive. A bot tower is going to be
secured at the bot tower. They trying to look at
that. Earlier we talked about how Quad was going to be the character for this team, while Inspired has taken the spotlight right away from him. 1.4k the gold lead for him. The Trinity Force finished on this Trundle. And we talked about how BLG don't really have much of a front line.
다들 될만하네 근데. 다들 밴들만 하네요 정말.
Any foe that runs into his path.
Chains of Corruption hit
Not quite
it, but he's
W's and
underneath
Bard's
the
gonna
tier
take him
one TP.
over
Coming
the
in
wall
from both sides
using his
now
portal.
As FlyQuest bring Whippo in. He's behind enemy lines, but he's very tanky. Bin can't say the same. He arrives only to die as BLG have to try to scatter now.
Okay, Silver Scrapes. Silver Scrapes.
And Whippo's on a killing spree. BLG
아니, 플라이퀘스트.
into the meat grinder, and FlyQuest are happy to turn it on.
They're gonna chase them down. They're taking nothing
Bin just
from
defeated
BLG.
1v5 to die.
They're gonna be able to get the dragon. That's
my.
number 3. Dragon Sword
Honor
points
sleeping.
achieved
Gigabin
on
is
top of the 3,000
dying.
gold lead, Vedius.
Baytron is AFK.
just collapsing in
Knight
terms of
is
their coordination on the
crying.
map,
Okay,
getting
not
picked
crying, but
everywhere,
Knight must
moving
be
into
very
areas of the map
stressed
that they
with
just
his
don't
teammates
control.
running it down like
And that
this.
pillar from Inspired, I
근데
mean,
엘크랑 나이트
forget
지금
the pun, but that
머리가
was
아프지
filthy.
않을까?
The way he
지끈지끈.
positioned it made it so difficult for Baytron to escape.
Why is the fuck is Baytron still walking forward? I don't know.
Lucio sees a TP. Okay, they're not going to convert much off the back of that.
Yeah, it's just the
Slay. Busio is Slay Mikhails.
And here's where I'm going back to the draft as well.
아니, 썰매
There's
봐도.
so much physical damage on BLG.
썰매
that when
봐도
these Bash Bros on the
레전드.
front line get fed and they start being able to itemize armor. You're gonna
Oh, that
problem.
W.
Knight is caught in the middle of his rocket jump.
W로 끊는다니까. Bird ult, literally you can't W the bird ult because like you're gonna get frozen in place.
As on's the next target. Whippo
바,
chasing after him,
바제가
shouldn't be able to get a
W로
whole lot
끊어요
here.
저거를.
Rift Herald summoned up by
점프
FlyQuest in
시켜요
that
저거.
topside river. Tier
스타
1 turret
카운터인
next to their
거의.
sights.
Just on a counter.
is having an incredible performance. We knew his bard was good, but FlyQuest are chasing for more.
They'll immediately take that tier 1. If they can escort this Herald in, they can try
Oh
to get another
man.
slam into the tier 2. But it's going to get smoked out
Oh,
by Bayshwan
on
instead.
this.
Whippo flashes in
Oh,
from
they're
beneath
bad.
Vector. Double kill
GG.
for Quad. FlyQuest are hungry for a game 5. They are 5,000.
Wow, wow, wow.
Grinding BLG into
Just
the
FF the
right
game,
now.
I think.
It's
Just
only
FF the game.
Under 20 minutes still, and they've just taken over.
Inspired
지렸다,
is
진짜.
just running rampant on the
Bonk.
map. He takes the Herald, he throws it down mid lane. BLG are just trying to wait
Bwipo?
for it. They think they're safe, but keep your eyes on Bwipo. He knew who his target was, and it was Elk. Look at the positioning of the bars. Gets stunned up. The combo
Why
comes
Bwipo?
through on
Why
tries to
Bwipo?
provide
Why
POV.
Bwipo?
Just makes it easier for Quad to get a double.
That was so perfect. The combo.
Is this the
into
BLG
quake
T1 almost
damage.
lost to at Worlds?
Listen in.
Nah. This is BLG with Baytron and on playing like this?
Perfectly done
No.
there. And
This is
now
not the BLG
Whippo
that
at 1,500.
was excelling last year.
2,500
They
gold
are a
lead
different
here
team,
on
guys.
this
It's just like
trouble.
how
And you can
G2
tell because of the
is
double
a
80
different
carries,
team.
focuses in on the early Randuins for himself. He is just going to
What
be
happened
so
to G2
tanky.
and BLG needs to be
Can we
studied?
go one game without glazing
Someone needs to
Inspired?
fucking
I don't
write a
think so,
thesis and
because
study
he is
this
that good.
phenomenon.
He's running the show here, man. He is
How come
having
world-class team,
another
like, falls on this much?
phenomenal performance. You remember back to game 1 in the series, his Sejuani.
Don't
You heard
build
it
in
from
the
Dom.
G2
He
realm.
called it the perfect Sejuani game.
I'm trying
And
to say
now,
it's similar.
here in this game
It's
number
similar.
4, his
Definitely in a
jungle
different level, but
showing up
similar
absolutely
coordination
huge.
going on.
Otacon is live on the bottom side of the map. BLG are around, but you're 6,000 gold
정글
behind at
서폿이
21
진짜
minutes. BLG gotta be
못하는
careful about
느낌이긴
every play
한데
they try.
This jungle
G2도
support
정글
synergy
서폿이
is just
살짝
on
문제였거든요.
point right now here in game 4. Inspired, FlyQuest know that they are stronger. They want to try and force
아니
BLG
이거는
into an
솔직히
uncomfortable
한 명의
situation.
문제가
Knight
아니긴
is split pushing
하지만
on the other side
당연히
of the map, trying to get some goal back for his team. Bwipo applies the slow. He's hunted Knight down.
Yeah, Bwipo wants to
빈이
at
저기
least force
지금
Knight
정신
to use
근데
the
저도
buster
이거
shot
얘기하려고
there
하는
to
게
go. But now
빈이 못하는 것처럼
point
보여잖아?
of pressure
근데
for
이거는 애초에
FlyQuest.
요리를 왜 안 봐주냐는
Another
거야
Busio setting it up, and
마오카이가
Elk is dead. Enemy AD
가서 막
carry
가서
down.
갱을
Enemy
가라는
mid
건
lane
아니고
under
그래도
pressure.
봐줘야 되긴
Whippo
하잖아
looking for a little bit
나
more as
역갱까지는
Knight
그래도
gets a
봐줄만
flash away,
하잖아요
just a rocket jump, and he teleports
너무
to
BLG가
guarantee
지금
it
올
too.
때마다
That's both summoner
막
spells
구엔 같은
from
거
one
픽했으면
carry.
구엔
That's the
쪽에서
life
플레이하고
of
요릭
the
픽했으면
other.
요릭 쪽에서
And
플레이해야
all the
되는데 너무
tempo
버려
belongs to FlyQuest.
인선수를 이렇게까지
Whippo
버리진
looking like
않았거든
David
BLG가
Goggins out there,
전에는
running him down, the determination. Ever so
슌
slowly
선수가
walks him
탑
down,
중심으로 되게
forces
플레이를
him
많이
out.
해줬어
That is double summoner spells.
바텀 중심으로 플레이할 거면은 애초에 텔포 바르스를 하면 안 되지 텔포 바르스 And you're not playing around both sides then you should not be playing TP
Just
Varus
trying to keep the wave pushed up down here in the bottom side. There are
TP
3
Varus?
BLG players nearby as On and Beishwan try to step up, try to establish some little bit of vision control.
Like 이
Omasu though, Knight jumping in, forcing the flash.
Oh
Knight with a massive
my
shutdown
gosh, he
there
jumped
to
though.
kill
He doesn't have
the
jump
FlyQuest
now.
AD carry. but it will
Always
cost him
does.
severely as Inspired jumps in and beats him to death.
If maybe if he had jump, like if he buffered his jump.
Done by Inspired as he punishes the aggression from Knight. Knight is doing what he can on the map. Really the
방금
only
진
point
잘리는
of
건 좀
goal
아쉽긴
advantage
하지만
on the side
뭐
of
상관없어.
BLG. But now the Soul is alive
Knight
in
is
20
very strong.
seconds,
I'm surprised how
and
much
BLG
damage he
lost
did.
their mid laner.
방금
Meanwhile,
뜨다 딜이 근데
Inspired
좀
with a
생각보다 많이
3K gold
아팠어.
advantage is poised to secure the Soul for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of that gold still to spend. Bwipo, meanwhile, did spend
그냥
his,
두드려 패네.
he had that very early stare.
잘 큰 트런들은 진짜 괴물 그
that
자체.
we saw. Objective bounties are on the map because of the giant lead that FlyQuest have, but really it comes down to the Soul as the breaking point here. Do BLG have any magic of their own to extend this game, or will FlyQuest just claim it?
14-3, favoring FlyQuest with the Hex Soul at about half HP.
Soul gonna be gone.
BLG looking for some
Beitron's
kind of
gonna
angle to
die.
approach, but immediately Bwipo
Beitron looks dead.
Beitron's under pressure. Nature's grab fires out. Bwipo's still here in the front line. On goes in for the charm onto Inspire.
Oh, they're all dead.
With a first kill. FlyQuest
Oh, okay. Bwipo is dead.
But he finally dies. The
Got the
Soul
soul
is
though.
claimed by FlyQuest. And we end up getting a trade of
다들
kills.
개얄미워. Bardo's so annoying. What the hell? Bardo, look at that. Giga.
Masu throws the ultimate
Giga did
out
more like Giga
just to
Bardo.
clear out the wave, get a bit of chip damage onto Elk.
Okay,
Nice
dodging
sidestep
coming through from
him,
Elk,
but
but
the Soul is secure.
마공이 형
FlyQuest
어떡하면
is
그러니까?
looking to bring
마공이 형
us to
감전받을?
Silver Scrapes
개꿀인데.
and Game 5.
Yeah, with the Hex Soul, you can constantly throw out Jhin long-range abilities just to set up
Oh,
for the
they're
great
flipping
damage,
it.
but
They're
not a
flipping
con
it.
force here from BLG.
BLG's lost it, guys.
Desperation.
BLG's lost it.
It's a Hail Mary from BLG, but the Tempered Fate is already connected on.
Oh, look at that Hex like so damage. Oh my gosh.
Inspired dominating as the Otacon is
BLG lost it. You're this behind and you're trying to do Otacon first? You're crazy. Beitron needs to try to steal it, but it's hard.
But they gotta be careful to not tank too much. Deadly Flourish won't collide on a
Oh,
target.
that's gone.
And now Bwipo is still
On's trying to
lurking.
steal it.
The
The smite.
Otacon goes over to
He should have smite
Inspired,
stealed
and
it.
BLG
플래시로
loses
플래시로
another
쓰나
objective.
쓰지
FlyQuest
그냥.
back up to a 5,000
솔직히
gold
한 번 더
lead.
죽어도 스틸각 봐도 될 것 같았는데. Like Flash Smite would have been so poggers. Like Polypuff angle.
So nice one
He was
there
not
to
a range
lock it down
on
for
without Flash.
FlyQuest, for Inspired, and now they can just reset back to Baron side.
라칸이 조이라고. 아니 저거 진짜 스틸각 봐도 될 것 같았는데. 솔직히 지금 라칸 한 번 더 죽는다고 뭐 어떻게 되는 거 아니잖아.
You want him back, don't you?
그 앞 W 쓴 다음에 그냥 풀 스마. Oh, Knight is just dead. Goodbye. Bye.
Vengeance for Knight's earlier play in the mid lane.
The pillar. Inspired pillar. And then the bird was stuns on the pillar.
Baron is the call for
다들 개사기네 이거.
BLG don't even look like they're
Holy
gonna try
bird
to
nursing
respond.
coming. Oh no.
Uncontested
I gotta climb some LP
BLG
before we
are
this
running out
get
of
nerfs.
options here in Game 4. The ulti comes through.
Tempered Fate finds Big Swan.
Oh.
Very low as well. Spiraling Despair connecting on
Oh.
the jungler. His quad's got a flash
Wait
to
a
make
sec.
sure that he doesn't get killed by Elk. Nice max range. Chains of Corruption.
FlyQuest is biting off more than they can chew. No, they got a Baron though. They got Baron. Baron for one kill is fine.
Yeah,
Take
they'll be
that.
happy that one still. They have so
okay.
much pushing power here. That plus Hex Soul and the range that they
바로는
have on this
먹었으니까 근데
team.
게이드가 아닌가?
BLG are just gonna get pushed in over and over and over. The siege will be inevitable from FlyQuest.
이건 엘크가
So
잘했다.
BLG,
엘크
they have to
선수는
look
뭔가
for a
엘크랑 나이트는 잘하는 것
angle on the
같은데
side to just get a
나머지가
super
좀
dream ultimate and like a very quick pick
나머지가
with
좀
Rakan.
똥을
But I
뿌드득
don't
뿌드득
think
뿌지직
FlyQuest
뿌지직.
have any reason to
아쉽아요.
expose themselves to an overload play. So
Quite frankly, I think you don't overcomplicate it. You get Bwipo, you get Inspired, and you go forward. I think you put the push music on and you start pushing.
magical journey.
There it is. Busio and Bwipo going after Bin. Deadly Flourish from downtown. And Bin flashes to try to
Can't
live
flash
through
away
it.
from that, my guy.
Haymaker. It's a 5-knuckle sandwich for Bin.
Yeah,
and
Bin.
Bwipo's eating good.
Busio has done so much work for FlyQuest. Yes, of course, the star of the show, Inspired, has been doing all of the damage, getting all the kills, but Busio, the supporting cast, has been setting up all these plays, and now BLG look to respond.
Inspired flashing out of the way of Nature's Grab, trying to make sure that he doesn't get blown up here at the very start of the fight. Drops the subjugate and turns on. Tempered
Fate! 퍼지고! Oh, nice. Knight is so dead. Oh, he's gonna. Oh, goodbye. The Hextech Soul. The Hextech Soul slow. It's too much. What? The supporter?
And he at least gets a kill into Busio, but now he's got to try to escape. Quad and Masu ready to fire. A spiraling despair misses. Masu with the proc on the Hex Soul to slow down Elk. Guarantees the kill. Only Ben standing. FlyQuest are moving to Nexus turrets. It's Yorick.
Game 5! Cue the subscribe.
Finally respawning as well. Maybe the mist wanting to buy some time. As FlyQuest have made it onto the second Nexus turret. The Nexus open.
봐도 그냥 승리의 요정인데? 승리 진짜 레전드. MSI 승리. GG! Holy moly! FlyQuest is doing it! FlyQuest! Game 5 into BLG? Holy.
Last year at Worlds, Wippo set did not bring them the victory, but this time around he made it work.
5세트까지 갈 줄이야. 난 진짜 상상도 못했다. Oh my gosh. Put on the glasses. Put on the sunglasses.
Put it. Destiny. They left it all on the Rift at Worlds, and they did not want to make that mistake.
I'm ready. USA! USA! 아니, 선지자 감사합니다.
Dude, Busio and Inspired were
oh
insane.
My gosh, jungle support gap.
No, don't calm down.
Game 5 bangers?
This was just such an insane performance. I think Inspired
Last hope
straight
of
up
an
best
A.
player in the series, point blank period. I will not be listening to arguments.
Okay.
This guy is going crazy.
I mean, why
The way
Wippo?
that him
This
and
set?
Busio played together this series was absolutely remarkable. It's chef's kiss. It's back-to-back barking for
와,
Busio.
진짜.
Brother, you said that On was the better bard.
I may have been a damn banger. I'm taking it back. I'm taking it back. Oh my god.
Zeta picks here now. Azale, I do want to talk about this a little bit, right? Because we saw R5 twice for Bwipo. He picks this set, and we were a little bit scared in the beginning. But you know what? He does that often. He will give his lane opponent false confidence and then quite literally smack him into the ground.
I mean, this man is playing his own game. It is not League of Legends. He is playing the wide Bwipo special here. Locks in the
와,
set.
BLG 이대로 그냥 무너지는 거야?
Ben was not respecting level 1.
진짜 북미한테 털리는 거야, BLG? 설마. 설마 5세트 BLG예요? 설마 지겠어?
But he stays true to himself. He continues looking for big
이제 뭐
plays
남았나요,
here.
챔프?
And I think that is the
남은
beauty of
거는
Bwipo. You know, you
오리아나
have to take the good with the
이런가?
bad.
오리아나
Because
미드에서
he's gonna have these games
오리아나가
where he's
좀
gonna absolutely dominate, and sometimes
높을 것
he's gonna be the 0-10 Bwipo and the 10-0
제이스.
Bwipo in the same damn game.
카밀.
I love it.
Maybe Ben should bring out Camille?
An advantage early. He's
Yeah.
on
Look,
the
Ben
way.
just needs to sit down
I
in front of
don't think
Beitron and be
he
like,
had to carry as
hey,
much in
Beitron.
the end as he maybe should have in that
Brother.
point in time because his team was just
Come
so
top.
firmly behind him in the rest of the game. But this was a
I think he
great
needs to
start.
talk to his jungler
I mean,
to
just
come
the team
top.
fights have been so easy for him. He's just providing a
그냥 탑만 계속 주구장창 가면 될 것 같은데 베이턴 선수가 탑을 되게 안 좋아하는 것 같아. 그냥 바텀 동선만 짜고
a front to back against this team, and his way was just getting stronger in these fights.
And to
이제
me,
진짜
you know,
뭐하고
Quad's job in this series
진짜
is
뭐하고
not to carry.
빈
It's to
pure
make sure
angle
that Knight
guys.
does not carry, and he was absolutely accomplishing that in this one. Knight and
Angry
Ben,
Ben, angry
these
Ben,
guys
angry Ben.
are some of the best solo laners in the entire world here that you are going up against. They have at times been considered the best in their role, and so for you to come into a series like this, it is a Herculean task to just keep them under wraps.
They look mortal. They really do. And a couple of things could have to do with the man
빈
on
통통하다.
screen
It does
right
not look mortal.
now. Inspired. It's unbelievable. And I think we've
세라핀
learned his name
스몰도
many
올라프.
times over at this MSI, but also in the past, right? And
그거
he's
맞아?
making it his
세라핀
mission
스몰도
to
올라프
make
이거
sure
맞아?
you remember.
He went topside, he punished Ben, they got 2 turrets off of it, just basically him and the bash, bro, and they just got so much gold off of it.
Yeah, I mean,
They
I
keep
love
playing
the
weak
play
side
from
top,
them. They
and
were
it's not
everywhere.
working
He
out,
was
I
even
think.
finding perfect pillars to actually cancel some
I
of
keep
the jumps.
I keep
Look at
mentioning
this.
it and talk
Knight
about the
gets
same thing
interrupted.
again and
The
again.
split second he
Because that's how
started his
frustrating
W,
it
Rocket
looks
jump
like
shot,
for
Busio tags
BLG.
him with the ulti. This happened multiple times,
Birdo
by the
just
way,
flashing
where Busio was
forward,
able to
though.
set him up, and it was these
봐도 안
two
플래시 봐.
running the map. It was an absolute map kingdom. They were everywhere. They were preying on BLG members
Support
at every
fucking
turn
gap.
as Knight jumps in here.
정국이야. 정글 차이 역대급으로 나는 것 같은데? 아, 인스파이어드 진짜 poorly inspired though. If they win here, by the way, they have to play into AL as well, but I think they have a chance to AL. AL did not look that strong. They almost lost to CFO. AL almost lost to CFO. Although CFO was crazy strong, don't get me wrong. CFO was actually popping off as well this tournament. Like, holy moly. Gago, Junjia, High Wing.
Yeah, they just look scattered because they kept getting picked off and they didn't really have an answer
and
to it.
Don't forget Hong Q. Hong Q was popping off as well. My goat Lucio and Inspired.
Then he's getting cancelled as we saw in the last replay. They were completely scattered and never reset
CFO가 진짜 잘했다고. AL이 못한 것도 있긴 한데 살짝 확실히 CFO가 잘했기 때문에 이제 AL 플랭크스트 이거 성사 될 수도 있겠는걸? 지금 리매치? We must say a rematch at this point, at this rate.
Guess whose job it is to get those wards? It is on, and FlyQuest are denying that vision, setting traps and punishing on every time he is looking to step forward.
And if you want to talk about pressure,
Angry on.
if you are the first seed, the second seed, the third seed, the fourth seed coming out of the LPL, you are expected to win these matchups.
지금 서포 차이 많이 나고 있어서 이번에 5세트에서 과연
You already have that chip on your shoulder that you are the second seed, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, and now you're up against match point against FlyQuest with buckets and buckets of confidence in their own house.
They've been in this
Poor
position
Knight, man.
before. FlyQuest had
Knight
they
and
don't
Elk?
want to lose from this position again, but if you're looking from BLG,
아니 엘크랑 나이트 좀 불쌍하다 진짜. 근데 어쩔 수 없어. 그러니까 이게 전체적인 게임을 주도하는 거는 결국 서폿이랑 정글이 많이 주도해서 라이노들이 힘을 못 써요. 서폿이랑 정글 차이 나기 시작하면은 When there's support jungle gap, laners can't do anything, especially ADC. You can't do anything, L can't do anything. Knight, if you need someone to like actually help you, right? Alone you can't really do much.
Absolutely, this is what they have been
서폿 정글
working
차이가
towards
진짜 엄청
every
큰데요.
single day since that best of 5, losing the game 5 against Gen G. They wanted to prove that they can not only compete, but that they can excel, that they can take them down.
나이트 엘크로 너무 통나무를 무거운 걸 든다고. 맞아. 비는 팀이 워낙 버리니까.
Prediction looking like? Are you going to flip, brother?
Oh God, should I do it? Should I flip? I don't know.
I think it might be time. It might be time to come on over to the side.
Maple, come on. What is?
Bottoms up, brother.
He's drinking the maple syrup.
3, 2,
3.
FlyQuest. I'm changing up one last time.
Let's go.
He's giga ulting, guys. Where's just giga ulted FlyQuest? No? Oh my gosh, if FlyQuest gets
let's go.
Oh why? Silver script time? Okay, one sec. It's time. Time to put on the sunglasses. Boom, boom, boom. Banger incoming game 5. 야, 오늘 진짜 3대 떡 나올 것 같았는데 1세트만 보고 와 진짜 플라이쿼스도 굉장히 왔다 갔다 하면서 뭐 어떻게 될지 모르겠는걸. 5세트 어떻게 될지. 확실히 롤리가 경기를 늘려야 된다고? 실버 스크랩스가 몇 번이나 올린 거냐. We've heard so many we have so many game 5 in MSI. This is the most amount of game 5s I've ever seen in a tournament. Huh? Okay, to be fair, I think the reason is because we have so many best of 5s. Starting from day 1, we saw so many best of 5s. Compared to before, where we had like one best of 1s. Like, we had a bunch of best of 1s, I think. 분명히 뱀픽은 진짜 잘 모르겠다고. 세트처럼 뭔가 요리잖아? 그러면 이제 예를 들어서 LCK였으면은 막 잭스를 하던가 막 오른 사이언 막 이런 탱커를 하던가 그 선택은 아니겠지만 아마 요릭 상대로는 그래도 그나마 올라프 정도는 나오는데 세트는 팔이 너무 짧아서 근데 안 나오거든요. 그러니까 세트 플레이가 너무 무식하잖아 살짝. Yeah, in Korea, like we cannot imagine set top by the way. 그나마 초비 선수가 세트를 미드로 한 번씩 픽하긴 했었는데 탑에서 세트 나오는 거는 진짜 의외죠. 막 가렌도 나오니까 Weepo played Garen as well. Like he plays set top and also Garen top and things like that. Is set a troll? Like it's like set technically should not be working, but the way that FlyQuest plays around set and the fact that like they countered the Yorick, like the Yorick blind pick actually getting punished instead of like just picking Orange, you know, something like a tank into it and try to farm up into Yorick. You know. 아니 잠시만 그러네 생각해보니까. Yeah, set support used to be played a lot all around the world, and I think Chovy played set recently. The only time set was played in LCK was like Chovy set mid.
Lucio is having an incredible performance. We knew his bar was good, but FlyQuest are chasing for more.
Immediately take that tier 1. If they can escort this Herald in, they can try to get another slam in the tier 2, but it's going to get smoked down by Beishwan instead. Whippo flashes in for the face breaker.
Okay, my tracker is going crazy. Too much sensing, I guess. T1 풀캐면은 현지인을 뽕 잘 뽑았다. 아니 근데 T1 풀캐가 나을 것 같진 않은 게 젠지가 맡고 있는걸? T1은 어? Holy moly.
It is game 5 yet again here.
Dom is back. Where's Cadril though? Cadril interview waiting room.
BLG to Silver Scribes once again, and Dom, what a series so far.
Crazy series. Inspired is once again going crazy. He canceled so many pillars, we might have to start calling him Cadril.
What do you think about
so many pillars? You mean so many ulties?
We have Cadril here on the other side.
Cadril! Join in!
What do you think of the energy they brought, the draft that they brought,
Cadril!
the fact that they're pushing
Where's the
BLG
Red
here
King?
maybe to get eliminated?
I really respect the fact that they're still picking their champs, right? Like they're picking the set. That's something that they haven't played into Yorick. Normally they play Cho'Gath into Yorick, but they could feel in this series they needed more aggression and they went for the set. So I feel like they're in the right headspace to actually tackle BLG here.
Whatever they did before does not matter. What matters is what they're going to be able to showcase here. What do you want to see and who are we looking at?
I want to see FlyQuest win it for North America in Vancouver. It's only right. All the fans are here. Everyone wants to see it. I can feel the energy in the arena. So let's go FlyQuest. Let's do a FlyQuest. It's time.
Vancouver,
NA believers. What the fuck is a kilometer?
Over to you one last time.
Miles. After today, we're gonna start using miles and pounds. What else? Fahrenheit? So in Korea right now, it's like how many degrees? 32 degrees Celsius? No. 90 degrees Fahrenheit. 35 degrees. Holy, that's crazy.
Everything this afternoon comes
hey. I'm saying if FlyQuest wins here. If they win here.
FlyQuest take the first one,
Don't wanna jinx it
BLG
though.
take the next 2. Game 4 is a dominant performance by FlyQuest.
64? Really? Actually, I have no idea. I don't do Fahrenheit. I don't know. I only do Celsius. As a European, I'm really high for FlyQuest. I mean, Inspired and Weepo are from EU. It's part of you guys.
Yes, we're going to go so deep, especially on the last few picks here, that you really have to lean into those creative minds that they have. FlyQuest, they're very well known.
차라리 AL 내전에서 지고 떠나는 게 그림이 좋았는데 이거 이겨야 한다. 아니 진짜 혜원님 큰일 났어요. 여기에서 북미한테 닦이면은 이렇게 닦이면은 진짜 LPL 팬분들 와 우리 한국 LCK가 마지막으로 북미한테 닦인 게 언제지? When was the last time LCK lost to NA like this? I mean, like, have LCK ever lost to NA like this? In a best of 5? Like, best of 1, sure, but best of 5? C9. Oh yeah, C9 2019. Yeah. Oh yeah. 2019 was a dark year.
and evolve as a
Ying
team
Ying.
in this situation before.
Wait, why? T1이? 월즈 G2한테 T1이 졌었죠. G2 beat T1, but G2 is not NA. G2 is EU. G2 is EU.
Or a North American team took down an LPL team. Let's see if they can do it
2018
today.
The Freak of Freaks. You can, yeah. I remember now. 2018 Freaks. 2019 into G2. G2's a year though.
Remain the same here in the first two. Cassiopeia and Azir. Oriana though becomes the third.
Team Liquid beat the #1 LPL team in semi-finals of MSI, and they won the MSI. No.
Continue their Rumble bans. They've already banned Nami and Skarner.
If they do, I'm kind of scared
Oriana
of a Camille Galio comp from BLG. Bin's Camille is exceptional, and they definitely pilot.
Prediction going on for Game 5, guys. If you guys want to bet your channel points or times,
I think that's
we're
smart.
into that.
Just remove it from the pool.
I mean, my kid carry
We're
me.
so deep in the mid lane pool specifically. Yone gone, Oriana, Azir, Cassio with all the other.
진 적이 없다, 북미한테는. Korea has never lost to NA before in the best of fives apparently. We lost to EU, but I don't think we lost to NA like this. Okay, but whatever the case is, Galio is a huge pick.
We don't typically see Bin on a
No
champion
Rumble.
like this, but in the hands of Knight, in the hands of On, it could go either way. The Caitlyn, at least, was something we've even seen from BLG before. Right now, of course, this is just a bit of a hover. But I wonder if the Caitlyn priority is going to rise. We've been seeing it banned a lot on the second phase.
Is that Galio gonna be for Bin? Or is that gonna be for Knight? 나이트 갈리오일 수도 있고 탑일 가능성이 높긴 하거든? I think Weeboy doesn't really play Rumble. I think Weeboy's not gonna play Rumble. We might actually see Camille Galio here. 카갈 나오는 거 아니야? Bin loves playing Camille. Bin loves playing Camille.
The man of the day for FlyQuest, you would have to say.
Lucian pick.
What they're going to lock for him in this one.
I mean, you can't really play Zyra Rakan, so Zyra without Rakan goes down in priority a lot. Definitely one of the weaker ADCs. No way.
A lot of pressure.
I mean, without all these junglers, like all the junglers.
That can facilitate this. LeBlanc is one that
Kindred
comes to mind, but into Galio already, you're a little bit.
Kindred Galio comp, 카밀 갈리오, 킨드 갈리오 이런 거 나오는 거 아니야? Like if it was Shun would have played Kindred. 슌이었으면은 킨드레드 박는데 베이스원 선수는 킨드레드 안 할 듯. 비에고! Nocturne makes more sense. Nocturne makes more sense. Nocturne makes more sense for them, I think. Point and click can't go wrong with that. Global ulti as well, along with Galio. Yeah, it's Rumble top. It's Rumble top. It's Night Galio. It's Night Galio. LPL Galio. 이거 럼블을 안 할 이유가 없어. 근데 I want to see what Buipo has prepared into Rumble. What is Buipo gonna pick into Rumble? What? There's no Galio. Galio's been picked away. There's no Orin, no Sion. We'll have to see. 럼블 상대로 할 만한 픽이 근데 지금 다 나갔고. Leona blind is crazy.
I think the possibility of a brawl could be good into this amount of dive, but I guess FlyQuest is worried about the amount of engage that they have. Leona, the last engage support really available.
Exactly, this deep into Fearless Game 5, your options
녹턴을 왜 안 하고 리신을 했나?
The Alistar, the Rel, the Rakan, the Nautilus, all of these traditional engage options off the table. So FlyQuest will prioritize Leona.
Yeah, and Leona Lee Sin.
일단 조합이 조금 FlyQuest 조합이 불안정하거든요. I don't really like FlyQuest's draft so far. I could be wrong, but Lee Sin is like one of those champions where you have to pair it with a really strong mid, but they didn't really pick mid here, so I'm guessing like they might start banning some mid laners here for quads. What are some champions that might ban? 미드 저격 밴이 나올 것 같은데 미드 그나마 밴할 게 르블랑 이런 거 아닌가? LeBlanc ban? Maybe the ban LeBlanc? LeBlanc Lee Sin is a very good combo.
I think they should continue to just pinch this mid lane pool, but I'm strapped for really what mid laners there are left.
We have seen a lot
of
the popular
TF?
mid lane options.
They're gonna play TF Lee Sin, then you should probably ban.
All removed by Fearless. Gragas
will be the choice
instead, removing another one of those potential engage options.
Also just a
Big Spin Rumble is the least intimidating Rumble. Really? Flundering Rumble was crazy though. Flundering Rumble.
Stuff I'm thinking about in mid lane. Like you could have
made
like
Rumble
AP
look so
top,
fucking
AD mid.
bossy. You know whose rumble was really bad? Driver's
It's
rumble.
always so
Driver's
fun when
rumble
you get
was
this far into
atrocious.
Fearless, seeing what the teams will come up with all of these extra bands.
Ban Brom. Brom banned.
Syndra is still
Nuke
available
Dog ban
too.
Brom.
What else?
Good, good.
The more common ones.
Good call.
Braum ban, kind of as we expected. Yep. What is BLG even going to go bot lane? I guess like Sivir. Sivir's kind of the one that stands out.
Yeah, I mean they've.
TF
Ashe
ban.
is a possibility
Jinx
as well.
TF ban, guys.
They could go for resets.
Jinx,
Canyon
yes.
styling on using
Go for
Lee Sin.
long range. Jinx
True,
in these
Inspired
late game
is
fives
popping off today.
has a lot of
Maybe he
value
can
just
pop off
'cause
a
of
Lee
the
Sin as well.
lack
But
of backline
you
threat,
can't really
but often
compare
it's like a
Canyon's
Jinx
Lee Sin
Lulu
to
could be a
Inspired Lee Sin because
possibility.
Inspired is not really known for his Lee Sin.
The crowd's getting. Masu loves baiting the crowd with these Teemo.
Teemo.
hovers.
Look it, do it.
There was a
No
sign.
way.
Urgot.
Not the Urgot.
He's not
우르곳은 진짜 아닌 것 같은데 우르곳을.
Urgot into Bin Rumble in game
Urgot
Whipple has
into
so much
Rumble?
confidence
That is
in his
insane.
Urgot, talking all the Urgot one tricks for a long time.
Ashe is
invested
kinda crazy
so
here.
much time
Ashe is
in
crazy.
on this champion, liking to scale with it.
But this is the thing, there's always the possibility of that Gallo being flexed. Right now the Shen is being hovered. Could be sent towards the top side of the map. See what the final lock-in is here.
Galio's gonna get swapped to support.
It's gonna be the
Galio's
Shen.
gonna get swapped to
Either one
support?
could be support still.
Oh, and a Xayah to round things out. How could I forget about Xayah? A lot of independence. A very strong lane as well. And honestly, I think that FlyQuest composition is quite short range.
Zeri
Both
Shen?
an Ashe
No, you're
and a
crazy.
Xayah would
Zeri's
work really
so
nicely.
crazy. You don't want to play Zeri
So
here.
much global pressure.
대리 이거 맞아?
The extra
대리는
engage from an
진짜
Ashe
아닌데?
arrow now
바텀
does
힘이
look
너무
very
빠지는데?
good there for the BLG
Zeri's
side.
so bad with Shen.
We'll see if they lock it in. They've already got semi-globals from Nocturne and Galio.
They have
Now
global
two
Gallier
globals
ult,
from
global
Shen
Nocturne
and
ult,
Ashe.
global
Only the
Ashe
Rumble
ulti,
doesn't
global
have
Shen
a
ulti.
semi-global or full global contributor.
아니 갈리오공도 있고 녹턴공 있지? 애쉬공 거기다가 이제 센공까지.
What will be the final pick here for FlyQuest? That
They're
mid lane
trying to just out macro your ass.
surrounding. I don't think you can afford the Syndra. It's too low mobility.
럼블
to this
해저 조합이라고?
composition. Oh, game 5 Zillion.
North American Magic.
Zillion counters that combo so fucking hard. 아니 근데 딜리언이 진짜 좋은 거야. 왜냐면 상대가 이게 픽을 잡으려고 하는데 they're gonna try to like pop somebody with Nocturne ults, but Zillion is perfect, I think. 북미를 우르고 딜리언 진짜 레전드네. The only problem is Lee Sin. I feel like Lee Sin is just kind of weird. They're over. Are they cooked or are they cooking, guys?
BLG composition, and you can
Are they
see
cooked?
how it all fits together seamlessly. The wombo combo, the pick potential,
I don't know,
the
guys.
globals,
I'm
the
not a
attack
fan of Lee Sin.
possibilities
아니
on the
근데
side
그냥
lane.
체급이
For FlyQuest,
그냥 BLG
you've got
조합이
Zillion
한
with
10배는
Urgot
좋아
and Lee
보이는데
Sin, and the pick
솔직히
potential
그냥
is
솔랭이라고
real,
생각해보세요.
but
그러니까
it's definitely
선수들
a
이름 그냥
combination
가려.
of all sorts of
Guys,
jams.
just cover the
BLG
names
went for power picks that
and just
were
look at the
still up.
champions
Higher
only.
tier champions.
If you can
FlyQuest
choose
have
which-
gone for pocket picks.
Which team you can be on in solo queue? Let's just think about it. Solo queue. I know solo queue is completely different than pro play, but you would always choose the left comp, right? You would always choose the left comp.
Like you said, Kobe, they're going for the best stuff they can still see.
I feel like right comp, the Lee Sin Urgot pick is a miss. Lee Sin Urgot, like Urgot is fine, but Lee Sin pick with Urgot is like, what are you trying to do? Zillion mid? What does that do?
Do you believe
상체가
in the
너무
tier
근데
list,
시너지가
or do
너무
you
없어.
believe in the magic?
딜리언, 리신,
We
우르고
shall see.
시너지가 너무 없어서
I
진짜
feel like
걱정이
the
되는 것
crowd
같은데?
believes in the magic, but BLG, they are a resilient
그러니까 루시안
team.
터지면
They've
이게
been
살짝
pushed the
딜이
game
부족하지
five many
않나라는.
times before.
딜은 누가
Speaking of
넣어?
those game fives, throughout international competition history,
Inspired.
in LoL esports, North
Ooh.
America
Okay,
and
whoa.
China have gone head-to-head
FlyQuest
7
has to lock in?
times.
Yeah.
Of those 7 times, North America has won once. And only once. You mentioned it earlier, Vedius. It was the MSI 2019 semifinals, Team Liquid versus IG.
Team Liquid!
Team Liquid. This would be
Yeah,
the
when
first
Team Liquid-
time
oh my
in
gosh.
6 years, the second time ever.
2019
If
MSI, and then they
FlyQuest
went ahead
but
and
the
lost to
BLG,
G2.
a team that
in
has
the finals,
been
and
pushed to
G2
the
won
brink many
MSI.
times against many opponents and proven their mettle.
Back when G2 actually good at League of Legends.
They make a convincing argument as they move forward in the lower bracket.
They certainly would.
Yo, yo.
Rush. He goes
Masu, what are you doing?
What in the Masu? What are you doing? He has to pop the cleanse.
No, he started dash as well. Lane is so fucking over.
He has to pop a potion. He can't
No.
Misclick in game 5 cost him half his HP.
아니 부시 안에 있어야 되는데.
Starts with the E.
He has to send the bush, not outside the bush. 이 시작은 진짜 근데 라인전이 끝났는데요.
Oh, the zone denial.
That's in the lane phase because he can't even recall. He can't even get XP.
Immediately for the taunt. Masu and Busio.
They have to go home and come back. They have to go home and come back.
Busio has gained access to XP.
Staying doesn't even make sense here at this point.
He's yet to get a drop of XP.
Oh, that is so painful.
I talked at the beginning of last game about how games 2 and 3,
the one champion that you don't want behind from FlyQuest is definitely going to be the Lucian. Lucian's behind already.
And now at the start of game number 5, things are starting absolutely rotten for the
Okay, someone report on. Someone report on.
Total control.
Check his PayPal, guys.
Completely warps the lane.
Someone report on.
How far can BLG extend
아니
this
샌님 이거 맞아요?
I mean, the wave is now going to push
운신 좀 오늘 좀 많이 심각한 것 같기도 한데 뭔가 오히려 좋아. Yes, X-Flash, it's fine. 오히려 좋은 게 이제 야공점을 쓰기 위한 큰 그림. 역시 운신. Don't doubt it, guys. He's trying to Hex-Flash. It's a big 5,000 IQ.
This is absolutely brutal when everything comes down to this.
It's okay, he's level 2 now. Masu kind of didn't die yet. It's a good thing.
But under pressure.
Down like 11 CS, but fine, the huge wave is gonna crash him and he can try to grab one of them.
The good news is that Inspired is in the area.
아니 이거 근데 당연히 상대 정글을 들어오지. Matron's gonna obviously invade.
Exactly, Inspired in danger, but it looks like he does secure his blue buff. Beishwan ready to try to flash, but his first blood over to Knight! He solo kills Quad underneath the turret and he gets away!
What is happening? We need a replay. I was too focused on what was happening in the jungle. Inspired loses.
Why is Ilya dying on the tower to Galio level 3? What is even going on, bro? 아니 갈리오한테 어떻게 닦이는 거야 질리언이? I mean Galio actually has a really strong lane phase actually. 갈리오 근데 라인전이 생각보다 많이 세긴 해 근데. I think he just get flashed on.
The 1v1 has the level advantage. Doesn't get the level 4. No, he does level up.
Just walks up and taunts him. Full combo.
Oh my, just full combo.
Easy.
Phase rush to get him to safety as well. Well played by Knight.
High five also pie.
If the bot lane damage wasn't enough, the mid lane just adding
oh
insult
my gosh.
to injury.
You know who likes playing mid Zillion? Bjergsen! Another NA mid laner. I think Con needs lessons from Bjergsen. Bjergsen 선수가 질리언 미드를 즐겨 했었거든.
But it's going to get even worse, Flowers, because when we look at this bot wave, they... Oh, Knight's here!
Knight's already made his way in with a Justice Punch, and now Masu and Busio, they aren't fighting in range of the turret, so immediately BLG try to get as much as they can. The heal from Busio spent there.
I mean, Zillion has very little wave clear early on.
Cod needs solutions.
And so Knight is just taking advantage of that, pushing him underneath this tower. The engage from Bwipo.
Yeah, Bwipo's going in after Bin. The Rumble is overheated.
Another weak side Rumble gameplay? No, Beitron is here now. Beitron's here. Look at Beitron. He's there just in case he needs help.
Elk is about to die. It's a 1-for-1 trade. On gets the kill on Busio.
There's fight everywhere. 미드에서 싸움 나고 바텀에서 싸움 나고 탑에서 갱 나고. What is going on, bro? Huh? Ash died though. That's huge. Masu's back in the game. Masu's back in the game, guys. 이렇게 되면 루시안 지금 초반에 힘든 거 다 없어졌죠? All that hard lane start thing. Lucian is back, baby.
Masu getting a kill in that bot lane 2 versus 2 was really important for FlyQuest. The fact that he was able to get the kill on gets the kill in exchange means that he gets a huge influx of gold. And after all of that pressure, he's been able to get the experience advantage. Hopefully we can have a look at that bot wave as well. I'd love to see that it's state that it's in. I hope that it's... Actually, I think this is a fine state for FlyQuest.
Bot lane is saved, yo.
Which means that he's now going to come back to lane, spend some gold, and he should be a lot more comfortable in this 2 versus 2.
Yeah, we'll just have to
Look,
check on the jungle
Ashman boots, and Lucian has a bunch of AD, right? Caulfield Harmer,
That tribe rush vision.
Busio wants to make sure that he's got some information in the area, but the only information he's going to get is Nocturne is here. If he's not careful, Beishwan does shoot the Dustbringer back at him, and with On right beside him, there's no way for FlyQuest to contest this Pixel Brush control ward.
다시 보기를 보여주지. I want to watch the replay though. I want to watch the replay.
So they can collect there.
He missed the cannon, got zoned off. Like, what the hell? You're getting zoned off by Galio? Oh my gosh.
And then
Nerf
once you
Galio
push that big
immediately.
wave in, you can rotate over to the Dragon. FlyQuest are forced to collect
Lee
their
Sin's
wave
top
at their
lane. Lee
tower,
Sin's top.
so
He's
should
running
be a
mid
BLG
though.
objective.
Lee Sin mid
BLG
간다.
with total control over the bot side river. Level 6 now for both of our mid laners, so big playmaking for Knight, big counter playmaking from Quad. It's been a while since we've seen Zilean, so for anybody who forgot, remember, you're only going to get the heal from the ultimate if you actually die. So the big challenge here for BLG.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for letting us know how Zilean ult works. Thank you. Captain Flowers. He's assuming like viewers are like Iron 4. Little does he know we're challengers.
Moving into Beishwan's jungle, stealing away
Challenger.
camps, just tracking what Beishwan is up to and looking to punish him where he can. He realized that Beishwan still had camps to clear on his bot side.
Champions falling by Captain
Nicely
Flowers.
done there by Inspired. Gets the level 6 first and will get away to safety.
Exactly. Huge that he gets the big wolf there because it guarantees he
Level
has level 6, but
occurrence
just the
for
tiny
Beishwan.
wolf was enough to get Beishwan to his ultimate as well. We could end up getting a pretty big fight here in the top side if Ben wants to try to go in for something, but it's not going to happen. Recall for Whippo instead. Down there in the bottom lane, the 2v2 continues as On and Elk are going to be forced back.
The bot lane is fighting again! Oh my gosh, On is just igniting.
Elk is focused firing, and BLG's ready to try to turn it around. FlyQuest
Elk
and
might die
BLG
though.
both at about
마스
half
6.
HP.
이거는 다시
Knight on
넣어요.
the Galio, not anywhere nearby.
지금
Trying to use the
6렙이라서
ulti to come in here
루션이
and
킬각
interfere.
잘하면 잡을 수
Taking level
있었는데.
6, arrow available.
Man, this 2v2 is crazy. The ball lane. 바텀 2대2 진짜 레전드인데 이 정도면 근데 애쉬도 만족할걸? Ashe's ahead in CS like 20 CS though.
They go over 4
20.
grubs though, these wards leading up. We'll see.
So even if
BLG
Lucian
taking
has a
their
kill over
objective.
her, like she's actually not that behind in gold.
Tested, Inspired can't really do much when he's got to
She's
sit
ahead
in
in
mid
gold.
lane this early on into the game. Easy objective secured
I mean,
by
honestly, the
BLG.
void grubbies is whatever. It's not even a problem.
1.2k gold
I think
lead, 8.5
FlyQuest
minutes
did
in.
level out the playing
But
field a little
Inspired
bit.
once again on the invade, trying to
They
deny as
stopped
much
the
farm away from
snowball.
Beishwan as he can.
Yep. Sees the red here. Leash is over.
Uh-oh.
Also sees
Uh-oh.
On.
On needs to watch out. They have globals. They have globals. They have globals. They have globals. Oh my
The global's
goodness.
not respected there. We just mentioned again the knock.
아니 글로벌 공이 그렇게 많은데 저기에서 혼자서 들어가서 레드를 먹으려고 하면 어떡해? 아니 global raptors look at after you have to run out because they're going to be holding on you.
Inspired is trying to do what he can on the map, stealing away camps where he can, but as you rightly said, not respecting the collapse. Quad has the support of Busio.
Yeah, they jump in, they try to do a little
I don't
damage
think they have
on
enough
the
damage
Knight,
though.
but Zilean may as well be a support at this point of the game.
아니
No real damage
질리언이
threat there.
노딜이야.
Knight away.
Zilean is like a walking cannon minion. My guy is
building up
so
here with
weak.
the tier. Maybe he
No
goes
damage.
the same build that Nemesis
Grab gold
went with
Femi,
closer
or-
tones, with his Seraph's Cosmic Drive and Imperial Mandate. But it's going to take a bit of scaling for that champion. FlyQuest.
I mean, I think the
trying
thing
to
is,
weather the
even if
storm.
Zilean
BLG's
ulted, Lee Sin would
continuing
have
to
just died
build
right
their
after.
gold lead here. And with the when the globals come right back up, they could just force
Okay.
again. The
Wait,
Ash
Masu can
Arrow
go,
plus
Masu can
Nocturne
go.
Ultimate and Galio Ultimate will
Although
be
Shen has
close
ulti, he
together.
has to watch out.
It's a
젠이
huge
궁
combo.
있고
Shen
레오나는
can jump in
없어.
with the Galio there as well. Elk forcing Masu all the way back. The very
Painful,
end of the volley hits
painful.
him, but now Busio and Inspired looking to move bot side and make a play.
No,
Elk
this-
has his summoners ready and immediately
This is
drops the
super
clans.
bad. No,
Inspired
FlyQuest
for
needs to
something
stop.
else, but
Oh,
Beishwan's
it's too
also
deep.
right
Oh,
here.
Beishwan is
Almost the
here.
target, but he's not the right target. Elk
Okay,
with
well.
the slow on Busio.
Okay,
As
yeah,
BLG
it's good,
decide
good.
not to overchase Beishwan. Still
Elk
with
is gonna
one
have
quarter
flash.
of the cooldown
He's gonna
left
have
on his ultimate, and
RTL,
BLG
but
do not want to overplay.
Masu
Spotlight
has
on the roam.
plans.
BLG get the taunt connected onto Inspired, but he's too close to his tower to really commit to anything. They have good pressure and they have great setup around the Dragon. Beishwan considering
못 가게
starting
미드에서
this one
탑에는
off.
내가 안 말하고.
It's hard for Quad to roam
미드에서
again,
할 만한
as he
챔프가
doesn't
없어서
offer a
질리언이
huge
봤다?
amount
그것도
outside of
아니야,
that ulti,
솔직히.
and, yeah,
그냥
FlyQuest
녹턴
don't feel
보고
confident enough to
질리언
play
괜찮겠네라고 한 건데.
Beautiful
Oh
shot
my
from
gosh.
Elk, and the follow-up
NA
is
Lee
just
Sin
as
is a
good.
mistake.
BLG
NA Lee
have
Sin was a
found
mistake.
the heart of FlyQuest,
and they're tearing it out.
그냥 리신은 캐니언 선수만 하는 걸로. 캐니언 올라만 하는 걸로. Oh my gosh, Zillion's gonna die for this. I mean, Moss's ult is good, but the damage.
BLG are up 2,500 gold at 11 minutes into the game.
Beautiful coordination. BLG keeping up the pressure, invade the jungle, assassinate the jungler. As soon as the Ash Arrow was up, the cooldowns, we were looking at these ultimates, BLG immediately using them. Bwipo here getting roasted under the tower as well.
주도권 있는 라인이 없다고. 그렇다고 한타가 좋은 것도 아니야. 리신 울고 질리언은 어떡할 건데? Like imagine guys, close your eyes. Close your eyes and you're this Leona or Lucian or whatever. And your teammate, your top side is playing Zillion, Lee Sin, and Urgot.
Making some distance for now. Busio jumps in there with the Zenith blade, but here comes Knight. Equalizer ready to make this fight. Go BLG's way.
Inspired is dead. Bwipo, can you eat him? Bwipo! Bwipo, eat him! Ulti. Boom, boom. He doesn't have ulti. He used it already.
BLG get 3, and FlyQuest just look lost.
A house that was filled with hope is being put to silence as BLG decimates FlyQuest. 8-1 the kill score, a 4K gold lead. These globals
점심 메뉴나 생각할까요, 여러분?
on the map.
아니, 나 아까부터 배가 고파.
어저께 they're getting free money on the bottom side, and you can see the FlyQuest staff know it. Everyone can feel it.
이렇게까지 5세트까지 왔는데 이게 뭐야? Oh my gosh, they needed a fucking LeBlanc, not a Zillion, I guess. 르블랑 리신 같은 거 했어야지. I really wanted to see like a Zoe or LeBlanc or some shit. Like I didn't want to see whatever the fuck this is. Like Zillion, Lee Sin, or God, like what? They needed a winning matchup into Galio. They had to have some kind of a strong mid jungle matchup. 근데 리신이 불쌍하게도 한 게 저거는 근데 챔프가 미드가 질리언인데 뭐 어떻게 할 수 있는 게 없죠. 그렇다고 바텀을 가기에는 바텀이 이미 터져있고 1렙부터 가주긴 했는데 뭔가 시원하게 딜이 안 나와서 못 잡았죠. But they got ult.
BLG with a commanding lead. 13 minutes in, Knight goes in to cut off the escape route for Bwipo, and now he and Bin are looking for another kill. Beishwan shows up just to secure it, and BLG are almost 5,000 gold ahead.
Should have picked Lissandra mid. Yeah, a hero. I think Lissandra mid makes way more sense.
Finals, both past
2v2 also strong. You CC them in place. You combo it with the Lee Sin Q. Boom, boom, boom. I think the Lee Sin pick itself is a mistake. Inspired is not really known for his Lee Sin.
There's no real damage for FlyQuest, so
like,
it's not much of a
Owner
threat.
and Canyon Lee Sin, I'll be like, okay. Inspired Lee Sin, I'm like, no.
Arguably your best performing player. You want to put him on a Galio? Wow.
아니 그냥 뱀픽부터 럼블 준 것도 말이 안 돼. I'm surprised that they gave him for Rumble. Bwipo doesn't play Rumble. Ban that shit. Or take away the Galio. Well, you can't take away the Galio.
Galio has always been so
because you're red side. So they're gonna first pick Galio like this. Bwipo가 럼블을 못 한다고. 그 챔프풀이 되게 넓은데 가렌 같은 것도 하면서 럼블은 또 못해. 인스파 문제는 아니라고. 그냥 바텀 터지고 미드는 질리언인데 미드 터지. Oh my gosh. 야 이거 리신 탓하기에도 뭐하긴 해 근데. 바텀에서 이렇게 밀리면 안 되긴 했어. Okay? Oh my gosh. Beishwan is on a killing spree. Inspired is running but he's gonna get run down.
Oh, they get him low. He was down to 20 HP, but he lives. Inspired's not gonna.
Oh my gosh,
and
just
that's
FF.
another kill for Knight. 11-1. BLG slamming game 5.
FlyQuest are just being suffocated. They can't respond to any of the proactivity coming through from BLG. Anytime they try to make a play, the globals just come through. These picks are working wonderfully for BLG as they completely shut FlyQuest down.
북미는 세상을 놀라게 한다. 시즌 15번째 북미는 세상을 놀라게 한다. 07 Boys and girls, it's been a pleasure. Neutron. I think going game 5 itself is crazy good. I think it's just a draft gap. Like they're drunk. They literally draft Kalista Renata, lose a game. Huh? Now they draft Lisa and Zillion. Now they lose another game. Like come on. 아니 아까 칼리 레나타 해가지고 한 판 지고 꽁패로. 칼리 레나타만 안 했다며? Like imagine they didn't play Kalista Renata.
And here in game number 5, they're the ones with plenty left in the tank.
아니 남의 집 불러가지고 신나긴 하네. 이러면 안 되는데. 이러면은 진짜. 이렇게 재미있으니까 신나는 거지. 오케이? Oh no, never mind. Rumble oldie exactly on top of the exit path. Rumble is a nice champion, Riot. 럼블은 진짜 언제 너프를 하냐? 너프를 더 해야 돼.
But it just isn't enough. They're too far behind in gold.
Is there really no champion that can handle Rumble?
It's a 7K gold lead
Other than Galio, but Galio's not even good. Galio's just
in a fearless draft and looks like they're gonna start to get the rest of these towers.
럼블 왜 솔랭에서는 왜 이렇게 안 좋은데 프로에서 이렇게 자주 나오냐 이렇게 생각하면은 아무래도 그냥 후반을 갈 수가 있고 이제 궁극기 돌 때마다만 싸우니까 럼블 궁을 위주로 팀원이 해주니까 솔랭에서는 그딴 거 없거든. 박치기 공룡들을 궁 타이밍 그런 거 모르죠. 무난하게 파밍해서 템 나오니까 이게 픽픽 쳐줘요 럼블. Lisa's doing negative damage right now. Lisa's literally tickling them. Boost is trying to flash out, but it's already too late. Elk is just gunning him down in game, of course. And then Inspire goes in again. No damage yet again.
It's just a matter of gold. They don't have the resources needed. They came so close to killing Knight. You can see the frustration on Whippo's face.
I mean, the quirky pick worked out. Like the set pick was so good. Set pick was good. Set pick은 좋았는데.
It's nigh impossible at this point.
이게 너무
8,000 gold, 18 minutes into the game. You've got the 2 Drakes for the stat bonuses as well. Kobe, you already mentioned it, but I just have to reiterate.
아니 근데 솔직히 4픽도 다드에다가 뭐 다드 세트로 이겼잖아요. 원래 그런 팀이야. 플라이커스는 그거 생각해봐. 젠지 상대로도 갑자기 막 피들 정글에다가 누누 정글? 잘하다가 갑자기 막 누누 같은 거 꺼내가지고 니달리한테 털리고 캐년 니달리한테. 그러니까 이게 너무 그런 스타일의 팀의 문제점인 것 같아. 그러니까 이게 왜 LCK에서 왜 이런 픽들이 안 나오는지 보여주는 게 잘 안 풀리거나 이렇게 막 꼬이기 시작하면 이게 답이 없어요. 그러니까 오른이 말린 거랑 우르곳이 말린 거랑 차이가 너무 많이 크다니까. 그러니까 우르곳의 저점과 오른의 저점이 너무 차이가 나서 LCK에서는 이제 LPL도 그렇고 뭔가 메타픽 위주로 사파픽은 별로 안 하는 느낌. I think this is the reason why in pro play you don't actually see these champions. You don't see the Zillion mid, you don't see the set top, you don't see the Urgot top. If it's not meta, teams don't really like playing it, like Korean teams. I don't know about LPL, but Korean teams don't really like picking like these crazy picks. The reason because like the risk is too high. When you're behind on Urgot, it's completely different than when you're behind on Orin. When you're behind on Zion, it's completely different than when you're behind on like Zillion mid. Right? I know Zion is not a mid champion. I'm just trying to give an example. I think that is a major difference with the way that people like don't really like picking these kind of champions who has a very low ceiling. Like if you perform badly or you fall behind, your champion just literally doesn't do anything.
Because they have all of these globals. So let's take a look at this move from Inspire.
Meanwhile, meta picks tend to be solid all throughout. Even if you're behind, you're still like gonna be able to do something.
Autocon's available. And objective bounties have been on for a long time, so yeah.
But I think this is what makes FlyQuest and like the way NA teams like a lot of the time they draft is like really interesting. Like FlyQuest into Genji, they were playing Nunu jungle.
Desperate for one.
Right?
Perhaps a Zillion revive could be
Fiddle
the game
6
changer.
jungle. No other team in the whole tournament picked Fiddle 6 or Nunu. Meanwhile, FlyQuest played those champions.
Gold revive from Quad is the prescription
It's interesting.
here. For what
It's definitely interesting and but definitely very risky and probably not the best for winning championships.
Tries to get away. Solar flare.
Unfortunately, like
down, but no stun means On gets away. BLG still grouped up around
so
this
annoying.
bottom side.
Western teams will never beat Eastern teams. Drafting the same way as them. It's
too
too risky. It's too risky. Like, oh my gosh.
To try to step up a little bit further.
Oh, even the set pick, I was like a little bit worried.
Inspired hit with the arrow, hit with the nocturne, hit with the Galio. Inspired's already gone, and now they're not ready to
can't
stop.
do anything.
Masu gets another early.
Masu's trying to do damage, but he doesn't do damage right now. Oh, he's too behind there. Busho just dead. No portal. If there's a portal, the portal out and the fucking wrong for account.
Cleanly executed once more by BLG. The Nocturne combined with the Shen means the dive comp
Fierce and Zillion got beat up by Genji BDD sets mid, I remember that.
Is ruthless. And BLG
Background set
extend
mid
the
was actually good.
advantage to 10,000,
변수가 없다.
17 kills to 1.
Yeah, previous. This whole series
has
been close, back and forth, but
I honestly think you have to report the coach. Oh, he's dead. Look!
Finally a kill.
Okay, the throws.
FlyQuest, 1,000 gold shutdown.
Fucking run! Nope, can't run. Oh, never mind. Oh,
gosh. But the firepower back from BLG is way too strong. Elk's on a killing spree.
Oh my gosh! What the hell? He just flashed forward 1v3.
Masu's still burning, and Beishwan wants another Dustbringer. He's got the kill credit there onto Leona as Busio drops, and now Inspired and
someone
Masu
quickly PayPal on again.
BLG
1067 support. What the hell?
Out of gas, he even goes for the snipe.
The arrow was so close, and respect to Bwipo. Doing what he can to get something back, finding a pick, getting that shutdown gold is at the very least some injection of resources. But BLG just respond by getting 3 kills of
Why
their
not
own.
just
They're
pick
gonna put
Ivern?
themselves on soul points.
Ivern Zillion is probably not it, but yeah, Ivern and maybe pair it with a very strong mid laner.
Enforcing the issue.
I'm thinking Tristana, but Tristana got picked already, so like usually Ivern Tristana or Ivern Corgi, things like that. With like an AD mid, makes sense.
Angles. Hoping for some sort of brush play maybe, getting there early with the vision.
Yo, Orn! Oh, he's
They are going to find him here.
Nice.
Huge
shut down.
FlyQuest get kill number 3.
Good stuff.
Nice pick.
Okay, that PayPal. Someone check On's PayPal. Someone just PayPal to On right now. Oh my gosh. I was about to compliment On again, like about his Shen gameplay, and then of course he dies like that. Just walks in, literally full vision, boss side jungle, no one shows up, no one is in lane, no one shows top, no one shows mid, no one shows bot lane. And he just fucking walks into wardless area alone. Huh?
How close that was.
아니 근데 바텀 정글에 와드 다 있어가지고 거기 안 보이는 거 다 보고 미드, 바텀, 탑 이거 라인 아무것도 안 보였거든? 내 혼자 들어가서 잘린 거라 이거는 On is angry, On is angry. Oh, On is dead?
But he's going to be pulled into the grinder. Bwipo gets another kill.
I mean,
this is the Nautilus 2.0! Nautilus Game 4 Nautilus all over again? Or is it Game 3? Game 3 Nautilus.
And now back to back within the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, Game 4 he played Rakan, what am I doing?
Every journey starts with a single step, Vedius.
아니 온 선수 진짜 와 이게 집중력이 초중반까지는 잘했는데 그 다음부터 막 좀 집중력이 털리는 것 같은데요.
It's a long one. It is a very long and windy road.
They've taken their first step indeed. They just need to take a few more.
Well, unfortunately for FlyQuest, one of the steps that can now easily be taken by BLG is an early Baron. When you're up this much, when you're up 10,000 gold, 3 Drakes,
just 10 more picks straight. No, just
a pretty good play.
Baron's up now, so maybe if they can get one more pick,
epic objectives
they
arriving
can actually
on the map is actually the tiny ray of hope for some sort of crazy steal, crazy sort of action to pop off.
We're gonna need something really crazy for FlyQuest to have a chance here on. Grabbed there by Busio's Zenith Blade, but not under any real pressure.
Busio's too deep.
We'll see.
Here we go.
Oh, Busio too deep! He's just walking out though. He has Zillion ult, Zillion ult, Zillion ult. Okay? No nocturne ulti. Oh, the Rumble ult was kind of bad, but oh, Busio is too deep again. The problem with Leona is like your team is behind, but you have to keep going in. Like your champion is like you go in, go in, go in, go in.
used by BLG. If Inspired can get within range of the Baron, there's a possibility of
야, 레오나는 진짜 근데 몸이 들어가는 몸미션을 하는 챔프라서. Oh my gosh, they're actually falling apart. That's a Baron, I think. Are they just ending? No way, they're just gonna try to end. No, they can't. They can't. They just get inhibitor and then back out. They don't even get inhibitor.
They can go get it at their
Nasu is healing them.
Turn around, collect the Baron.
No, like check the damage graph afterwards. Like Lucian's actually trying his best to do a lot of damage. 루시안은 최선을 다해서 때리고 있거든. Inspired is 1-7.
They're brush camping in the jungle.
Inspired is 1-7. Oh my. Even Fiddlesticks might have been better. You should have just brought out the Fiddle, honestly. I mean, Fiddle's really bad into their comp, actually. What the fuck do you play? I think you just have to play Nocturne. Just open mid, disconnect. What the hell is wrong with FlyQuest, though? I'm sad. He got the kill! 2-7 now.
But it's just a drop in the bucket now.
Okay, well,
Whippo's chasing after Bin, but Inspired's already been killed.
What the hell is Claude doing?
Whippo's left
It's confused.
Bin with a flash. Another kill comes through.
I mean, everything went wrong. Masu just standing in tri-bush and starting E just. Oh,
at the cost
man.
of Elk, they're able to ace all of FlyQuest. It looks like they're not going to try
It's
and
frustrating.
end the game.
Honestly, if you're an NA fan, you can probably turn off the
They don't want to push their advantage that much further.
Really tilting to
Instead,
watch.
they're going to take their time as we look back at the decimation of FlyQuest.
Running them down here. Rumble ult
But
goes
like,
down
can
to
you
get the
give
first
me
kill.
3 tips to climb out of bronze ADC in NA? My CS is good, I die for kills.
He's gonna go for a tuber. Nice little execution there.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you how to climb out of bronze.
They have this so heavily under control that
Watch
they
the
have
map.
actually set a new record in Game 5s. This is the worst kill differential in Game 5s. It just surpassed the 2014 World Semis between RNG and OG.
나이트 선수 표정 폈는데? Knight was looking so depressed early on. Now he's like smiling. Meanwhile, Bwipo was looking so happy, and now he's depressed. TV가 엇갈렸다,
For another
진짜.
75 seconds, plus they've got the Dragon Soul, plus they've got 15,000 gold lead, plus they have
Is there more one-sided game than
their
this?
opponents do, plus they have
It's looking
all
like a
3
perfect
void
game so
grubs.
far, other than kills.
Yeah.
Every objective
It's a rough one.
over to BLG.
And it's
Every tower over to
disappointing
BLG.
way to end the series.
did
It's
that
been
5
a very
times.
competitive back and forth, and BLG, a small mistake, exploded into an unbelievable goal lead. 15,000 is the difference. Knight pushes in the mid wave.
이건 다
BLG
메이플 Raz ulted! It's Raz!
on this bot side.
Oh my gosh.
Still a ways away.
Raz,
FlyQuest doing
I
what
can't
they
believe
can.
you
They
did
get
this
good
to
damage
NA.
down onto On.
Giga ulting NA.
And Knight just stays near that cannon minion, keep it in
He
chances
changed
with
his
Baron.
prediction.
Allow it to
He
have
had
the
3-2
extra range.
BLG win,
Pop
BLG was
shots there
losing,
on
and then
that
he
mid
changed
lane
it
here.
3-2
Now the
FlyQuest
arrow
win,
fires
and then
out, but Whippo doing a good job
look
buffering
what's
through
happening.
it, trying to use the disdain to get away.
Oh,
But
that
the tier
Rumble
3
ult was
turret
annoying.
is already about to die.
back out.
FlyQuest have no lines to defend.
이건
BLG
프리키가 욕을
will
좀.
claim the
근데 솔직히
first
BLG도
inhibitor and move on to
솔직히
the second.
5세트 빼고는 다 좀 그닥.
Alright, second one picked
이긴
up
판도. Oh my gosh! Imagine FlyQuest didn't throw
they need
at
that
Nexus
miracle with the
earlier.
Dragon Soul on top of
They
it.
would be
I
facing
don't see
AL right
any
now.
member of
Yes, they would have
BLG
moved
going
on.
down unless they dive the fountain at this point.
They would have 3-1
They'll
BLG.
move their attention up to the top side. Tier 2 turret, the target. This is the only lane with any turrets left.
아니 근데 진짜로 넥서스에서 제대로 끝냈으면 됐는데. Oh, they're missing everything. Whip was ulting the fucking. Whip was ulting 4th dimension. Okay, they got out. They got out. Heal up and try to come back again. Defend inhibitor. Actually, give inhibitor and just try to stop the nexus from exploding.
So many things to cover and.
Oh, look at Inspired's health just melt. Elk with 3
No, it has to be
fully
studied.
completed
It has to be studied. FlyQuest draft has to be studied. Like, whose idea was it to pick Kalista Renata? They lost a free game from Kalista Renata pick, and now they lost a free game. Zillion, Lee Sin, no way. Zillion, Lee Sin.
Okay, Beishuan's at half HP.
And Quadzillion hasn't hit a double bomb the entire fucking game. Oh man, feviknight molding again. Fevy Bolt coming through. I'm going to be losing my hair soon, guys. That's alright. Angry.
Nowhere near the defense point as Whippo's about to die. Elk flashes in and BLG scrambles to protect him. Beishuan versus
18k goal lead. That's the biggest goal lead. 19k now. They're gonna be 20k. If they don't end, but this shot ends.
Stand tall and eliminate FlyQuest from MSI.
In the final game, it is not close. Game number
갈리오
5, BLG.
선픽했으면 럼블 그냥 가져가면 되는데 럼블을 못하는 탑라이너가 있다? 그냥 조지는 거임. 이 문제가 메타픽이 안 되면은 역시 피오레스라서 메타픽이 안 되는 순간 너무 허점이 드러나는 느낌? Bye, feviknight, good night, all. Good night, Zabi. It's okay, NA. You guys played well. Honestly, you almost had it. Like, literally, NA was so close. Like, fucking nice. Oh my gosh. Oh, the Rise Gangplank game. Oh, I'm tilted thinking about that still. NA, FlyQuest, 3-1. Should have won the whole series there.
Stuff from BLG when it matters.
Depressed.
BLG. They want another finals. They want another appearance.
Imagine they played solo. They just had to bring the wave behind them and literally siege again, and they would have gotten the Nexus Tower, and then
in North America on the home turf,
it would have been different. It would have been different.
Obviously having so much support from the
they were full HP Rise. Zonia's was there. Full HP Gangplank. Full HP Senna. Full HP Alistair.
Last year, going to 5 games with a team.
웃음이 나오냐고. 근데 북미는 그래요. 근데 북미는 웃어. 저기는 그냥 Oh no, Masu's not smiling. 마수는 근데 마지막에 마지막 판 너무 부시해서 No, Masu, don't be sad. So close.
But BLG, they are a very difficult team to overcome. There's a reason
so harsh
why
looking
they
at
make
these
so
kind of
many
players.
international finals, and now they'll get their chance of revenge against AL.
Exactly, BLG making top 4 with this win. The LPL finals rematch to decide who
Guys,
then will
I'm tired.
move on
We're
and
all
play
tired.
whoever loses between the LCK battle in the winners
마수는
finals
잘했어
between
그래도.
Gen.G
마수
and
the boss.
T1. A final look
The Masu
at
played
our
well.
final game. 31-31 on the clock. Also the kill
Look, I
count
told you the damage
for
is there for
BLG
Lucian. Lucian
in
딜이
this
있잖아.
game 5. You don't even need to look who did the most damage. They all did the most
말이 안 되는
damage
픽이라고.
together.
네, 맞습니다.
It was an incredible
중국 PS
performance
한국
from them to end this
돌고도랑
series on a
LCK
high
LPL.
note. And now we've got Lore standing by with Ben for the Verizon
아니, 저는
post-game
감사합니다.
interview.
까비요.
BLG advances to the next round and they will get the revenge
솔랭하러
against
가야겠지.
AL in the next match. And
밥 먹으러 갈 건데.
Ben, it has not been
밥 먹으러
easy.
갈 건데.
FlyQuest taking you to game 5. After what was a shaky series, you showed so much dominance here in this game 5. Tell me why you thought this draft, the draft you chose, was gonna be the one bringing you the victory today.
首先，恭喜你们获得比赛的胜利。这一
The
场
way
比
Ben
赛可以说也
stands
是
is he
赢得
just
比较的
stands
艰
like
辛
this.
对面也是发挥
He
的
stands
很
like
好，
an
特别
NPC.
是在于你们第5局是表现得非常的亮眼。其实我们感觉可能前4局大家打
Why does Ben stand like an
的不太稳定
NPC?
的时候，但是第5局你们是完全统治了战场。想问一下，来到最为关键的第5局，为什么你觉得
아니
你
거의
们选择的
NPC처럼
阵容
서
会成为你
있으시니까
们
좀
的
웃긴데요,
制胜
빈
法宝
선수.
呢？
我觉得我们前4局打得非常艰难，可能我们有点陷入他们的节奏了。我们需要在第5局找到我们自己的节奏，然后第5局选择一个我们比较稳定、比较适合我们的阵容，我们就顺利拿下比赛。
For the merchant in an RPG game,
I feel like maybe for the first 4 games, the opponent team they just drag us into their tempo, so it's very hard for us to play our games. So in game 5, we try to have the drop we're very comfortable with, and we really hold the confidence on. So after that, we try to snowball a little bit for game 5. That's why we were able to get the final victory, I think.
Bringing in the LPL style here in game 5. Ahead of the series, I had a talk with Inspired, and he was telling me, if there's one player we have to keep our eyes on, it has
Off camera,
to be
he does the
Vin.
T-pose.
After playing against Bwipo, against the strange champions that he was playing, the Urgot, the Set, do you feel like you had a target on your back here during this series?
那其实之前的时候和 Inspire 的选手的采访当中，他有提到说，如果这一场 BO5 他们有一个必须要警惕的人，那一定是你兵哥。所以说也想问一下，可能今天和 Bwipo 选手打下来，他也是有些比较奇怪的英雄池，包括说瑟提、厄加特这些英雄都出现在了今天的比赛当中。所以说你觉得可能今天面对到他有没有感觉是什么样一种感觉？同时有没有感觉好像有一种打得有来有回的那种？
We don't do that here.
我觉得最困难的地方在于他选的英雄，平时训练赛和排位完全就是练不到也遇不到，所以在比赛里面完全就是感觉就是有点进入他的节奏了，就是选的都是我不熟悉的对线英雄，所以整体下来打的有些吃力。
I mean, I think Giga Bin just has to
英雄视野很深，很难对付。
Keep playing.
It's
hard though, like overly flaming a player and then like that and like just memeing. There's a the gray line is weird. I do understand that. So I always tell my mods just time them out if you're not sure. You know? Just time out. Don't ban, just time out.
Big shout out to him, and yet
When someone posts like a flaming thing for a player, but it's like a meme, like
regardless of the teams, our biggest
maybe they don't
opponent
know.
is ourselves. What do you feel like you're missing?
Because for example, I was actually saying like
to get that
I was kind of like
excellence that you're looking for.
saying On was not playing good many times throughout the series.
说可能无论我们面对到谁，最大的敌人永远是自己。所以说，
So I'm just saying what I see. I'm pointing out what I see. I'm like, okay, so On getting called out again. Is that flaming On? I guess. Like, I'm just flaming the play. I'm not. I think On is a great player, obviously. Just had a bad series.
可能没有那么好，但是我们在一场比赛的，就是进步吧。我觉得我
We had a
们
bad
会越来越
series,
好。明天
100%.
我们会。 就是后天的比赛，我们状态会更好的。
LCK and LPL finals, I think so. We're gonna have AL BLG rematch, and then we're gonna have T1 Genji.
And have our growth step by step. And we try to make more evolution and by every single game. So hopefully the day after tomorrow for our next best of 5, we'll definitely show you guys an even better performance on stage.
And looking at that next best of 5 is gonna be the revenge and the rematch against anyone's legend. The LPL finals.
I think AL gonna destroy BLG.
Confidence that this time around is gonna be different.
BLG AL한테 닦일 것 같은데 어떻게 생각하세요, 여러분?
下一场比赛，在下一个 BO5， 你们
그렇게는 코치부터 감독까지 다 팀 강해요.
第一赛段的
근데 북미는 그걸 바꿔줘.
所以说也想问一下，你觉得这一次
생각하는
也相信你们是
밸류픽이나 이런 게 다 다르기
你觉得
때문에
这一次你们可能
한국이랑 중국이랑 또 달라.
是怎么样有这样的自信，在这一次会有不一样的结果，同时有没有什么话想对 AL 说
This is the thing with NA, like
我觉得
NA always likes to pick these type of like Garens and stuff like that. So it's always interesting. You know? At the same time, it's very risky.
2023年、2024年全部进入了联赛决赛，我觉得这次我们也可以。
Compared to Eastern teams, always picking like meta champions and picking kind of boring
I really didn't
champions, I guess.
focusing on the revenge this part, but I like to just concentrate more on own performance and try our best
그나마
to
T1이
showcase
서커스
the
픽을 좀 많이
talented
하는
one
편이긴
like on
하죠.
stage. And guys, don't forget, I was in the MSI final back in 2022, 23, and 24. So I like to just try my best to bring the team once again in the MSI final. That's our goal.
And looking forward to seeing BLG in the next stage. Xie, thank you so much for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation. And BLG advances to the next round.
Congrats, Bin and BLG.
And with
Good luck into
BLG
AL, but I think AL is gonna win.
Next round, that means we
I think AL is
have
just
2
gonna win.
LCK and 2 LPL left.
Fly is a better
in
fresh
the
air,
bracket. It
y'all.
also does mean we can
We
talk about
definitely
it later,
need teams
that
like
for
this
Worlds, there's now
to keep
4 teams out of the
diversity
LPL and
in the
out of
gameplay.
LCK. A wonderful interview there with Bin. Okay, I'm gonna take kind kind of the approach from the FlyQuest side of things, and I think that is fair as well because we've already heard from Bin. It is just. It sucks.
근데 이런 팀도 있어야 돼 솔직히 근데 다 그냥 똑같은 조합, 똑같은 메타픽 계속 하고 있으면은 물론 우승은 하겠지만 이렇게 막 살짝
What do you bring it down to this
서커스
game
픽을 하는 북미,
I mean, I think it's just kind
유럽
of mental errors. A lot of
누누
mental
정글
errors
이런 거
in
막
that
하고
5
막
games.
가렌 탑
Clearly, FlyQuest has shown between the Gen G series and the
재밌잖아.
series that they're capable of taking down a top LCK or LPL
그러다가 또
team.
가렌이 또
But they
이기기도
have yet to do
하고
it. I think
오늘은
to get
또
over that
세트가
hump,
막
you
이기고
have to be able to
요릭
get past
상대로
some of these,
세트?
mental errors. We saw Masu
히트다.
recalling in a silly place, losing his health at level 1. Even from that, they battled back.
동민은 계속 그렇게
But then
이게 맞아
clearly,
근데
just walking
괜히 유럽이랑 그 북미가 한국
it's tough. You can't make those mistakes.
한국 스타일 똑같이 LCK 스타일 따라하려고 하다가 잘 안 되거든요. 거기에서는 제이스나 니달리 이런 것도 잘 안 하고 못해가지고 선수들이 럼블도 못하잖아. 럼블도 안 하잖아. Like Weepo doesn't play Rumble. That's crazy. Because Rumble is like one of those like signature picks. If you're a top laner in Korea, you know how to play Rumble. Everybody plays Rumble. If you're a top laner, everybody plays Jace and Rumble. But it's like on EU and NA, you don't have to play those meta champions. Like Weepo knows how to play all these other champions. Like Garen. No one knows how to play Garen in Korea.
Taking down one of these teams at a best of 5, but no, you don't get the
No one
credit for
plays
doing it
Garen.
until you do it.
No coach is gonna allow you to play Garen in Korea. It's a little bit more boring.
So they haven't been able to do it, but they've shown that they have the skill to
really
compete.
high level gameplay
And
though.
it is going to be a heartbreaking loss for them, absolutely.
Yeah,
like BLG as well.
But you're right in keeping
Game
that
5, they're
perspective
just like
because we cannot look at it in
pretty
a
clinical
vacuum
gameplay.
of just this best of 5.
Couple
We have
throws
to
here
look
and there,
back
but
at the road they've traveled as a team together and those incremental wins they've gotten
진짜
to move forward.
오늘 온 선수
I'm extremely excited to see them at Worlds.
마우스
Hopefully we'll see
냄새를 막 맡으시고.
and they will make chances for them again because even when you thought they were against match point and
Oh
down and
wow,
out,
angry
they
bin.
fought back.
They really did,
Boom.
and a shout out to.
Anyways, thanks for watching everybody. I think that's gonna be it for me today. 다들 여기까지 하도록 하겠습니다.
But I mean, on the other
다들
side, you have to
맛있는
look
점심
at the
드시고요.
winning team.
Have a
You
good
have to
rest
look
of
at
the
the
night,
guy that
evening,
made
morning,
the difference,
afternoon.
I think when it counted most, who did
Good
get to
try,
the cross
FlyQuest.
finish
Good
line.
try,
To me,
NA.
it was Knight. He's the awful
Tomorrow
player
I
of the
believe
series.
is gonna
This
be
guy
the big
was
day.
insane. Quad was
Tomorrow
able to,
I
in their
believe is a
wins,
T1
hold them
Genji.
somewhat even,
내일은
but
T1
in their
젠지
losses,
큰 거
it was
진짜 큰 거
Knight
오거든요.
running him over.
T1
The
Genji
Victor versus
LCK
Andy game,
finals
he's up
that
3-4
we were
levels.
not able to
We see
get.
this Galio
There was
game
no
where he
LCK
solo
finals
killed
this
their tower,
this
and
year.
then to me, this was
This
just
season.
a Knight 1v9. He
So,
was
yeah.
everywhere. He was not allowing
I don't
Inspired
know
to do
why, but they
anything
got
in
rid
that
of
final
finals.
game. He took the series into his own hands
LCK.
when the team needed him.
Yeah, that Victor game especially.
Thankfully, we're gonna
was
see
a
it
masterclass.
now.
He can play
Tomorrow,
any type of
I
style.
meant.
He
Tomorrow we'll
is
see it.
incredibly good, especially in lane. So even though we're looking
말씀하세요.
at it from the perspective
감사합니다.
of like, sure,
Anyways,
the Zillion
I'll be
didn't kill
leaving.
level 3,
I'll see
but
the final
if there's
ceremony.
anybody that's going to kill you level
Thanks
3,
for
it's
watching,
this
guys.
brother right here.
다들
If we look at
바이바이.
BLG then going forward, why you say? I mean, Knight had to be kind of a superhuman today, I want to say, because at times his team really let him